Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Thud. Ah! Su Qiao tumbled from his bed to the floor, clutching his throbbing forehead, his heart racing as he recalled the harrowing nightmare he had just endured. In the dream, on the morning of August 1st at 10 o'clock, the previously clear and sweltering skies transformed in an instant into a tumult of dark clouds, howling winds, and torrential rains. Within less than an hour, the temperature plummeted below freezing, and the downpour turned into freezing rain, with droplets striking the ground and instantly forming a thick layer of ice. As 5 days passed, the freezing rain showed no signs of abating, leaving over 2 meters of solid ice on the ground. The temperature continued to drop to below minus 20 degrees, causing a complete collapse of the power grid. Days later, the temperature descended further to a chilling minus 40 to 50 degrees, resulting in countless fatalities from the cold. Even more terrifying was the fact that the freezing rain was laced with deadly toxins. When it touched a person's skin, it inflicted excruciating pain akin to being pierced by needles. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the rain on the streets would collapse after mere minutes, succumbing to an inexplicable death. Worse still, the water sources had become contaminated and were undrinkable. Some, unable to bear their thirst, dared to sip a few drops, only to immediately bleed from their orifices and die in agony. Everyone was forced to remain confined within their homes or workplaces, unable to venture outside. Food and clean water dwindled within days, ushering in one of the most tragic chapters in human history. Cannibalism ensued. In the dream, on the 16th day of the apocalypse, he was suddenly embraced from behind by his brother-in-law, Lu Hua, while his brother-in-law, Zui Onbing, choked him from the front. Then his wife, Lu Yue, bound his hands behind the chair with rope. What followed was a gruesome ordeal of dismemberment. His wife's family sliced pieces of flesh from Su Qiao's body to sustain themselves. With no electricity, gas, or water, they resorted to raw consumption. It wasn't until the following night that he finally drew his last breath. Su Qiao awoke in a cold sweat, rising from the floor to sit back on his bed. Checking his body and pinching his calf, forcefully pain surged through him. But this was no dream. The agony of being dismembered had truly been inflicted upon him. The sensation was akin to plummeting into the depths of hell, an indelible memory, where each second felt like an eternity. Recalling the vision of his wife's family devouring his own flesh, Su Qiao trembled anew. Have I been reborn in the apocalypse? He turned to grasp his phone on the nightstand, checking the time. It is now 8:28 a.m. on June 2nd. The apocalypse struck at 10:10 a.m. on August 1st. I truly have been reborn. Su Qiao remembered that the day the catastrophe began was a Saturday, when he had returned home from the market. Just as he arrived at the entrance of his apartment complex, the heavens unleashed a torrential deluge. Despite his swift escape, he was still splashed by a few raindrops, leaving him sore for several days. Heaven has eyes. A chill coursed through Su Qiao's heart. Heaven has granted me a second chance at life in this lifetime. I shall not be a sycophant. Reflecting on his past life, where he lived in subservience, Su Qiao felt a surge of self-loathing. He was a rural boy from Zhejiang province, born into poverty, yet he studied tirelessly and gained admission to Donghai City University. However, during his second year, his hardworking parents passed away, and he never enjoyed a single day of happiness. After graduation, he secured a position at a state-owned energy company with a monthly salary exceeding $30,000. Within just 6 months, through the introduction of his office director, Hao Tianyu, he met his wife, Lu Yue, a strikingly beautiful high school teacher. Su Qiao, a country boy, felt out of his league with Lu Yue, a city dweller from a bustling metropolis. With her beauty, stable job, and property, he felt he had struck gold and quickly agreed to marry into her family, culminating in a wedding within a month. On the wedding night, seeing a splash of red on the sheets, Su Qiao was elated, thinking he had married a virtuous bride. However, just before his demise in the apocalypse, Lu Yue had mocked him with the revelation that their 2 sons, aged 5 and 3, were not his own. They were the offspring of Yang Hong, the vice district head of Jianghui District. Fury welled within him, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. Recalling this, he slapped himself hard. Wake up, you foolish sycophant. In his past life, he toiled endlessly for the Liu family, surrendering his entire salary of 30,000 each month, receiving a mere 150 yuan for his personal expenses. He undertook all household chores, grocery shopping, cooking, washing dishes, laundry, and cleaning, serving the entire family, only to be cuckolded while his hard-earned money was squandered by the Lius. His brother-in-law, Liu Hua, flitted from one girlfriend to another, living extravagantly. He felt like a blood-sucking leech, draining his vitality, only to be betrayed in the end. I shall seek vengeance. A glint of madness flickered in Su Qiao's eyes. Through gritted teeth, he declared, I will ensure that the Liu family meets their demise one by one. But not now. It is still a society governed by law. I will wait. In the apocalypse, I shall torment each of you. With 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, I will stockpile a lifetime's worth of supplies, construct a secure shelter in the community, ensuring my absolute safety, then seek my opportunity to eliminate you. Stockpiling supplies for a lifetime requires substantial funds. Where will the money come from? An idea struck Su Qiao. He remembered from his past life that the following night, he had taken his eldest son, Liu Yang, to the jade gambling market. He had witnessed someone spend 350,000 yuan on a raw stone of poor quality that had garnered no interest for over 10 days. Yet upon cutting it, it revealed itself to be a premium glass-like jadeite, weighing over 3,000 grams and worth over 300 million. Today, that raw stone should still be there, Su Qiao murmured. If he were to purchase that raw stone, after taxes, he would gain over 200 million, which he could then invest in stocks for substantial profits. Although he had never purchased stocks due to a lack of funds, he had been keenly attentive to the stock market, memorizing numerous stocks that had surged during that time. First, he needed to procure 350,000 yuan. Su Qiao scratched his head, contemplating a method of borrowing money. He could ask his apprentice, Jiang Yao, for some, and then supplement it with online loans and high-interest loans. Thinking of Jiang Yao warmed his heart. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Jiang Yao had graduated last year and joined the energy company, where he had personally mentored her, earning her utmost respect. Her father was a businessman with a fortune exceeding 10 billion, a proper second-generation rich kid. Reflecting upon it, he felt remorse just 2 months before the apocalypse. Jiang Yao had hinted that he should be wary of Liu Yue, advice he had foolishly disregarded. As Su Qiao prepared to rise and dress, a sudden jolt coursed through him, his consciousness connected to an immense, boundless space. In an instant, the clothes on his body vanished, and he saw them in a different dimension. Then, with a mere thought, the clothing reappeared in his hands. I possess a spatial dimension. Su Qiao leaped from his bed in sheer delight, exclaiming, with this space, I can hoard vast quantities of supplies without worrying about fitting them in my shelter, nor fearing they will be stolen. He hopped off the bed and hurried to the floor-length mirror, and with another thought, he discovered a new ability. Invisibility could render himself invisible. To his astonishment, his reflection was absent from the mirror. With another thought, his image returned. Testing further, he found he could also make parts of his body invisible, such as his hands, legs, or items he held. To his surprise, rebirth had granted him 2 extraordinary abilities. It seemed heaven pitted him for his unjust death in his previous life and had bestowed him with this chance for vengeance. After several tests, he confirmed that both the spatial dimension and the invisibility skill were real and stable. With a resolute expression, he opened the drawer, retrieved his identification card and marriage certificate, and stepped out the door. His brother-in-law, Liu Hua, who was lounging on the sofa with his phone, looked up with disdain, hissing, "What are you staring at? Useless waste." His wife's family looked down upon him, mocking him for being a mere clerk in a state-owned enterprise despite 6 years of schooling, while his brother-in-law, Zui Anbing, had become the deputy director of the district government, holding a vice-section chief position. Fury ignited within Su Qiao. This little brat had dared to assault him during the apocalypse, and now he had the audacity to speak to him so insolently. He strode forward and kicked Liu Hua hard, scolding, "What's wrong with looking at you? You're the real waste, only knowing how to indulge in food, drink, and entertainment. How dare you kick me?" Liu Hua sprang up, but upon meeting Su Qiao's murderous gaze, his confidence wavered. Standing at only 170 centimeters tall, He felt dwarfed by Su Qiao's 183 centimeters should a fight ensue. He would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The commotion attracted the attention of Su Qiao's father-in-law and mother-in-law, who emerged carrying a child each, their expressions filled with astonishment at Su Qiao's sudden outburst. Seeing the ferocity in Su Qiao's eyes, which seemed to harbor a hunger for blood, they dared not intervene, only standing by to hurl insults. Su Qiao cast a furious glance at the two sons, his heart brimming with indignation. He shot a glare at the people in the room, and with a resounding bang, he slammed the door as he stormed out. Just as he reached the entrance of Fenglin Community, he received a call from his wife, Lu Yue. "Su Qiao, what the hell is wrong with you for daring to hit Xiaohua?" Lu Yue scolded over the phone. "Shameless harlot, spare me your incessant chatter. I give you half an hour to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and file for divorce." Su Qiao gritted his teeth. Chapter 2. Divorce and Borrowing Money. "What did you just say?" On the other end of the line, Lu Yue was incredulous. Why would Su Qiao suddenly propose going to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce? "You wretched creature, I want a divorce, so hurry up and make it happen. You have half an hour." Su Qiao launched into a tirade. "Otherwise, I will expose your sordid affairs online. What nonsense are you spouting? What disgrace could I possibly have? You want a divorce? I have given you 2 sons." Lu Yue felt a wave of grievance wash over her, and she began to cry on the phone. Su Qiao, instead of getting angry, laughed. It was a shame this wretch wasn't pursuing an acting career. In his previous life, he had been thoroughly deceived by her acting prowess. He mercilessly exposed her. "You dare say you bore me 2 sons? You think I will remain a fool forever? The names Lu Yang and Lu Hong were chosen by you. Aren't they just the offspring of your affair with Deputy District Head Yang Hong? You're still trying to deceive me." "Ah? You?" Lu Yue was left speechless on the line, astonished that her meticulous schemes had been uncovered by Su Qiao. How could this have happened? Had he been following her? "Are you going to get divorced or not? If not, I will head straight to the district government and your school to cause a scene, ensuring that Deputy District Head Yang Hong and you, the assistant principal, can't hold your positions any longer." Su Qiao pressed. Lu Yue snapped back to reality from her earlier shock, her voice trembling. No, he'll divorce you. Just wait, it'll be there right away." Su Qiao hung up, a profound sense of loss and sorrow swelling within him. After being part of the Lu family for 6 years, he had lived a life of utmost humility, characterized by his honest and unassuming nature. He had endured the most menial existence, all for the sake of the 2 sons. He never contested their surname, believing that as long as his wife and in-laws were content, everything would be fine. He cared for the 2 sons, playing both father and mother roles. He took on all household chores, serving the Lu family. He toiled selflessly, willing to sacrifice everything for the family, simply to ensure his wife's happiness and his sons' carefree lives. Yet the reality was that the entire Lu family looked down upon him, for despite the years, he remained merely a clerk. Lu Yue had risen through the ranks from an ordinary teacher to the deputy director and then to the assistant principal, becoming a cadre at the departmental level last year. It was evident that all this was achieved through her intimate dealings with Deputy District Head Yang Hong. Her brother-in-law, Zhuo Anbing, was the deputy director of the district government office and often treated Su Qiao like a free chauffeur, looking down on him with disdain. Although Lu Yuzhen, his sister-in-law, rarely ordered him around, she never regarded him with any respect, let alone Lu Laotu, Lu Laotai, and his brother-in-law Lu Hua. These 3 fawned over Zhuo Anbing while trampling Su Qiao underfoot. He dutifully catered to their every whim, only to be met with disdain and insults from the Lu family. Titles like waste, bastard, useless piece of trash, and country bumpkin were what they bestowed upon him. Reflecting on how he had once groveled before the Lu family, only to receive, Su Qiao slapped himself hard. "In this life, I shall no longer be a sycophant. I will live for myself." He hailed a cab to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where he found Lu Yue already waiting at the entrance, scanning the area for him. Lu Yue stood at 163 centimeters tall, clad in a red dress. Her complexion was fair, her face pure, her waist slender, and she possessed a beauty that could easily score 75 points. In an era where beauty was not commonplace, she could undoubtedly be considered a stunning woman. Though she was already 27, she still exuded the charm of a neighborhood girl. Su Qiao felt another wave of sorrow. Who would have thought this vixen appeared so innocent while harboring such a vile and venomous heart? Upon seeing Su Qiao approach, Lu Yue's gaze flickered, her expression softening as she feigned vulnerability, her voice laced with grievance. Su Qiao, divorce is not a simple matter. It involves various aspects, such as property division, child custody, and elder support. Why don't we go back and discuss it further? With that, she reached out to grasp Su Qiao's hand, attempting to coax him back. She had considered that divorcing Su Qiao would be disadvantageous for her after all. Where could she find such a docile and compliant man? Not only had she benefited from his monthly contribution of over 30,000 yuan, but he was also a dutiful caretaker. All it took was a meager 150 yuan monthly allowance for him to fulfill the role of a servant, never raising his hand in protest, nor his voice in rebuttal. Over the years, she had never had to worry about the two sons, as they had been raised by the very man before her. She resolved silently, I cannot lose this servant. I must bind him to me forever, making him toil for my benefit. Su Qiao pulled his hand away, repulsed. With an indifferent demeanor, he replied, I want no property. The children have nothing to do with me, and I will not seek custody nor pay child support. With only 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, he had no time to squabble over possessions. Moreover, it held little significance once the end came. These assets would lose their value. He needed to expedite the divorce. Every second counted. He planned to purchase raw stones and invest in high-growth stocks, rapidly amassing a fortune to stockpile supplies. If he remained married, the greedy and shameless nature of the Lu family would undoubtedly lead them to contest the substantial assets he was about to acquire. Seeing Su Qiao's resolute determination, Lu Yue ceased her arguments, inwardly vowing that once the divorce was finalized, she would plot her revenge slowly. They arrived at the divorce office, where the male clerk was quite eager to mediate, hoping they might reconsider for the sake of their 2 children. Su Qiao, however, displayed indifference, stating bluntly that neither child was his, and he sought no property. The clerk's expression turned awkward. He glanced at Su Qiao with sympathy, no longer attempting to reconcile. Before long, he guided them through the necessary procedures and handed them their divorce certificate. Su Qiao pocketed the certificate and left the Civil Affairs Bureau without a backward glance. Lu Yue followed him out, her gaze fixed on his departing figure. Biting her lip in frustration, she muttered, Humph, Su Qiao, you shall not escape my grasp. She truly didn't want to lose such a servant. Moreover, Su Qiao's current attitude infuriated her. The man who had once groveled before her now dared to disregard her. Lu Yue clenched her fists tightly before pulling out her phone and dialing Yang Hong's number. Yang Ge, I need to tell you something Su Qiao knows about us. He just filed for divorce. Su Qiao visited his workplace, entering his office and summoning his female apprentice Jiang Yao to the reception room. Jiang Yao stood at 168 centimeters, graceful and poised, with skin as white as snow. Her oval face was flawless, her brows delicate, and her large, sparkling eyes complemented her rosy lips, making her irresistibly charming. Her beauty was exceptional, easily scoring above 97 points, making her the object of desire for everyone in the office. Qiao Ge, didn't you call in sick today? Why are you here working overtime? Jiang Yao sat down beside Su Qiao on the sofa, her small pink lips forming a concerned expression. I'm not here for work. I just divorced Lu Yue and urgently need to borrow 1 million yuan, Su Qiao admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, asking for such a large sum made him uneasy, yet he truly needed the money, and Jiang Yao was the only one capable of helping him. Not a problem, he'll transfer it to you right away. Divorce is good. Lu Yue is unreliable. Jiang Yao didn't question Su Qiao about the large amount he needed. She felt grateful towards him after choosing not to work in her father's conglomerate. Su Qiao had selflessly taught her the ins and outs of the energy business. In her eyes, Su Qiao was a great person, both a mentor and a friend, almost like an elder brother. His character was admirable and somewhat handsome, fitting her ideal type perfectly. As Jiang Yao initiated the transfer, Su Qiao briefly recounted the affair between Lu Yue and Yang Hong. Upon learning that neither child belonged to Su Qiao, Jiang Yao's face flushed with indignation. Her usually refined demeanor gave way to expletives. Damn it, that's outrageous. The adulterous couple deserves no mercy. She reached out, patting Su Qiao's large hand, her voice filled with concern. Qiaogu, now that you know about their affair, be cautious that young fellow might act irrationally and pose a threat to you. I understand, I'll be careful. Thank you, Yao Yao. He'll return the money in a few days. Su Qiao nodded and exited the reception room. Zhang Yao followed him out, watching his tall, forlorn figure retreating. A mist gathered in her beautiful eyes, and her heart ached to the point of breathlessness. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and only returned to her office once Su Qiao's silhouette had vanished from sight. Chapter 3. Purchasing raw stones, Su Qiao departed from his workplace and made his way to a nearby loan company to borrow some money. The proprietor of the loan company, recognizing Su Qiao's excellent credit and noting his bank balance of 1 million yuan, as well as his employment at a large state-owned enterprise, was quite impressed. Upon reviewing Su Qiao's pay stub, which revealed a monthly salary of 33,000 yuan, the proprietor deemed him a prime candidate for a loan and readily extended 2 million yuan to him. They agreed that repayment would occur in 3 days, with interest amounting to 200,000 yuan. Subsequently, Su Qiao borrowed an additional 1 million yuan from online lending platforms such as Huabei, accumulating a total of 4 million yuan, which he then used to take a taxi to the Yunhai Jade Gambling Stone workshop in the district. Upon entering the workshop, Su Qiao was greeted by a bustling crowd, teeming with affluent individuals selecting raw stones. He confidently strode to the southwestern corner and was relieved to find the stone he had remembered still in place, which instantly calmed his racing heart. But he approached the stall owner to inquire about the price of the raw stone, which was set at 3.8 million yuan. After some negotiation, he successfully purchased it for 3.6 million yuan. Due to a small portion of the stone having been cut away, many connoisseurs had declared its quality subpar, warning that anyone who purchased it would incur losses. Thus it had remained unsold. The owner, pleased with Su Qiao's decisiveness, was eager to part with the stone, as he himself had little faith in its potential. Meanwhile, onlookers were shaking their heads, internally ridiculing Su Qiao as an inexperienced fool, predicting that once cut, it would amount to little more than an ordinary rock, likely fetching no more than 100,000 yuan. Aware of the scornful glances directed at him, Su Qiao merely smiled inwardly, anticipating the envy that would soon envelop his critics. With the transaction complete, the owner cheerfully introduced Su Qiao to an experienced craftsman to assist in cutting the stone. The craftsman set up his equipment and, following the original cut, delved deeper into the stone, yet no jade was revealed. That Su Qiao's heart began to race with anxiety. Could he have made a grave mistake? If there were no jade, he would face substantial losses, with interest still looming over him. After a while, the craftsman's expression shifted to one of disappointment. He too harbored little hope for the stone and halted his work. "Master, please cut a bit more. There must be jade within." Su Qiao urged, his palms damp with sweat. He reassured himself, convinced that he had not misremembered. This was indeed the stone. The craftsman, after glancing at Su Qiao with a hint of sympathy, nodded and reluctantly complied with Su Qiao's request, slicing deeper into the stone. Suddenly, his voice trembled with excitement. "It's top-quality glass-type jade. You've struck it rich, young man." Finally seeing the jade, Su Qiao let out a long sigh of relief. His heart, which had been racing uncontrollably, began to settle that he exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, Master Zhang. Please be meticulous with the cutting. I will reward you handsomely later." Of course," Master Zhang responded eagerly upon hearing of the promised reward. Becoming even more meticulous in his work, cautious not to damage the precious stone in any way, as the crowd around them swelled, whispers of excitement filled the air. "This glass-type jade must weigh over 3 kilograms. Just think of its worth," exclaimed a middle-aged man in awe. "Top-quality glass-type jade is currently valued at over 100,000 yuan per gram. This piece is worth at least 300 million yuan, a young man remarked enviously, pointing at the jade. "Wow, it seems the young man only spent 3.6 million yuan. That's nearly an 80-fold return. His luck is extraordinary. The original owner of the stone must be devastated. It's a gamble, and one must accept the consequences. There's no room for regret that I walked past this stone several times and didn't buy it. Clearly, I lack fortune," lamented another. The crowd buzzed with expressions of envy and regret. Su Qiao mused. Had he not seized the opportunity today, This jade would have fallen into someone else's hands tomorrow, that he felt as though he had been reborn. If he could not earn money, he would at least hoard resources. It seemed that fate truly had its eyes on him. The raw stone remained, its historical trajectory mirroring that of his past life, suggesting that the apocalypse would indeed return. After a time, the jade was fully revealed, and Master Zhang weighed it, declaring it a hefty 3.2 kilograms, valued at over 300 million yuan. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Several jade dealers rushed to make offers, raising their bids from 250 million to 280 million yuan. With pressing financial needs, Su Qiao, eager to invest in the stock market, accepted the 280 million yuan offer and swiftly received the transfer from the dealers. After settling his taxes, he honored his promise by giving Master Zhang a 1 million yuan bonus before exiting the workshop. Contemplating his next move, he visited a pet store on the street and purchased 2 white mice. He then hailed a taxi to a 5-star hotel opposite the Fenglin community, where he spent 8,888 yuan to reserve a presidential suite. Following this, he ordered 10,000 yuan worth of dishes for a lavish feast before returning to his suite. Reclining on the spacious and comfortable bed, Su Qiao felt immense satisfaction. Now that he had wealth, why not indulge? He reflected on his childhood, marked by financial struggles as his parents worked tirelessly, their hair turning gray from stress. Only to pass away before enjoying a single day of happiness, that he recalled his own arduous journey through school, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university, working his way through to complete his education, and securing a position in a state-owned enterprise. Yet, he too had lived frugally, handing over all his income to his wife, aspiring to be a good provider. What a tragic and laughable ideal he had held. He had been the quintessential traditional man, vowing to love only once and marry, believing in a lifetime of devotion to one partner. However, it was Lu Yue who had revealed, on their wedding night, that the blood on their sheets was merely red ink. Intoxicated, he had naively thought she was pure. His ideal of eternal love was shattered. Reflecting on the painful lessons of his past life, Su Qiao silently vowed that this time, he would not endure suffering or remain a subservient fool. He would live for himself, seeking vengeance against those who had once belittled him and trampled on his dignity. He rubbed his full stomach and murmured as he returned to his presidential suite, "I'll rest for a while. Then at 1 p.m. when the stock market opens, I will invest heavily in those limit-up stocks, aiming to amass 8 billion yuan within 50 days. He was confident in this plan, for the stock market was thriving in the lead-up to the impending apocalypse, with every limit-up stock on the growth enterprise market etched in his memory. The daily limit for these stocks was 20. This meant that an investment of 100 million yuan would yield 120 million yuan the next day, potentially doubling to 207 million yuan within 4 days. After selling the exquisite jade and settling taxes, he had 220 million yuan remaining that he planned to invest 150 million yuan in the stock market, use the remaining 70 million yuan to repay debts, and set aside some funds to prepare for essential supplies and the construction of a safe house. Meanwhile, in a secluded club, Lu Yue lay nestled in the arms of a portly middle-aged man. This man, none other than her lover, Yang Hong, dismissed her concerns with a scoff that he wouldn't dare. A mere clerk confronting me, a deputy district leader, is akin to courting death. Despite her unease, Lu Yue couldn't help but feel a lingering attachment to Yang Hong. At 21, after graduating from university, she had secured a position as an English teacher at a prestigious junior high school. Shortly after starting her job, Yang Hong, then the director of the District Education Bureau, visited her school for an inspection. Captivated by her youthful beauty, he decided to stay for lunch, specifically requesting her company. Their relationship quickly blossomed, and when Lu Yue became pregnant, Yang Hong introduced Su Qiao to her to keep the affair under wraps. Over the years, Yang Hong climbed the ranks from Education Bureau Director to Deputy District Mayor, promoting Lu Yue to the position of Assistant Principal, granting her a formal title. Now 42, he was rumored to be on the brink of further advancement, possibly succeeding the district mayor. Lu Yue, having secured her future by aligning with Yang Hong, now faced uncertainty due to Su Qiao's interference, prompting her to urgently meet with Yang Hong to strategize. Safety first, as you said, Xiao Lu. Rest assured, I have my own arrangements to ensure that scoundrel Su Qiao poses no threat to us. Yang Hong, with his pudgy hands, groped her indiscriminately, his gaze fierce. Already plotting in his mind. Upon hearing Yang Hong's assurance, Lu Yue's taut nerves began to relax. She thought to herself, since you, Su Qiao, are devoid of virtue, do not blame me for lacking justice. You insist on tearing apart a perfectly good family. Why not just remain a docile sycophant? Why must you oppose us? Furthermore, you have knowledge that you ought not to possess, so prepare to face the wrath of Director Yang. Chapter for Mr. Su, do you have any time this evening? Su Qiao set an alarm and woke precisely at 12:55. He opened his stock trading app and examined the trajectories of dozens of stocks he recalled, which mirrored the trends from his previous life perfectly. Excellent. Why did he select dozens of stocks rather than just one? Because the capital was too substantial. Investing 150 million in a single stock would inevitably attract the attention of the market makers, prompting them to manipulate the stock and potentially alter its trend. Thus, he distributed the 150 million across multiple stocks poised for a surge, investing several million in each. That a few million relative to a stock with a valuation in the tens of billions would be akin to tossing a small stone into a pond, creating mere ripples without alarming the market makers. After spending a little over half an hour purchasing stocks, Su Qiao closed the trading app and began to study the characteristics of his two extraordinary abilities. He discovered that by activating the alternate space, he could, with a mere thought, absorb any objects within 0.5 meters directly in front of him into the alternate space. Furthermore, upon shifting his thoughts to release them, items within the alternate space could be arranged according to his design. Naturally, he could also choose selectively, such as absorbing only the quilt from the bed while leaving the pillow behind. However, not all objects could be absorbed. For instance, items firmly affixed like a television mount embedded in a wall were beyond his reach. Additionally, the alternate space possessed an invisible door, a square measuring 6 meters on each side, likely rendering items exceeding this dimension ineligible for absorption. Su Qiao poured himself a cup of boiling water, and after half an hour in the alternate space, it remained at its original temperature, showing no signs of change. That it appeared that this space did not alter the intrinsic state of any material, such as its shape or temperature. However, living beings could not maintain their original state. After acquiring raw stones, Su Qiao planned to test the alternate space, purchasing 2 white mice for experimentation. The first mouse, placed inside, was dead within 5 minutes when retrieved. Unfazed, he placed the second mouse inside only to extract it instantaneously, only to find it lifeless. Lying on its back, he mused, it seems that seeking refuge in the alternate space during peril is not a viable option. Nevertheless, I could certainly ensnare my enemies within the alternate space. How delightful! As for his invisibility skill, he had simultaneously rendered himself invisible for over an hour while testing the alternate space without any issues. However, as the duration of his invisibility extended, he felt his physical condition growing increasingly weak. It appeared that maintaining this invisibility consumed a certain amount of energy. At that moment, he noticed something resembling a display screen at the edge of his consciousness, featuring 2 progress bars corresponding to his alternate space and invisibility abilities. Both bars indicated a level of 1, with the alternate space showing a range of 0.5 meters and a door area of 6 by 6 meters. The invisibility timer indicated a duration of 2 hours, with a cooldown of 2 hours before it could be reused. Yet, this duration of invisibility was sufficient for him to accomplish various tasks. Moreover, both abilities currently stood at level 1. Could they evolve further, perhaps even reaching levels of 100 or more? What conditions would be necessary for such evolution, and how would their capabilities transform post-evolution? The display screen offered no hint. That Su Qiao scratched his head, feeling perplexed, and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Ceasing his research, he checked his bank account balance, which still held over 70 million. With ample funds came a buoyant mood. Su Qiao swung his legs out of bed and muttered to himself, let's go buy a villa and create a safe haven. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to purchase a villa in Fenglin community, as his ex-wife's family resided there. That if he did not buy here, avenging himself during the apocalypse would be far more troublesome. Su Qiao vividly recalled that the freezing rain persisted until the day he was betrayed by Lu Yue's family. After that, he no longer knew how the weather unfolded. The freezing rain fell relentlessly, piercing the skin like needles, deterring anyone from venturing outside. Standing in the freezing rain for merely a few minutes would guarantee death. So unless one wished for self-destruction, no one would willingly leave their community. However, within the same community, the underground garage remained accessible to AT that moment, He could move from his safe haven's underground garage to his ex-wife's home to exact his revenge. Lu Yue, Lu Hua, Zhuanbing, Lu Tianhai, Fan Zime, Lu Yuzhen, await your reckoning. The suffering you inflicted upon me, Su Qiao, I shall repay doubly, without fail. Amidst the astonished gazes of the front desk, Su Qiao canceled his reservation for the presidential suite and hailed a cab to a real estate agency along the street of Fenglin Community. A young female agent in her early 20s greeted him with a bright smile. Sir, are you looking to buy or rent a property? Both, Su Qiao replied, glancing at the electronic display board on the wall. The agent's eyes sparkled at the prospect of two transactions, and she eagerly began to introduce the various properties available. But Su Qiao interrupted her presentation, pointed to the display board, and said coolly, I want Villa No. 1 in Fenglin Community, cash payment, but I need the keys today. Can you manage that? Upon hearing Su Qiao's words, the agent momentarily froze. This villa was priced at $40 million. It had been on the market for over a year without a single inquiry. And here stood a man willing to pay in cash all at once. How extravagant. Noticing the agent still in shock, Su Qiao furrowed his brow. Can you manage it? Yes, of course, sir. I'll call the landlord right away. The agent stammered excitedly, trembling as she fumbled for her phone to dial the landlord. She was ecstatic, having encountered a wealthy client willing to purchase a $40 million villa at a moment's notice. Her commission was 0.7. This single transaction would earn her $280,000, enough to sustain her for a year. After connecting the call, within a mere 10 minutes, the landlord hurriedly arrived, but Su Qiao did not negotiate the price, agreeing to purchase it at the listed price, but insisted on receiving the keys immediately. The landlord and the agent were overjoyed, expressing gratitude profusely and bowing repeatedly. Within half an hour, the transaction paperwork was completed. Su Qiao paid a deposit of $5 million, with the remaining $35 million to be settled after the transfer at the property management office. The landlord, overwhelmed with thanks, departed after handing over the keys. Su Qiao then rented an already furnished apartment in Fenglin Community through the same agent, paying a total of $60,000 for a 6-month lease, completing the paperwork swiftly. The agent had just made another commission, viewing Su Qiao as a veritable tycoon. She was now rubbing her hands together in excitement, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Su Qiao. Mr. Su, do you have any time tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner to thank you for your patronage. Su Qiao appraised the agent. She stood at least 165 centimeters tall, her hair elegantly styled into a bun, her teeth gleaming white against her oval face, and her features well-defined. Her appearance could be rated between 7.1 and 7.2, overall categorizing her as a moderately attractive woman. The agent's invitation was transparent. She sought to engage him further, hoping for an opportunity to be close to a wealthy individual. Unfortunately, Su Qiao was not in the mood. He had many matters to attend to. Though he himself felt quite deprived, having only been with Lu Yue once or twice a month, he politely declined the agent's invitation. The agent personally drove him to the entrance of Villa No. 1, that noticing the tycoon had no intention of inviting her inside, she reluctantly departed. Su Qiao entered Villa No. 1 with the keys, giving the structure a cursory glance and feeling quite satisfied. With only 2 months until the apocalypse, it was imperative to renovate the house promptly, finishing the modifications and performance tests within approximately 50 days. Thus, he immediately searched online for the highest-rated renovation supplier and dialed their number. Hello, this is Wu Zulong from Donghai Gold Metal Housing Reinforcement Company. A robust male voice greeted him. That I need to reinforce a villa, with a construction period of only 50 days. Can you manage that? Su Qiao inquired calmly. That we typically complete the renovation of a villa within 15 to 20 days. It's absolutely no problem. Do you have any specific requirements? In the phone conversation, manager Wu Zulong asked Su Qiao. Raising his voice, it's quite simple. It must be robust. The entire house, including the basement, must be reinforced with 20 centimeters thick steel plates. The doors and windows should also be replaced with adjustable steel plates, along with a ventilation system to ensure no harmful gases can infiltrate the residence. Additionally, a surveillance system must be installed to provide 360-degree monitoring of the exterior. After listening to Su Qiao's introduction, Wu Zulong, the manager of the renovation company, was momentarily speechless on the phone. Such demands are hardly simple. What are you trying to prevent with this iron fortress? Sir, your time constraints are exceedingly tight. The costs may be exorbitant. After a brief pause, Wu Zulong tentatively remarked. This could be a lucrative business opportunity. Although challenging, the profits would be substantial, but we cannot afford to let it slip away. Money is not an issue. Su Qiao replied nonchalantly. Very well then, may I inquire about your location? I need to come over for a face-to-face discussion. Wu Zulong's voice conveyed urgency. Su Qiao provided the address, and after hanging up, he awaited manager Wu at the villa. Chapter 5. Divorce over children not being his? What a small-minded man. It was now 5:40 p.m. The school had let out early today, and Lu Yue returned home right after class. Upon entering, she heard her father, Lu Tianhai, in the living room, banging on the table in a fit of rage, yelling, "What is going on? It's almost 6 o'clock. Where is that scoundrel Su Qiao? Why hasn't he returned to cook yet? He kicked Xiaohua this morning, and I haven't settled the score with him yet, and now he dares to be lazy. It seems he has gotten quite bold. Someone call him and see where he is." After scolding upon seeing Lu Yue enter, the old man turned to her in exasperation. "Yue, quickly call Su Qiao and order him to come back immediately to prepare dinner, if he is not home in 5 minutes. I swear I'll go to his workplace and skin him alive." Lu Tai, Fan Zimei, sat on the sofa, holding Lu Yang in one hand and Lu Hong in the other, grumbling, "Su Qiao has truly gone too far." This morning, Xiaohua merely reprimanded him lightly, and he dared to retaliate. After all these years of eating and drinking at our house, he now has the audacity to throw a tantrum that he is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. If Su Qiao had heard Fan Zimei's W. Lu Hua, at this moment, picked up the phone from the sofa, crossed his legs in a relaxed manner, and his mood evidently brightened considerably. He gleefully remarked, "Second sister is absolutely right. Whether or not those two sons are Su Qiao's worthless offspring, even if 3 of them are not his, what difference does it make? Is he going to divorce just because the children are not his? His temperament is far too petty. Isn't there a man online whose 3 children are not his, yet he doesn't kick his brother-in-law like Su Qiao does? Bah! Su Qiao deserves to be a cuckold." Seeing that the entire family stood united in support of him, their gazes filled with concern and even admiration, Lu Yue couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. She rose to her feet, grasped Lu Yuzhen's hand, and addressed everyone, "Dad, Mom, Sister, Xiaohua. Today I consider myself liberated from that worthless Su Qiao. Tonight I shall treat everyone to a feast. Let us go out to dine extravagantly." The Lu family responded in unison, as if they had encountered a momentous occasion. The usually languid Lu Hua, uncharacteristically, scooped up the 3-year-old Lu Hong in one arm while taking the 5-year-old Lu Yang's hand with the other, leading the way downstairs. After all, this was the child of a deputy district chief, a child of privilege. The family surrounded Lu Yue like stars encircling the moon as they made their way outside. Chapter 6. Can we not kick the same spot? Time rewinds to 4:45 p.m. Manager Wu Zilong of Donghai Gold Medal Housing Reinforcement Company hurriedly arrived at Su Qiao's villa at Fenglin Community Building No. 1. Mr. Su, upon entering the villa, the stout Wu Zilong clasped Su Qiao's large hand with both of his, a look of sincere apology on his face. "That I sincerely apologize for the delay. There was some traffic on the way." "It is quite all right." Su Qiao waved his hand dismissively with a smile. "Allow me to show you around the house first." "Very well, very well." Wu Zilong nodded respectfully. This was a major client. The profit from this deal equated to 2 years of his work, and he naturally treated Su Qiao with utmost reverence. The two moved from the basement to the 3rd floor. After surveying the entire villa, Wu Zilong sat on the sofa, leaning forward with a cautious smile, and tentatively remarked, "Mr. Su, the total area of the house is approximately 500 square meters. According to your renovation requirements, the workload is substantial, and the timeline is quite tight. The renovation cost may reach as high as 130 million yuan." He felt a bit embarrassed to voice such a hefty sum. This renovation cost could purchase 3 villas, with the cost per square meter reaching 260,000 yuan. "Money is not an issue." Su Qiao waved his hand, calm and composed. "The key is that the quality and timeline must meet my standards. Today, I will pay a deposit of 10 million yuan, and starting next week, I will pay you 40 million yuan weekly." Su Qiao had calculated. The stocks he bought today had been on a consecutive rise. That be why Friday, the capital in the stock market would likely increase from 150 million yuan to 290 million yuan. By then, he could allocate 50 million yuan, with $40 million for the progress payment on the safe house and $10 million to continue purchasing materials, ensuring that all tasks proceeded in an orderly fashion. Very well, Mr. Su, how generous. Wu Zilong gave Su Qiao a thumbs up. Let us proceed to sign the contract, shall we? Absolutely. With the most significant matter settled, Su Qiao felt at ease that he transferred 10 million yuan to Wu Zilong's company account on the spot. And 10 minutes later, they signed the contract and bade farewell to Wu Zilong. Just then, his phone rang. Su Qiao grabbed his mobile from the coffee table. Seeing it was his female apprentice Jiang Yao calling, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiao Yao. Qiao Ge, when will you arrive? I'm in room 666 on the second floor of the Junlin Hotel. Jiang Yao's melodious voice came through the line. All right, I'm just wrapping things up here, and we'll head over shortly. Order the best dishes, don't skimp on the expenses. Su Qiao hurriedly replied, scratching his head, nearly forgetting about the dinner with Jiang Yao. Earlier, while waiting for Wu Zilong, he had considered how much money he had made today. Thanks to Jiang Yao's generous support, that he planned to repay her tonight and give her an additional 1 million yuan as interest, treating her to a sumptuous meal. Over the phone, he instructed Jiang Yao to head straight to the Junlin Hotel after work, assuring her that he would arrive shortly. Unbeknownst to him, in the hustle of his tasks, he had completely overlooked this detail, but he promptly locked the villa door and hailed a taxi to the Junlin Hotel. At room 666 on the second floor of the Junlin Hotel, Jiang Yao stood inside the room, her pretty face flushed with anger as she sternly warned, I advise you to leave immediately. A young man, around 25, was persistently pestering her, demanding her WeChat contact. This young man was none other than Su Qiao's former brother-in-law. Lu Hu at IT turned out that tonight, Lu Yue announced her divorce from Su Qiao. And feeling liberated, she decided to treat the family to a grand dinner. Coincidentally, they had chosen the Junlin Hotel, with their room directly opposite Jiang Yao's, room 777, as Jiang Yao returned to the room after ordering the dishes. She caught sight of Lu Hua in room 777, who immediately brightened upon spotting her. Wow, I can't believe there's such a stunning beauty in this world. He thought to himself that he had always considered his two sisters to be quite attractive. But compared to this young lady who just entered the room, they would hardly be worthy of carrying her shoes. With her graceful figure, skin as fair as jade, and a flawless face, coupled with her alluring demeanor, she was precisely his type. Without hesitation, he stood up and approached room 666. Hello, beautiful, could we exchange WeChat? Lu Hua sidled up to Jiang Yao, leering and drooling with an inappropriate smile. Sorry, but I don't add strangers on WeChat. Jiang Yao coldly rejected him. Noticing his haggard complexion, she inferred that he was someone who indulged too much. Although she herself remained pure and unsullied, she was aware of the many things the internet had to offer. Knowledge that did not require personal experience to acquire. Seeing Jiang Yao's rejection, Lu Hua leaned in closer, shamelessly insisting, Let me tell you, my brother-in-law is Deputy District Chief Yang Hong of Jianghui District. And he is about to be promoted to District Chief, that if you become friends with me, the benefits will be immense. I couldn't care less about your District Chief Yang or anyone else. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Jiang Yao, infuriated by this shameless individual using a government official to intimidate her, rebuked him sternly. Call the police? Aren't they under my brother-in-law's jurisdiction? Lu Hua smirked lewdly, reaching out to grab Jiang Yao. Get away from me. Just get away. Jiang Yao cried out, retreating in fear, terrified that this rogue would make another advance, just as she was trembling with fear. A tall man strode into room 666 that upon seeing a young man with his back turned to him, grappling with Jiang Yao. The man was momentarily struck by familiarity, and a surge of anger rose within him. The newcomer was Su Qiao. How dare you bully my apprentice? He swiftly approached and delivered a forceful kick to Lu Hua, sending him sprawling to the ground, and shouted, Who the hell do you think you are? Have you drunk some horse urine to dare act so brazenly here? Jiang Yao looked up and saw Su Qiao had arrived, rushing over to grasp his hand. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, Qiao Ge, thank goodness you're here. This guy is harassing me. Su Qiao gently patted Jiang Yao's hand in reassurance that don't worry, I'm here. At that moment, Lu Hua, who had fallen to the ground in disgrace, scrambled to his feet. Upon realizing it was Su Qiao, he felt a mix of shock, anger, and humiliation that he was astonished to encounter Su Qiao in such a place, questioning how a useless person like him could afford to dine at the Junlin Hotel. especially with a goddess like Jiang Yao. His anger stemmed from Su Qiao kicking him earlier that morning and now doing so again tonight, kicking him in the same spot, as if he had grown too bold. The humiliation came from Su Qiao, whom he viewed as a cuckold, disregarding him in front of the woman he admired, insulting him, and even kicking him. This was the second time today. You, the cuckold, dare to strike me? I'll inform my brother-in-law, and let us see how he deals with you. Lu Hua spat, pointing at Su Qiao, though he did not dare to approach him. Deep down, he recognized his own limitations. He had indulged too much in women and was drained, knowing that confronting the formidable Su Qiao would be akin to courting death. Although he could not overpower Su Qiao, he refused to be outshouted. Thus, he hastily invoked his brother-in-law, unaware that Su Qiao interpreted this brother-in-law as Zuanbing, Lu Yuzhen's husband. Rather than the underground brother-in-law Yang Hong, Su Qiao delivered a sharp slap to Lu Hua's head. His tone severe, "Get out." Lu Hua, cradling his head in pain, hunched over and scurried out of the room like a frightened rat. Watching Lu Hua flee like that, Su Qiao felt an overwhelming desire to stab him with a knife, reminiscent of how he had inflicted pain upon himself in a previous life. However, he knew that now was not the time. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Social order and legal systems were still in place. If he were to kill anyone from the Lu family now, he would have to pay with his own life, which was simply not worth it. That he would bide his time until the apocalypse, when food and resources would be scarce, and then he would deal with them one by one. Su Qiao settled down with the still trembling Jiang Yao when a woman clad in red burst into the room. Chapter 7. What is wrong with me having given birth to 2 sons for others? The woman in red was none other than Su Qiao's ex-wife. Lu Yue, that's Su Qiao. Are you out of your mind? Today, you dared to kick Xiaohua twice. Do you think the Lu family is easy to bully? As soon as she stepped through the door, she pointed an accusing finger at Su Qiao, unleashing a torrent of angry rebukes. Earlier, Lu Hua had returned to report that Su Qiao had kicked him yet again. What infuriated her even more was the shocking revelation that Su Qiao was dining with an extraordinarily beautiful woman in the adjacent private room. Lu Yue, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage. Without inquiring into the reasons behind her brother's beating, she hurried over to confront Su Qiao. She could not tolerate Su Qiao's behavior any longer. For years, Su Qiao had existed like a mere dog within the Lu household, obediently following orders without question that he was commanded to go east or west, and anyone from the Lu family could summon him at will. Even the young children, Lu Yang and Lu Hong, could scold him loudly and ride upon his back as if he were a horse. However, this morning, Su Qiao had transformed. He was no longer the submissive servant, but had dared to bite back at his master. This was utterly unacceptable. Even if he had divorced her, it remained intolerable. A servant must always remain beneath their master. Moreover, how could Su Qiao dare to pursue a woman more beautiful than himself? He, a worthless man, did not deserve such a companion. He was only worthy of an unattractive, elderly, overweight, or disabled woman. It could be said that for many years, Su Qiao's complete subservience to Lu Yue and the Lu family had left her utterly disoriented. She could not stand the sight of Su Qiao enjoying even the slightest semblance of happiness. Additionally, how could he, just hours after their divorce, seek out a young and beautiful woman? Did he possess any humanity? Did he not feel pain in his heart? Lu Yue stamped her foot and scolded loudly, her previously attractive face now twisted with fury. Upon hearing Lu Yue's outrageous and unreasonable accusations, Su Qiao, in a fit of rage, retorted with a sarcastic laugh. "Ha! I have toiled for your Lu family like a beast of burden for years, and you vile woman, have been betraying me since before our marriage, entangled with a married man and bearing his illegitimate offspring, forcing me to play the role of the fool. And now you dare speak to me of humanity and conscience. Have you even considered whether you possess any humanity or conscience yourself? In my past life, I must have been blind to have worshipped you as a princess. In the end times, the members of the Lu family had all transformed into wolves, devouring him alive." Upon hearing Su Qiao expose her infidelity before an outsider, Lu Yue was incensed. She slammed her hand on the table and reproached him fiercely. "So what if I bore 2 sons for another man? What of it? And you immediately sought another woman after our divorce. Tell me, who is being unreasonable here?" Su Qiao shook his head in disbelief. I am utterly speechless. You think your infidelity is justifiable? His eyes turned white with fury. If it were not for the impending apocalypse, he would have relished the thought of choking this vile woman to death on the spot. Shaking his head. His lips turned a deep shade of purple with rage. He seethed. Fine, you can do as you please. I can't argue with you, but if you don't leave, I'll post the videos of you and Yang Hong online right now. Lu Yue, taken aback, quickly regained her composure. What? How could Su Qiao possibly have a video of me with Brother Yang? That's impossible. Our rendezvous have always been so discreet. Could it be that Su Qiao, that green-eyed monster, has been stalking me and recording us? Nevertheless, it was better to err on the side of caution. Since Brother Yang had promised to deal with Su Qiao, she could not completely sever ties with him just yet. To avoid provoking a desperate retaliation, if those videos were indeed released online, it would spell disaster for both Yang and her. With her finger pointed at Su Qiao, she hissed, "You bastard. Today I have other matters to attend to. So I'll let you off this time. But if you dare bully anyone from the Liu family again, you will pay dearly." After finishing, she shot a venomous glare at Jiang Yao and stormed out of the private room. Su Qiao clutched his chest, still seething with anger from the earlier confrontation, that he vowed, "You vile woman, I will not let you escape unscathed." Truly, when a person reaches the depths of depravity, they become invincible. How could he have been so blind in his past life to have found such a bizarre individual and loved her to the core? "Qiao Gu, have some water." Jiang Yao, noticing Su Qiao's lips had turned purple, hurriedly brought him a glass of water, having forgotten in her haste that it was from her own cup. That Su Qiao accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp, his expression one of solitude and melancholy. He sighed and bitterly smiled at Jiang Yao. "Xiao Yao, I apologize for letting you witness such a spectacle." Jiang Yao shook her head, her beautiful eyes shining as she gently smoothed the furrowed lines on Su Qiao's forehead. Taking his arm and softly said, "Qiao Gu, you're being too formal with me. Our relationship is one of mutual respect and camaraderie. How could I possibly mock you? The truly laughable ones are Lu Yue and her entire peculiar family." Su Qiao felt warmth spread in his heart. He believed Jiang Yao was far too kind to him, almost on the verge of confessing the impending apocalypse. Yet he hesitated, suppressing the urge to reveal such a thing. After all, one could never be too cautious about the human heart. Despite Jiang Yao's kindness and the faint glimmer of affection he sensed in her eyes, he had been too deeply wounded in his past life to trust any woman. Or indeed, anyone. Now, the only being he could trust was himself. He resolved to seal off his emotions and become a person with a heart of stone. Once he had built a safe haven, stockpiled substantial resources, and completed his revenge plan, perhaps Jiang Yao could pass his trials in the end times and truly become his woman. Jiang Yao, being exceptionally considerate, found some light-hearted topics to discuss with Su Qiao, gradually helping him forget the earlier unpleasantness. Su Qiao also briefly shared with Jiang Yao about the jade and stone transaction he had engaged in that day, feeling there was nothing inappropriate in doing so, as Jiang Yao was not one to gossip. "Xiao Yao, if it weren't for the 1 million yuan you lent me, I wouldn't have earned so much, so I will give you the interest of 100,000 yuan. Please don't be modest," Su Qiao said, sipping his tea. Jiang Yao, upon hearing that Su Qiao had struck it rich, felt a surge of happiness, even greater than if she had earned 220 million herself. Thus, she did not hold back, looking at him playfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Sure, if it's from my master, I will certainly accept it. I expect to dine lavishly from now on." After they enjoyed a delightful meal, Su Qiao settled the bill and escorted Jiang Yao home, that he then returned to his rented apartment, room 501, Unit 2, Building 21 of Fenglin Community. Upon entering, he found the place exactly as the female agent had described earlier. Clean, tidy, and well-equipped, he felt quite satisfied. After a while, having taken a shower, it was already 9 p.m. Lying in bed, he opened his stock trading software to check his account that a significant portion of his stocks had hit their upper limits for the day, with increases of up to 20, while another smaller portion had risen nearly 10, that his initial capital of 150 million yuan had surged to 169 million, yielding a net profit of 17 million. It was Monday, and the stocks he had chosen were likely to continue rising through Friday, potentially reaching nearly 300 million by the close of trading, at which point he could allocate some funds for resource stockpiling. Su Qiao also repaid all his online and high-interest loans, Even though it was early repayment, he paid the interest as originally agreed. The owner of the loan company was thrilled and promised to treat Su Qiao to drinks another day. In just one day, the owner had lent out 2 million yuan, recovered the principal, and earned 200,000 yuan in interest. How could he not be delighted? Naturally, he sought to curry favor with such a valuable client. Su Qiao, however, politely declined, thinking to himself, the apocalypse is looming, and I have no time for drinks. Sitting on his bed, he pulled out pen and paper from his bag and began outlining his plan for stockpiling resources. After purchasing stocks and a villa and repaying his loans, he still had over 27 million yuan remaining. His plan was to first stockpile cooked food, as it needed to be prepared fresh, thus requiring a longer time frame. Cooked food would not spoil in an alternate space. After all, would he still be cooking every day during the apocalypse? He intended to wait until next Monday, when the stock funds would yield several million, to pay the 40 million yuan progress payment for the house renovations, and then gradually stockpile other resources that as Su Qiao was deep in thought about his resource list to prevent any oversights. Loud banging noises from the apartment above disrupted his concentration. What was happening? Who was causing a ruckus upstairs? He paused his writing and waited for another 10 minutes, but the noise from above showed no signs of stopping. Su Qiao, growing increasingly irritated by the disturbance, thought to himself, are they trying to jump off the ceiling or what? Are they going to let me work in peace? He slipped into his pajamas and decided to go upstairs to remind the neighbors in room 601 to keep the noise down. He climbed the stairs and knocked on the door. After several attempts with no response, he frowned and knocked again. Suddenly, the door swung open violently. Before Su Qiao could utter a word, the male occupant of the house glared at him menacingly, saying, "Who the hell are you? It's 10 o'clock at night, and you're banging on my door. Can't you let a person get some rest?" Chapter 8. Trouble is Brewing. The male occupant, named Mu Yuan, was stout with a face full of flesh. Standing at a height of 178 centimeters after scolding Su Qiao, he continued to glare at him with bulging eyes, as if he wished to devour him whole. Did I in the living room? A boy wearing a middle school uniform, holding a jump rope, turned to look at the door, his expression equally fierce that moment. A short-haired middle-aged woman, barely 1.6 meters tall, hurried over, pointing at Su Qiao and angrily berating him. "Are you out of your mind? What are you knocking on my door for at this hour? Are you just bored and looking for trouble?" Su Qiao was momentarily taken aback. "What the hell? Are you all really not going to let this go? This couple is truly a pair of oddballs, isn't it? I initially intended to ascend the stairs politely to remind you to keep the noise down, but instead, these two had the audacity to threaten me first. And their attitude was exceedingly rude. In a previous life, Su Qiao's cautious nature might have left him intimidated by such a villain, leading him to meekly apologize and retreat home to keep the peace. However, in this life, having already faced death once, he was no longer afraid of them, that he stood at the doorway, furiously rebuking, "You're the real lunatics here. I reside in 501 below you. What on earth are you doing jumping around at this hour? Are you trying to prevent me from sleeping? Do you have any idea this is disturbing the peace?" Mao Yuan, seeing this young man audaciously causing a ruckus at his doorstep, retorted, "My son is preparing for his middle school entrance exam. What's the big deal with him practicing jump rope at home? Is your child not facing exams too? Why the fuss? How unreasonable can you be?" Su Qiao would not let him off easily. "What does your son's exam have to do with me? Can't he practice in the community square instead of making such a racket at home, disturbing everyone below? Just because your son has an exam, does that give him the right to disrupt the neighborhood?" Seeing Su Qiao unyielding, Mao Yuan, filled with rage and humiliation, pushed Su Qiao and cursed, "You brat, do you have any idea how important this exam is to my son? If he doesn't score well because of your disturbance, you'll be held responsible." Smack. Su Qiao, realizing this overweight man was being unreasonable and abusive, could no longer tolerate it. He slapped Mao Yuan back into his home, shouting, "You filthy creature! Who are you cursing? Do you believe I want to teach you a lesson?" Mao Yuan fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, astonished that this young man had the audacity to strike him with such force. The mistress of the house, Wang Mei, upon seeing her husband downed, rushed to the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife towards Su Qiao, seething, "How dare you come here to harm us? I'll fight you," as the knife swung toward him. Su Qiao deftly sidestepped, grasping Wang Mei's wrist with his left hand, squeezing gently. She let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig as the knife clattered to the ground. Su Qiao caught the knife with his right hand. Just why not let him help us get rich as well? A tall, thin old man inquired with a beaming smile, his face adorned with flattery. Indeed, Xiao Fan, now that you have prospered, you must not forget us. Your elder sisters, an elderly woman with graying hair, implored eagerly, wishing fervently that Fan Zimei could bestow upon her a fortune on the spot. Upon hearing everyone speak in such manner, Fan Zimei lifted her chin. Her gaze, somewhat haughty, "Oh, that useless daughter of mine." She was accustomed to referring to Su Qiao with that derogatory term when never discussing her in public. However, she quickly regained her composure and amended her words. "I am off to show my grandson the new villa. Su Qiao is waiting for me there, though we shall discuss this another day." With that, she hurriedly made her way towards the villa, cradling her grandson. The neighboring residents watched with a mix of envy and resentment, thinking to themselves that none of the Liu family members were of good character. They were notoriously harsh towards their son-in-law. While Su Qiao, whose talents were inexplicable, had repaid their grievances with kindness, even purchasing a grand villa for the Liu family. Truly, it seemed, the heavens were blind. Several unmarried young women among the onlookers even began to consider urging their daughters to approach Su Qiao, hoping to incite a divorce and have him move into their family, thus allowing them to enjoy the opulence of that villa, which spanned over 500 square meters, compared to their own meager pigeonhole of merely 60 to 70 square meters. Fan Zimei, bustling along, soon arrived at Villa No. 1, where she found several neighbors already gathered. She promptly pushed through the crowd, entering the villa unceremoniously. The onlookers cast her envious glances and showered her with compliments. Further inflating her sense of superiority, she spotted Su Qiao directing workers as they took measurements and, without hesitation, approached them, shoving a few workers aside. "Stop right there. This is my villa, and the decor must adhere to my specifications," she declared loudly, pointing accusingly at Su Qiao. She continued, "Su Qiao, you've grown quite bold. Haven to you. How dare you make decisions regarding the villa's decoration without consulting me first?" She had long been accustomed to ordering Su Qiao around, never granting him any respect in front of others that in her previous life, she would scold and reprimand him without restraint, while Su Qiao, ever the patient one, endured her tirades, believing her to be an elder and his wife's mother. This only served to cultivate her domineering demeanor. Unbelievably, even after her rebirth, she remained unchanged. That Su Qiao was taken aback by Fan Zimei's sudden appearance. How could he have anticipated that this old hag would intrude upon his villa and dictate terms? "What nonsense are you spouting, Fan Zimei? When did this become your villa?" he retorted, glaring at her in anger. The fact that Su Qiao had addressed her by name, especially in front of so many neighbors, left Fan Zimei feeling somewhat disoriented. After all, just a few days prior, she had witnessed him cower like a chick before a hawk. "So what if you divorce Xiao Wei? Does that mean you can trample all over me? How dare you, you uncouth cur, call me by my name?" Fan Zimei exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. "Didn't you purchase this villa with our family's money? How could a mere employee like you afford such a grand estate?" Su Qiao, infuriated to the point of laughter, found her lack of reason astonishing. "Oh, is that how it is? Very well, let us play this game," he exclaimed, declaring the fact of his divorce from Liu Yue. "I divorced Liu Yue yesterday morning, and I bought this villa yesterday afternoon. How is it possible that I used your family's money? Fan Zimei, do you have any shame left? Who said you divorced Xiao Wei? Haven't you always been our family's son-in-law? I know you divorced Xiao Wei, but you can't just run off and do as you please. Come, let us go home and discuss this." Fan Zimei insisted, reaching for Su Qiao's hand, fully aware that this matter involved over 40 million in assets. She needed to ascertain the source of the funds, and the Liu family must retain ownership of the villa. With so many people around, it was not the time to acknowledge the truth of her daughter's divorce from this worthless man. However, the onlookers had overheard Su Qiao's words and began to murmur amongst themselves. "What? Su Qiao divorced Liu Yue yesterday morning. The property must have been divided by now, so the house purchased yesterday afternoon cannot possibly belong to the Liu family." They speculated on the reasons behind his divorce from Liu Yue. If he bought the house after the divorce, then the Liu family has suffered a tremendous loss. This villa is worth 40 million. None of us could earn that much in several lifetimes. Indeed, if the house was purchased after the divorce, it doesn't count as marital property. Fanzime's current claim to the villa is quite shameless. Absolutely, when a person is desperate, they become invincible, that I believe there is not a single decent person in the Liu family. They do not deserve to live in such a grand villa. As the crowd continued to gossip, those who had recently lavished Fanzime with compliments began to mock her instead, seeing Su Qiao's divorce. More individuals were inspired that MY daughter is 32 years old. Although she has been in a few relationships, she remains single, that I should hurry home and tell her to pursue Su Qiao before it's too late. My daughter is just divorced. She has no children with her ex-husband, and both she and Su Qiao are divorced, so there's no reason for either to look down on the other. It's a match made in heaven. A few individuals had daughters who were less than attractive, yet this did not deter them from dreaming of a union. Many held such thoughts that Su Qiao, however, was oblivious to their musings, that if he had known, he would have found it both amusing and absurd. When did I become the sought-after prize? As he observed Fanzime behaving like a rogue and refusing to acknowledge her daughter's divorce. He pulled out their divorce certificate, brandishing it triumphantly. Fanzime, do not feign ignorance here. I have toiled for your family for years, handing over my entire salary, and you have never uttered a single word of praise. What is more infuriating is that Liu Yue, that wretched woman, began her infidelities while we were still dating, having adorned my head with a green hat for 6 long years. Liu Yang and Liu Hong are both bastards. And do not pretend to be unaware of that. Su Qiao's revelation left the neighbors in shock, as he unveiled such scandalous truths. What a juicy revelation. This could be a plot straight out of a television drama. They murmured, astonished at Liu Yue's seemingly innocent demeanor belied by her shameless actions. How could Fanzime raise her daughter this way? Just moments ago, she was berating Su Qiao for his lack of upbringing. The crowd buzzed with outrage. Tob married and bear children with another man, and even 2 at that. Truly, she is less than an animal. How could such a person still be considered human? Su Qiao is a victim of this injustice. No wonder Liu Yang and Liu Hong don't resemble Su Qiao at all. Turns out they're the offspring of another man. Liu Yue deserves to be punished. And so does Fanzime. Someone exclaimed in righteous indignation, if my daughter-in-law behaved this way, I would be compelled to end her life, as I had hoped for her to carry on the family name. Only to find she bore children for another man. Do not speak recklessly, Fanzime, feeling a twinge of panic at Su Qiao's revelation and the divorce certificate he displayed, attempted to defend herself. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and fear as she retorted, our Xiao Wei is not that kind of person. I will sue you for defamation and for misappropriating marital assets. In a bid to swiftly bring down Yang Hong, with no time to waste on drawn-out confrontations, he decided to enlist the services of a private investigator. After conducting an online search, he found a highly reputable detective and arranged for a meeting at 2:30 in the afternoon. With plans set to deal with Yang Hong, Su Qiao began contemplating how to gather supplies. Currently, he possessed around 20 million yuan and aimed to locate several large warehouses to amass resources. The warehouses needed to be discreet to avoid detection. After further online research, he found several rental warehouses, each spanning several thousand square meters. He made a phone call to inquire about the details and resolved to inspect the premises. If they were suitable, he would rent them that very day. What is decided is decided, he muttered to himself, grabbing his bag and stepping outside the community, preparing to take a taxi to the warehouses he had just researched. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, and he pulled it out to see it was his office director. How on you? Hey Su, what time do you think it is? Why the hell aren't you at work? Do you even want to keep your job? As soon as the call connected, Hao erupted with fury that Su Qiao frowned. Hao Tianyu was indeed a despicable character, having kept him underfoot for all these years, despite his diligent work ethic, which had brought substantial benefits to the company while he undertook the most arduous tasks. All the advantages had been seized by Hao in his past life. Su Qiao had been oblivious to the reasons behind his lack of promotion, but now it dawned on him. It was likely due to Yang Hong, the lover of Liu Yue, who had influenced the then office director, now the vice president of the energy company, Shikuan, against him. Hao Tianyu was merely Shikuan's sycophant. If the apocalypse arrives and you 2 scoundrels don't freeze or starve to death, I will personally see to your demise, Su Qiao thought. Realizing that only 2 months remained before the end of the world, he no longer needed to work. His paramount task was to gather sufficient supplies as quickly as possible. How Tianyu, you better watch your mouth, or I won't hesitate to be rude if I decide not to work. What can you do about it? With that, he hung up on how he had no time to waste on this bastard. A quick tirade was sufficient to relieve his frustration. Everything could be addressed when the apocalypse arrived, and on the other end of the line, Hao Tianyu, taken aback by Su Qiao's audacity to curse him and even threaten him, slammed his hand on the desk in anger. He violently hung up the phone, cursing, "Damn it, Su Qiao, you little scoundrel, just you wait. I will make you pay dearly for daring to provoke me." Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yao, seated behind him, was startled by his words. She quickly sent Su Qiao a discreet WeChat message. "Brother Qiao, be careful. Hao Tianyu just said in the office that he intends to deal with you." While waiting for a taxi at the community entrance, Su Qiao received a message from his female apprentice. Warming his heart, he replied, "Thank you, Yao Yao. Keep an eye on him and Shikuan. Those two are in cahoots." "Got it, Brother Qiao," Zhang Yao replied before promptly deleting the chat history. She had learned the previous night that Su Qiao had earned 220 million yuan, making it unnecessary for him to work anymore. She felt a pang of disappointment. Over the past year, she had developed a strong rapport with Su Qiao, leaving a deep impression on her heart. Initially, she had planned to resign, but knowing that Hao Tianyu intended to harm Su Qiao, she could not leave. Moreover, since the vice president, Shikuan, had a close relationship with Lu Yue's lover, Yang Hong, there might be some conspiracy afoot. She resolved to observe their movements closely and report any news to Brother Qiao to prevent him from falling into a trap. After replying to Zhang Yao, Su Qiao looked up to see two young men glancing at him before swiftly departing. Were they tailing him? He memorized their features, but chose not to pursue them for the time being. After a while, his scheduled ride arrived, and he set off to inspect the warehouses. Meanwhile, Fan Zimei hurriedly returned home from Villa No. 1, her breathless state indicating her agitation. Upon entering, she found Lu Tianhai entertaining a bird, and her anger boiled over. After putting down little Lu Hong, she slapped Lu Tianhai's arm and scolded loudly. "In the midst of such a significant event at home, you still have the leisure to play with birds." Lu Tianhai, taken aback by his wife's sudden outburst, gaped at her in confusion. "What on earth has gotten into you, you crazy woman? Why are you hitting me? It's just that Xiao Wei divorced that green-haired scoundrel Su Qiao. What is the big deal? Xiao Wei is now with District Chief Yang Hong. Will still have a good life." Having left the community early to walk his bird, Lu Tianhai was blissfully unaware of Su Qiao's recent acquisition of a grand villa, which explained his ignorance. "You spend all day playing with birds while missing the important matters." Fan Zimei scolded again, frustrated. "Do you know that useless Su Qiao divorced Xiao Wei yesterday morning and bought a villa worth 40 million in our community's one building by the afternoon?" Lu Tianhai's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say? Are you out of your mind? Say that again." After all, Su Qiao, who had been handing over his salary every month, had just divorced and left with nothing that he could hardly afford to rent a room costing 4,000 yuan, let alone purchase a villa for 40 million. Su Qiao bought a villa for 40 million. "Do you understand?" Fan Zimei enunciated each word clearly. 40 million. "Is that true?" Lu Tianhai seized her arm, his eyes filled with skepticism. "That it's absolutely true. I just saw it myself." Fan Zimei gritted her teeth as she recounted her encounter with Su Qiao regarding the villa that morning. "Knowing he is so wealthy, we should not have allowed Xiao Wei to divorce him. Xiao Wei is truly foolish." Upon hearing his wife's account, Lu Tianhai confirmed the veracity of the news and slapped the table in regret. Fan Zimei rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "How dare you criticize Xiao Wei, dragging her mother into this? Did I force her to divorce? If I had known that scoundrel would buy a villa, I would not have allowed the divorce." Lu Tianhai pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. Wait, how could this useless fellow suddenly have so much money? No matter how capable he is, it's impossible to earn this much in a single afternoon. It must be money he hid during their marriage. That I never expected that green-haired scoundrel was so cunning, deceiving our entire family. Fan Zimei nodded vigorously, her voice rising with excitement. "Exactly. This is definitely marital property. The money was certainly earned while he was married to Xiao Wei, and that useless fellow concealed it from us, that we must retrieve our money." She thought, "This is 40 million. How dare that scoundrel Su Qiao embezzle our family's money? Is he even human? He is worse than a beast." In her heart, She cursed Su Qiao's ancestors repeatedly, lamenting, "This useless fellow is truly despicable. Did you go to that scoundrel to demand the house this morning?" And he refused? Lu Tianhai's eyes sparkled with renewed energy, an intensity that belied his age. "Yes, and that little bastard even humiliated me. He wanted to take little Lu Hong's hair for a paternity test. Luckily, I reacted quickly and ran off with Lu Hong." Fan Zimei continued, thumping her chest. "We must never admit that Lu Yang and Lu Hong aren't that useless fellow's children. This way, both boys can inherit a share of the fortune." She felt a surge of pride for her quick thinking in preventing Su Qiao from taking Lu Hong's hair. Lu Tianhai quickly raised his thumb to praise her, exclaiming, "You did well. Now that Su Qiao has 40 million. Or even more, those two children are his sons in name as well. Once we secure that money, we can devise a plan to get rid of that green-haired scoundrel." Fan Zimei nodded, reminding him, "Yes, we're getting older, and we're outnumbered that we should call Yue, Yujin, and Xiaohua for a family meeting to discuss how to reclaim our 40 million. All right, let us split up and make the calls." Lu Laoda's eyebrows danced with excitement as he chimed in, Chapter 11. Let you taste the bitterness of betrayal that Su Qiao inspected several warehouses, all of which were excellent, spacious and impeccably clean, with the crucial advantage of being secluded from prying eyes. He entered into a contract with the warehouse owner on the spot for a 3-month rental at a monthly rate of 200,000 yuan, paid in cash up front. After all, he had ample funds at his disposal and sought merely discretion. With over 20 million yuan in cash on hand, he resolved to swiftly procure prepared foods. The best approach, of course, was freshly made delicacies that he selected several prestigious hotels online, requesting them to prepare 300 tables of dishes at his warehouse the following day, with all expenses covered. The hotels were also tasked with supplying tables, plates, and other necessities. Each table was budgeted at 5,000 yuan, totaling 1.5 million yuan for 300 tables. Once the arrangements were made, he transferred the full amount in cash. Although these renowned hotels were curious as to why this client would order such a vast quantity of food and insist on preparation at the warehouse, the promise of cash and substantial profit led them to refrain from inquiring further and to expedite the arrangements. Over the course of 2 days, he secured 5 warehouses and engaged 5 different hotels, disbursing a total of 15 million yuan in one go. Truly, it was as if money flowed like water. Within less than 2 days, his initial 70 million yuan dwindled to just over 5 million. However, the silver lining was that stock investments yielded quick returns. By the end of the week, he anticipated generating tens of millions in funds, enabling him to amass resources in bulk the following week. With the banquet arrangements in place, Su Qiao was preparing to hail a taxi back to Fenglin Community when his phone buzzed again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his brother-in-law, Zhuo Anbing, his former brother-in-law. He had been too preoccupied these past few days to update the contact notes that he thought to himself, "What does this bureaucrat want now?" After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Before Su Qiao could utter a word, Zhuo Anbing's authoritative tone resonated through the line. "Directors was speaking. Xiao Su, I need you to drop everything and come to the government office immediately to drive me to dinner with a friend. I'll be drinking at noon, and you are to pick me up afterward to return to Fenglin Community for a rest." In his previous life, Su Qiao had been Zhuo Anbing's free chauffeur, enduring hunger just to cater to his whims. Why? Because Zhuo was the deputy director of the government office. The Lu family was enamored with power, venerating officialdom. By his 30s, Zhuo Anbing had already attained a deputy division chief rank, naturally commanding great respect within the family. That Su Qiao, having worked for 6 years in a state-owned enterprise, remained merely a clerk, never having risen to the rank of supervisor. Thus, he had become the subject of ridicule among the Lu family members. Consequently, he had resigned himself to serving them. However, after enduring the bitter lessons of his previous life, Su Qiao's character had undergone a complete transformation that he no longer acted as a sycophant nor submitted to servitude. Feeling a surge of anger at Zhuo Anbing's persistent commands, Su Qiao could hardly contain his frustration. What the hell? Is Zhuo Anbing out of his mind? Doesn't he realize I've divorced Lu Yue? I have severed all ties with the Lu family, and he still dares to issue orders? Infuriated, he retorted, "Zhuo Anbing, spare me your bureaucratic airs that I'm divorced now. You think you can still command me? What happens at your dinner with friends is of no concern to me." Taken aback by Su Qiao's unexpected defiance, a first in their history, Zhuo Anbing was instantly filled with indignation that he threatened, You ungrateful wretch. Are you saying you can't even handle this trivial matter? Do you believe I want to call Vice President Shirkuin and have you thrown out of the energy company? You'll be left with nothing but the wind from the northwest. The deputy director of the district government office indeed wielded considerable power, and Zhou Onbing could easily exert influence over Shirkuin. Generally, leaders of state-owned enterprises would show great respect to government officials of equal or lower rank, especially when seeking their favor. Zhou Onbing's threat was not mere bluster. Who are you calling an ungrateful wretch? Su Qiao contemplated hanging up, but when he heard Zhou Onbing not only treating him like a servant once again, but also insulting him, he felt salt rubbed into his wounds that he sharply retorted. I am a son-in-law of the Liu family, but aren't you one as well? What gives you the right to look down on me? I call you an ungrateful wretch. What of it? You couldn't even keep your own wife, and after 6 years of wearing a green hat, you're oblivious to it, while she bore you 2 illegitimate children. Ha ha. On the other end of the line, Zhou Onbing cackled with glee. You find, Zhou Onbing, just you wait. There will come a time when you'll regret your words. Su Qiao, dismissing any further argument, hung up the phone, a wicked thought taking root in his mind. Zhou Onbing's wife, Lu Yuzhen, was undeniably beautiful, possessing an impressive appearance rating of 8 out of 10, even surpassing Lu Yue in allure, and notably endowed in his past life. Su Qiao had adhered to his moral principles, aspiring for lifelong fidelity, remaining steadfast in his devotion to Lu Yuzhen and ignoring the advances of other attractive women, including his stunning apprentice, Jiang Yao, who boasted a score of 9.7 to now, since Zhou Onbing had so callously mocked and insulted him for being cuckolded. Su Qiao was determined to make him experience the very same humiliation. He would contemplate whether to pursue Lu Yuzhen himself or allow someone else to do so. Regardless, this green hat had to be bestowed upon him. He tucked his phone away and took a taxi back to Fenglin Community, stopping by a nearby eatery to satiate his hunger, as he had yet to eat since morning and was indeed feeling quite famished. At that moment, the Liu family was abuzz with excitement, akin to a joyous celebration during the new year. Lu Laotu, Lu Laotai, and their 3 children were gathered in the living room, discussing a pressing matter: how to reclaim their coveted Villa No. 1. Lu Yuzhen and Lu Yue had both taken leave to attend this meeting, while Lu Hua had been dragged back from an internet CAF by Lu Tianhai. Upon hearing that Su Qiao had spent 40 million yuan on a villa after their marriage and still had plenty of money left, the Lu siblings erupted in fervor. Mom, Dad, we must get that villa back. We can't let that bastard Su Qiao keep it. It's got to be our wedding house, Lu Hua exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. He envisioned the villa's 500 square meters spread across 3 levels, allowing him to choose whichever floor he desired for his residence. With only 3 villas in the entire Fenglin community, he would possess one, prompting envy from the other residents. Who would have thought that Su Qiao would hide such a substantial fortune from us? Lu Yuzhen crossed her arms, slightly altering her D-cup appearance, pondering. Had I known he was so wealthy, I should have treated him better and not been so cold. Fortunately, she hadn't berated him excessively, merely maintaining a cool demeanor, unlike the rest of the family who treated him with derision. He is still quite handsome, tall and well-built, in stark contrast to the older men in our family. Yet Lu Yuzhen's inner thoughts remained concealed from her family. In truth, only Lu Yuzhen regarded Su Qiao as somewhat of a person, albeit just a little. After so many years of marriage, she was astonished to discover that this ungrateful wretch possessed such wealth. Lu Yue rubbed her hands together, a look of regret etched across her face. If only I had known, when he proposed divorce, I should have fought tooth and nail to keep him. 40 million yuan is nothing to scoff at. Now, getting it back seems quite challenging. She mused that if she had insisted on not divorcing him, even if Su Qiao had revealed her affair with Yang Hong, the worst that could happen would be her dismissal, yet she would still have access to 40 million yuan. But if you don't get it back, what is the point? Lu Laotu interjected, glaring at his 3 children for their unproductive chatter. He banged the table, urging, we need to devise a strategy to reclaim our villa and ensure that scoundrel doesn't squander the remaining funds. You should consider remarrying that ungrateful wretch, Lu Hua exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yue. After all, once married, there is a bond of 100 days. Even if Lu Yang and Lu Hong aren't his biological children, you could still agree to have one more with him, and let the child bear the Su surname. Only once Lu Yue remarried could he rightfully take up residence in the villa as Su Qiao's brother-in-law, thereby reclaiming a share of the property. Lu Yuzhen nodded in agreement, propping her chin up with her hands as she offered a suggestion. Yes, Xiao Wei, you must remarry. Without that, it will be nearly impossible to recover the 40 million yuan. What do men fear the most? It's the tears of women. Dress up beautifully and plead for his forgiveness, and offer him some benefits. Where else could that rustic bumpkin find a city girl as stunning as you? Lu Yue, upon hearing her sister and brother's words, and noticing her parents' expectant gazes, nodded confidently and remarked, Yes, I understand that Su Qiao, that useless man, once cared deeply for me. However, upon discovering that the two sons are not his, he likely found it difficult to accept, hence the divorce proposal. Nevertheless, he must still harbor feelings for me. She furrowed her brow slightly in contemplation before continuing. For now, I shall convey this news to Director Yang, to seek his counsel before making any decisions. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her suggestion. After all, Yang Hong, a senior official, was well versed in matters of this nature, and his insights would undoubtedly be astute. Moreover, Yue was Yang Hong's mistress, making it essential to consider his opinion. They had all come to regard Yang Hong as part of their family. Lu Yue then retrieved her mobile phone from her bag, unlocked the screen, and dialed Yang Hong's number. Chapter 12. I bore him 2 children. Did I not hope for our family to prosper? The call was quickly answered. Hello, Xiao Yang. What brings you to contact me at this hour? Are you perhaps looking to... Yang Hong's lewd voice came through the line. Presumably, he was alone in his dormitory at that moment, thus speaking quite casually. Brother Yang, there has been a significant development. Lu Yue interrupted Yang Hong's banter. What significant development? Has that scoundrel Su Qiao exposed our affair? With his cowardly demeanor, how could he dare? Yang Hong was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure and confidence. Indeed, how could a mere commoner challenge a deputy director? Especially one on the verge of becoming a full district chief? Su Qiao would be courting death. No, it's not that. Su Qiao has purchased a villa for 40 million and is currently renovating it. I heard he still has quite a bit of money left. Lu Yue relayed in one breath, awaiting Yang Hong's reaction. Lu Yuzhen, standing nearby, pointed at Lu Yue's phone and whispered, Yue, put it on speaker. Lu Yue nodded and activated the speakerphone. After a prolonged silence, Yang Hong's voice remained absent from the other end, indicating he was likely stunned by the news that in fact, Yang Hong was so taken aback that he nearly fell off his bed. While Su Qiao may not have known who Yang Hong was, the latter was certainly aware of Su Qiao. After all, Su Qiao was the man Yang Hong had arranged to take over Lu Yue. How could he possibly be unaware of Su Qiao's background? Su Qiao was merely a university student from a rural background, with both parents working as migrant laborers, neither a second-generation official nor a wealthy heir. He was akin to a grain of sand among the masses. Moreover, for many years, Yang Hong had instructed Shirkuan not to promote Su Qiao. Consequently, Su Qiao remained a mere clerk, which led to him being labeled a useless man by the Lu family. Yang Hong had not only obstructed Su Qiao as career advancement, but had also encouraged Lu Yue to mistreat him, insisting that their marital relations not exceed once a month. Despite Su Qiao's handsome appearance, Lu Yue inherently looked down upon his rural origins and poverty, thus maintaining an air of superiority over him. Additionally, in her eagerness to curry favor with Yang Hong, she willingly complied with his dictates. Therefore, during their intimate moments, she treated Su Qiao as if she were a queen, bestowing her affections upon him as if it were a favor. Everything about Su Qiao was under Yang Hong's control. For years, he harbored a pathological desire to toy with Su Qiao's wife while keeping him suppressed. For Yang Hong, this thrill was both exhilarating and gratifying. Thus, when he learned that Su Qiao had spent 40 million on a villa, he remained stunned for a moment before processing the information. How could such a seemingly insignificant man rise to such heights to afford a villa worth 40 million? Is the news credible? Yang Hong regained his composed, authoritative tone. Over the years, he had deemed Lu Yue to be quite reliable, which was why he had promoted her to the position of assistant principal. Absolutely, Brother Yang, that why mother saw Su Qiao directing workers in the villa. Lu Yue affirmed confidently. However, she quickly bombarded Yang Hong with a flurry of anxious questions. How did he suddenly acquire such wealth? He divorced me yesterday morning. and by the afternoon, he had purchased a villa for 40 million. It feels almost surreal. Where did his money come from? Could it be our marital property? If it is my property, how can I reclaim it? Indeed, it raises suspicions. Yang Hong pondered momentarily before responding with a steady voice. Do not rush, that I will arrange for someone to investigate his assets immediately, and we shall determine a course of action. Furthermore, our previous plans are to be put on hold until I notify you further. Understood, Brother Yang, that I will adhere to your directives. With Yang Hong agreeing to intervene, Lu Yue's restless heart finally calmed slightly as she obediently replied. Yang Hong then ended the call. Sister, Yang Hong has outlined how to reclaim the villa. Lu Hua remarked, feeling anxious upon hearing that Yang Hong intended to investigate further. He was eager to move into the villa himself, that do not fret. Let us await news from Director Yang, Lu Yue said as she set her phone down. Her brows slightly furrowed. Although her mood had improved somewhat, she still felt a sense of urgency. After all, a villa worth 40 million was no trivial matter. Having heard Yang Hong mention pausing the original plan, Lu Yue was well aware of its implications. To Yang Hong, Su Qiao was a ticking time bomb, capable of inflicting damage at any moment. Thus, Yang Hong's plan was to find an opportunity to eliminate Su Qiao. However, Lu Yue knew she could not disclose this plan to anyone. At that moment, the Lu family felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. After anxiously waiting for over an hour, Lu Yue's phone finally rang. Hello, Brother Yang. Do you have news? Lu Yue grabbed the phone and pressed it to her ear. What? After listening for a moment, she leapt from the sofa, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yang Hong's words nearly left her speechless. Yang Hong had just informed her that his secretary had investigated Su Qiao's assets, that in addition to the 40 million villa, he had spent 10 million yesterday, followed by another 15 million today, leaving him with around 5 to 6 million in his account. Furthermore, he possessed stocks valued at 200 million, that this meant Su Qiao's total assets amounted to a staggering 270 million. 270 million. Xiao Lu, are you listening? Yang Hong's voice was filled with excitement. I am listening, Brother Yang. Where did he acquire such wealth? Is he hiding our marital assets? Lu Yue finally regained her composure, her face etched with concern. This money does not belong to your marital assets. It was earned when he purchased raw stones yesterday afternoon, netting him 280 million. After taxes, he was left with 220 million, which he subsequently invested 150 million in stocks and 40 million in the villa. However, it is rather uncanny. The stocks he purchased surged yesterday afternoon, and today they all hit the limit, resulting in their current valuation of 200 million, with the potential for further appreciation. Yang Hong divulged the findings from his investigation. Upon hearing this information, he too was nearly knocked off his bed in astonishment. What kind of sorcery is this? How could Su Qiao make over 200 million from raw stones? And all his stock skyrocketed. It's as if he possesses foresight. Yang Hong's eyes glimmered with greed. His immediate thought was to seize this money for himself, ensuring that the little brat did not benefit. Originally, he planned to imprison Su Qiao first, then find an opportunity to eliminate him. Now he had altered his strategy, that in his eyes, Su Qiao was nothing more than a mere insect, to be crushed at will. How could someone he had arranged as a pawn for his mistress possess such wealth? Su Qiao did not deserve it. However, with such a fortune at stake, Yang Hong could not simply take it by force. He needed to maneuver through Lu Yue, that he contemplated that since Lu Yue had borne him 2 sons. If she were to remarry Su Qiao and subsequently eliminate him, the assets would then be inherited by Lu Yue and their 2 sons, effectively becoming his as well. After all, Lu Yue was akin to his concubine. What? Through gambling on stones and buying stocks, Su Qiao amassed 270 million in just 2 days, becoming a billionaire. Lu Yue exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this news, the Lu family members all jumped up, their eyes gleaming with avarice. This was utterly terrifying. The Su Qiao who had been deemed useless just yesterday morning had somehow transformed into a billionaire in merely 2 days. Surely, no novel would dare to depict such a turn of events. Where did Su Qiao find such extraordinary luck? Was it not due to the favor bestowed by our Lu family? Each of them wore expressions of greed. This was their family's son-in-law. No, Lu Wei must remarry him. They must reclaim what rightfully belonged to the Lu family. The vast fortune. Indeed. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but upon seeing the bank records and stock statements provided by the secretary, I was compelled to accept the truth. Yang Hong's voice betrayed his delight. He paused before continuing. Xiao Yang, you must expedite your remarriage to Su Qiao that go find him today, utilizing the unique advantages women possess. Lest we prolong this and complicate matters, that I shall also exert pressure on him. Once we remarry, we will proceed with our original plan, and all these assets will be seized. Lu Yue nodded vigorously, as if pecking at rice, exclaiming, All right, Yang Gu, I will contact him right away. You can await my good news. After hanging up, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, her face glowing with exhilaration, as though she were experiencing a series of climaxes. She thought to herself, Fortunately, I sought out Yang Gu and discovered that Su Qiao possesses far more than the 40 million villa. He has so much more wealth, today or at the latest tomorrow. I will remarry Su Qiao. Then I shall become a billionaire. Reflecting on the past few years, during which Su Qiao has always obeyed her every word, she realized he had eyes only for her. This divorce might have been due to the fact that the two children were not his, which understandably angered him. Yet, such situations of raising children not of one's own blood are quite common in society. He is so honest and loves me so deeply. He shouldn't be so upset. This man is excessively petty, a thought crossed her mind. In the past, whenever Su Qiao made that request of her, I would deliberately treat him coldly, causing him much grievance. Now, I shall bestow upon him a moment of genuine affection, allowing him to truly possess me that if Su Qiao is moved, he is likely to forgive my transgressions. After all, who hasn't he erred in their youth? Furthermore, I can explain that my mistakes were never intentional. When I bore Yang Hong 2 children, my intention was to leverage his position to elevate our family status. You must understand the immense sacrifices I made for our family. I am your first woman, your only woman, your first love. Should you not cherish your first love deeply? Having come to this realization, Lu Yue successfully convinced herself of her own nobility, feeling as if a veil had been lifted from her eyes. Su Qiao will surely understand and be moved by my sincerity. I merely need to sacrifice a bit of my allure to satiate that green-eyed monster, and then obtain the marriage certificate. With Yang Gu employing some tactics, Su Qiao will disappear from this world. Thus, I shall acquire both power and immense wealth. Chapter 13. I can give you anything today. After lunch, Su Qiao returned to Villa No. 1, where he found workers under Wu Zulong's direction commencing renovations. The villa's exterior was already surrounded by construction barriers that Su Qiao had specifically instructed Wu Zulong to prevent anyone else from entering the construction site. Considering the need for confidentiality to avoid anyone discovering his efforts in creating a safe haven. Observing the orderly progress of the construction, Su Qiao provided a few additional instructions before preparing to return to his rental unit for a nap. Upon reaching room 201, Unit 5, Building 21, he noticed a young woman standing at his door. She had a pure countenance, yet wore a rather provocative outfit, a low-cut dress accentuating her fair cleavage. Her lips adorned with perfectly applied lipstick, exuding a charming appeal. Upon seeing Su Qiao, Lu Yue quickly stepped forward, her eyes brimming with affection, and spoke in a voice as gentle as a whisper. Su Qiao, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Come home with me. Look at how lonely you are living alone in a rented place, without anyone to care for you. Initially, she intended to call Su Qiao and sweet-talk him into returning, that in the past, she rarely uttered kind words to him, but when she did, it would brighten his spirits for days, thus, despite their divorce. She still lived in a state of confidence, believing that Su Qiao could not do without her on the day of their divorce. She was convinced that Su Qiao would soon regret his impulsive decision. However, even if he begged her to remarry, she would not consider obtaining a marriage certificate again. Instead, she would allow Su Qiao to return home, only to demand over 30,000 in wages, continuing to have him serve as their household help. Now that Su Qiao had suddenly come into money, Lu Yue felt it was more sincere to personally seek him out to leave a stronger impression. She had dressed more provocatively. Lu Yue's ability to locate Su Qiao's rental unit so swiftly was naturally due to the surveillance arranged by Yang Hong. From early morning, Yang Hong had begun monitoring Su Qiao. However, the two individuals assigned to watch him seemed to have realized that Su Qiao was aware of their presence and withdrew early. Nevertheless, they had gathered ample information about Su Qiao's rental. Upon Lu Yue's unexpected arrival at his door, Su Qiao immediately deduced that all his information had been acquired by Lu Yue and Yang Hong. Otherwise, how could she have found him so swiftly after he had only just rented the place yesterday? Go home. Do you expect me to return and be your servant? Su Qiao sneered as he opened the fingerprint lock to enter, not even casting a glance at Lu Yue. Just as he was about to close the door, Lu Yue followed him inside and suddenly threw herself into his arms. She clung tightly to his waist. Tears welling in her eyes, Su Qiao, I know I made a small mistake, causing you some pain, but I was truly young and naive at that time, too innocent, and thus deceived by Yang Hong. Yet, my heart has always belonged to you. After speaking, she pressed her bosom against Su Qiao repeatedly. In June, as the weather began to warm, Su Qiao was dressed in a single layer, and he could not help but feel her touch. If this had been in the past, he might have been overwhelmed with desire. Lu Yue had never been so proactive before. He had always had to plead with her for even a semblance of affection. However, Lu Yue's current advances only filled him with revulsion. This was utterly disgusting. Reflecting on how the woman he had once envisioned spending his life with had been intimate with others before even knowing him left him feeling nauseated. He forcefully pried Lu Yue's arms from around him and pushed her away, shouting, "Get out! Lu Yue, do you not realize how revolting you are to me?" Lu Yue, taken aback by Su Qiao's words, felt insulted. Yet after a moment of surprise, she lunged at him again, repeatedly pleading, "Su Qiao, please don't treat me this way. That I know I was somewhat cold to you in the past, but ever since our divorce yesterday morning, I have been reflecting on my actions over the years. I despise myself for it, and I couldn't sleep last night. That I came to apologize to you during my lunch break. Do you not know that my relationship with Yang Hong was never sincere? I made such great sacrifices not for myself, but for our family. With him as our powerful ally, our future children will reap numerous benefits that I admit I have concealed my struggles from you for years. And I regret not considering your feelings. That I sincerely apologize. That I am your first love, your only woman. Should you not cherish me properly?" She rubbed her face against Su Qiao's chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. As if in genuine remorse, her voice gradually turned seductive. "Didn't you always wish to be with me? Today, I can give you anything you desire. Just tell me what you want." With that, she reached for Su Qiao's hand. Attempting to pull him onto the sofa, Su Qiao forcefully withdrew his hand and sternly commanded, "Lu Yue, get out immediately. Don't test my patience. If you don't leave, I will call the police." He thought to himself, it is truly astonishing that this woman has such a low moral compass. She had donned the green hat on him for so many years, yet still claimed to have made great sacrifices for the family. And she expects me to cherish her. Damn. How blind was I in my past life to have trusted her so completely? Su Qiao, let us start anew. I can give you anything. Trust me. Lu Yue, unfazed by his threats, continued to grasp his hand. Seeing Lu Yue cling to him like a leech, Su Qiao had no choice but to forcibly drag her out of the house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. "Don T, Su Qiao, open the door." Lu Yue pounded on the door from outside. "Get lost," Su Qiao shouted angrily, ignoring her as he retreated to his bedroom and closed the door. He had been tempted to strangle this despicable woman just moments ago. But he managed to suppress the urge. Killing her was not impossible. For example, with a mere thought, he could send her to another realm, and she would be gone for good. However, that would be too lenient. He needed to wait until the apocalypse, allowing this woman to suffer from hunger and cold, humiliating her thoroughly before ending her life. Su Qiao scratched his head, contemplating that although he could not kill her now, it did not mean he would let her off easily. There was still Yang Hong, who was arranging for people to surveil him. He intended to ruin their reputations, stripping them of the power that allowed them to bully others. And then he would deal with them slowly when the apocalypse arrived. Lu Yue continued to pound on the door for a while without receiving any response, ultimately surrendering. Reflecting on how the man who once adored her had now turned her away despite her efforts to humble herself, she realized that Su Qiao had not yet let go of his grievances and that reconciliation was not possible for the time being. Moreover, his earlier rejection of her goodwill had been quite pronounced, even bordering on disdainful. That detestable man, feigning modesty, was truly infuriating. She felt deeply insulted. Given that a reconciliation is temporarily unattainable, it would be prudent to first communicate with Yang Guo and contemplate alternative strategies. Regardless, the 270 million assets belonging to Su Qiao are something she is determined to secure. After adjusting her attire, she turned and headed towards the elevator, dialing Yang Hong's number as she descended. Once she freed herself from Lu Yue's clutches, Su Qiao indulged in a brief slumber before arranging to meet private investigator Zhang Jin at the King Xianjuan tea house outside her community at 2:30 p.m. Prior to her arrival, she took the precaution of notifying him that she was under surveillance. She planned to enter first, with Zhang Jin entering the tea house at 2:40 p.m. at exactly 2:30 p.m. Su Qiao arrived at the King Xianjuan tea house. Shortly thereafter, she encountered Zhang Jin at the door of Box 3. He was a young man in his 30s, exuding a competent demeanor. Before entering, he carefully scanned the surroundings. Ensuring he was not being followed, Su Qiao gestured to the seat opposite her, prompting him to sit down. Zhang Jin nodded with a slight smile and promptly addressed her. "Mr. Su, please share your requirements." "Very well." Su Qiao reclined slightly in her chair. "What I need you to investigate is," she succinctly outlined the situations involving Yang Hong and Lu Yue before articulating her request. "I only require you to obtain evidence of their misconduct that could force their resignation. If you can procure video evidence of their infidelity, that would be even better, but my only condition is that they should not be imprisoned. Ruining their reputations will suffice as the completion of your task. I hope to see a substantial online discourse by this weekend at the latest." Zhang Jin nodded, assuring her that such tasks were within his capabilities, as he had a highly professional team at his disposal. However, he was slightly perplexed by the seemingly modest nature of Su Qiao's demands. Thus, he scratched his head and inquired, "Mr. Su, since you harbor such animosity towards them, wouldn't sending them to prison provide greater satisfaction?" "Ah, that is not for you to concern yourself with," Su Qiao replied with a smile and a wave of her hand. "That as for Yang Hong's hair, please find a way to handle that. For my two sons, you can collect a lock of their hair tonight at 7:30 p.m. at the entrance of my rental apartment. The address is 501, Unit 2, Building 21, Fenglin Community." "Understood." Zhang Jin inquired further. "Does Mr. Su have any other requests?" "That is all." Su Qiao gestured dismissively. "That I will transfer 500,000 yuan to you and look forward to your promising news." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Zhang Jin expressed his gratitude, recognizing that the risks were minimal and that the client was assisting in gathering evidence. Earning that 500,000 would be quite effortless, he rose, shook Su Qiao's hand, surveyed the vicinity, and exited the tea house. That Su Qiao remained seated until 4:30 p.m., enjoying a few cups of tea before finally making her way downstairs. Noticing two unfamiliar individuals glancing her way from a distance, she smirked to herself, "Let you revel for a few more days." She then diverted to a nearby adult novelty shop, purchasing a small vial of liquid and a pair of scissors to stow away in her pocket. Subsequently, she visited a restaurant where she ordered several dishes and savored a bottle of beer, leisurely returning to her rental apartment. Upon entering the building, she feigned nonchalance and glanced back, confirming that the two strangers had not followed her. Once back in her apartment, Su Qiao reclined on her bed for a brief moment. At 5:40 p.m., she activated her invisibility mode. Instead of taking the elevator, she descended the stairs, stealthily making her way to her ex-wife's doorstep. This timing coincided with Lu Yue and her sisters returning home from work. As the Lu family kept their door open in anticipation of their return, that a wicked smile crept across Su Qiao's face as he stepped over the threshold. Chapter 14. What an unbelievable sight. Upon discovering the door ajar, Su Qiao stealthily entered the Lu household. His invisibility ability, currently at level 1, allowed him to remain unseen for up to 2 hours. After this period, he would become visible again and would need to wait 2 hours before using the ability once more. However, 2 hours was ample time to execute his plan, despite the invisibility. His physical form remained tangible. Thus, if anyone were to make contact, they would still perceive his presence. Furthermore, should he cough, it would be audible. Therefore, he had to proceed with utmost caution to avoid making any noise. As he walked, he endeavored to tread lightly, ensuring no sound betrayed his presence. Fortunately, his shoes did not leave any footprints on the ground. Since he was in a corporeal state, he could not phase through walls and could only enter once someone opened the door. However, in his invisible state, he could ambush others without them perceiving him. Thus, if he were to strike someone unexpectedly, it would undoubtedly cause them pain. Finding a secluded corner, he ensured he would not encounter any unwelcome interruptions while observing the home he had once inhabited for 6 years. More accurately, The residence where he had been a servant for 6 years, that a tangle of emotions surged within him as he recalled how he had devoted himself entirely to this household, treating its members as his closest kin, enduring the foul tempers of each family member, only to find that his affections were unreciprocated. They had never regarded him as part of the family. At that moment, Lu Yang and Lu Hong were running about, darting from the table to the sofa, their shrill cries filling the air with noise that Su Qiao felt no remnants of the affection he once had. Instead, he was overwhelmed with disgust and bitterness. Previously, these two children were his world, and he would have willingly sacrificed his life to protect them from harm. But now, the realization that they were the offspring of Lu Yue and Yang Hong struck him with a wave of anguish. And he felt a familiar sting of regret for the years he had squandered as Lu Yang and Lu Hong tired from their play and sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in watching Fan Zimei's phone. Su Qiao discreetly drew out the scissors and snipped a lock of hair from Lu Yang's head, followed by a similar snip from Lu Hong's, that he placed the strands in a TW. She is still seeking another opportunity to try her luck. If that fails, she will consider alternative methods. This evening, she has arranged to meet with Yang Hong to discuss the next steps in their strategy. Xiao Wei's analysis is quite insightful. We must allow that green turtle some breathing room, for we must not push him too hard. After all, he proposed the divorce himself, and just a day later, he agreed to remarry. He must be feeling quite embarrassed. How will the neighbors perceive him? Fan Zimei nodded in agreement with her daughter's assessment. Dinner is served. Lu Tianhai, having listened to Lu Yue's explanation, also concurred, calling the children to the table. Xiao Zhen, isn't Bing entertaining clients again tonight? Fan Zimei asked, as she fed Lu Hong a mouthful of rice, glancing at Lu Yuzhen. Yes, our Bing has been hosting many guests lately. He returns home every night exclaiming how exhausted he is. Lu Yuzhen replied, taking a bite of food, grimacing at its unpleasant flavor. However, upon hearing her mother mention her husband, she perked up. Now that her sister Lu Yue has secured a lover who holds a deputy bureau chief position and may possibly remarry Su Qiao. Possessing a fortune in the billions, Lu Yuzhen felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, she reminded herself that her husband is quite respectable, currently a deputy division chief, soon to be promoted. While she may not match her sister's status, she is nonetheless regarded as part of the upper echelon in Wushan district. Indeed, it is beneficial for the younger generation to be busy. He should be promoted to the director of the government office by the latter half of the year. Considering he has been a deputy director for 2 years now, Bing mentioned that the district chief has great trust in him and intends to promote him, Lu Tianhai remarked, taking a sip of wine and continuing. If that scoundrel Su Qiao could become the deputy general manager of the energy company, it would not be unreasonable for Xiao Wei to bear him a child or two, which might prevent a divorce. It is all due to his own incompetence that Su Qiao, having stealthily snipped a lock of Lu Yue's hair and placed it in a convenient bag, overheard Lu Tianhai's derogatory remarks about him. Enraged, he pinched Lu Tianhai's arm with great force. How dare you speak carelessly? Ouch! That hurts! Lu Tianhai yelped, springing up from his seat in surprise. His sudden movement knocked over the chair, causing the wine glass to tumble to the ground and spill its contents everywhere. Dad, what happened? Lu Yuzhen, seated beside him, rushed over to support the elder. Hiss, it seems someone pinched my arm. Lu Tianhai gasped, taking a deep breath as he began to remove his outer coat. Underneath, he wore a long-sleeved t-shirt, which he also took off. Everyone noticed a deep purple bruise forming on the tender skin of his inner arm, with faint traces of blood. Hiss! Lu Tianhai touched it, inhaling sharply. The pain was still quite alarming. He glanced around, seeing no one. That how could it feel as though someone had pinched him? And such a large bruise at that. Perplexed, he pondered how it could have happened. Seated at the head of the table, his 3 children were scattered around him. Lu Yang was eating with his bowl, while Fan Zimei sat on the sofa feeding Lu Hong. There was no way they could have inflicted that upon him. What on earth is happening? He scrutinized the bruise on his arm and looked around, yet found nothing amiss. This is truly bizarre, Lu Tianhai murmured, rubbing his arm before returning to his meal. The siblings, Xiao Wei and her brothers, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, unable to comprehend the strange occurrence. Lacking any clarity, they resumed their silence, bowing their heads to continue eating. After several minutes, Lu Yuzhen finished her meal, wiped her mouth with a napkin, rinsed her mouth in the bathroom, bid her family farewell, and grabbed her bag to leave. That as she hummed a tune, she opted to take the stairs rather than the elevator. returning to her home in Building 13. Unit 1, Apartment 602. Su Qiao, moving quietly, followed her into room 301. Upon entering her home, Lu Yuzhen changed into a pair of slippers, casually tossing her bag onto the sofa. She filled a cup with cold water from the dispenser, took a few sips, and set it on the coffee table before stretching her arms and swaying her hips toward the bathroom. That's Su Qiao Glank. I happen to have nothing to do. Which hotel are you at? I will come to pick you up after you finish your meal. That Su Qiao said politely, also calling Zhuo Anbing's sister-in-law, just as humble as before. That I'm at home tonight. No need, Zhuo Anbing replied, hanging up the phone and continuing to kick Yao Sheng that he was a shrewd man. Although Su Qiao had divorced Lu Yue, he was still a useful servant, that is, a deputy division chief. Su Qiao would surely try to curry favor with him, so Zhuo Anbing would not refuse such a good servant. That a few minutes later, Su Qiao entered Zhuo Anbing's home again, but this time he did not hide. He strode in boldly. Upon entering, he called out loudly, "Sister-in-law, are you home? I just finished dinner and am bored by myself, so I thought I would come see you." Why this time, Zhuo Anbing had already tired himself out, with most of his anger directed at Yao Sheng. Lu Yuzhen had also received a few slaps on her face and back, but they were not too severe. Upon hearing that Su Qiao had entered the house, everyone inside panicked. Yao Sheng was kneeling on the floor, bloodied and covered in footprints, bruises of various colors adorning his body. Lu Yuzhen, with her disheveled hair, quickly dove under the covers upon hearing Su Qiao's arrival. Zhuo Anbing was taken aback. In his rage, he had forgotten to close the door. If Su Qiao or any other neighbor saw this, what would happen? What would become of his reputation as the deputy director of the government office? The others in the bedroom dared not speak, unsure of how to respond. Sister-in-law said she is home. Why is there no one in the living room? Could they be in the bedroom? I'll go check, Su Qiao said as he walked toward the master bedroom. Don't come in. Zhuo Anbing realized and turned to shut the bedroom door, but Su Qiao had already entered it. Su Qiao scanned the room, feigning shock. What is going on? Sister-in-law, how could you, as a dignified deputy director of the government office, end up being? A blatant slap in the face, a direct blow to Zhuo Anbing's pride. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Just yesterday, he had insulted Su Qiao, calling him a green cuckold, and now he found himself in an even worse predicament, with Su Qiao witnessing the whole disgraceful scene. Get out! Get the hell out of here! Zhuo Anbing angrily shouted, pointing at Su Qiao's head. Sister-in-law, do you need me to help you? Should I call the police to arrest this scoundrel? Su Qiao pretended not to hear Zhuo Anbing's furious shouts and kindly reminded him. And you, sister, how can you be so unfaithful? Just like Lu Yue. How can you live with yourself, being so unfair to my brother-in-law? Su Qiao shot a reproachful glance at Lu Yuzhen. Though he appeared to be defending Zhuo Anbing, he was actually stabbing at Zhuo Anbing's heart with a small knife. Chapter 16. Both looks and figure are quite remarkable. You green cuckold. Su Qiao, get the hell out of here, or I want to be polite, Zhuo Anbing said in exasperation, almost calling Su Qiao a green cuckold again. However, now that he wore the green hat himself, he could no longer utter such words. Just wait a moment. I'll take a picture to keep as evidence. Su Qiao said, quickly snapping a photo with his phone. Click. After taking the picture, he briskly exited the room. Bastard, you better stop right there. Delete that photo. Hurry up, Zhuo Anbing shouted in shock, chasing after him, that if this got out. Su Qiao chuckled without a trace of fear and insisted, hurry up and apologize to my brother Yan, and compensate him 10,000 yuan, or else he will teach you a lesson tonight. He is a fitness instructor with a group of followers beside them. The girl Jinwan pointed at Su Qiao as if threatening him, saying, a fitness instructor is impressive, isn't he? I never expected you two to be such a peculiar pair. Fine. If you both kneel and bow 3 times while calling me Grandfather Su, I will give you 10,000 yuan. Su Qiao scoffed that I could give you money, but you must first kneel and call me Grandfather. I want to indulge such morally misguided youth like you. You re just looking for trouble. How dare you ask me to bow to you? Yan Haiming, seeing Su Qiao's lack of fear and his sharp retorts, felt a surge of anger. He swung his heavy fist towards Su Qiao's head, thinking to himself, you may appear frail, but your tongue is quite tough. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. This punch possessed tremendous force and speed. If it struck an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly render them unconscious. Yan Haiming sneered internally and shouted, die. He believed he could easily subdue this defiant individual. However, Su Qiao merely sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the blow, and with a slight movement of his hand, he sent Yin Haiming tumbling to the ground. After his rebirth, Su Qiao possessed two extraordinary abilities. Although he seemed slender, his physical prowess had significantly improved, making tonight the perfect opportunity to practice against Yin Haiming. Oh, I was careless. I didn't expect this brat to have some skills. Yin Haiming shook his head and got back up, clearly unwilling to concede, and resumed his boxing stance that Su Qiao beckoned with his finger. Come on, I'm eager to see just how much you weigh. Coach Yin, prepare to die. Yin Haiming guarded his face with his left fist and launched a right hook that Su Qiao evaded with agile footwork. Then feign a move as Yin Haiming lunged with his left fist to strike at his head. Su Qiao's punch was quicker, landing a powerful uppercut to Yin Haiming's chin. With his extraordinary abilities, Su Qiao was no ordinary person. That punch carried immense force, and upon being struck, Yin Haiming staggered and fell to the ground. Su Qiao advanced, straddling Yin Haiming and delivering a series of rapid punches to his head, each one landing with force. Naturally, he held back, merely intending to teach a lesson rather than inflict mortal harm and face legal repercussions. Chapter 17. A night visit from the female apprentice. It hurts. Big brother, I concede I was wrong. Please spare me. Yin Haiming pleaded, covering his face with both hands. His voice choked. Blood streamed from his forehead, mouth, and the corners of his eyes, leaving him in a truly pitiful state. Big brother, please, don't hit me anymore. If you keep this up, you might just kill him. I'll bow and apologize, Jin Wan. Witnessing her boyfriend being beaten to a pulp, hurriedly knelt before Su Qiao, begging for mercy. Tell me, who lacks upbringing? Su Qiao landed another punch on Yin Haiming's jaw, gazing down at the bloodied coach with a chilling glare. Big brother, it's me who lacks upbringing. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I shall never dare again. Yin Haiming wiped the blood from his face and sobbed that I'll let you off this time. But if there is a next time, you know what to expect. Su Qiao stood up and kicked Yin Haiming once more. You two clean up this blood on the floor and get the hell out. Yes. The two, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now resembled chastened dogs, nodding and bowing, their tails between their legs. Yin Haiming cautiously approached the dining table to retrieve napkins to wipe away the blood. Su Qiao barked. How dare you use my napkins? Use your girlfriend's coat instead. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Haiming, sensing Su Qiao's menacing gaze, relented. Xiaowan, just let go of your coat for Su Ge to wipe the floor. Jin Wan, too frightened to protest, trembled as she took off her coat, and, along with Yin Haiming, knelt to scrub the bloodstains away. Big brother, is it clean now? Yin Haiming asked nervously after they finished. Not yet. Wipe it again, Su Qiao commanded, even though the floor was already spotless. Yes. Yin Haiming quickly nodded and resumed scrubbing the floor, after another 10 minutes of cleaning and receiving Su Qiao's approval. The two bowed and exited the room, their relief palpable as they fled into the safety of their own home. Yin Haiming, dejected, slumped onto the sofa, the pain from his injuries causing him to groan intermittently. Jin Wan brought a basin of warm water from the kitchen to help him wash his face, rummaging through a drawer for Band-Aids to patch him up. Damn it, this is utterly intolerable. Yin Haiming slammed his fist onto the coffee table, his eyes blazing with fury. I won't let this grudge go unpunished. In a few days, I'll call some brothers to ambush that brat. I swear I won't rest until I break his legs. Brother Yin, I think it's better to let it go. This guy seems to be quite skilled. We might end up regretting it. Jin Wan said softly, concern evident in her eyes as she looked at Yin Haiming. She had indeed been frightened. Watching Su Qiao brutally assault her boyfriend had caused an unexpected warmth to spread through her. But she dared not express it. Xiaowan, you needn't worry. This is a matter between men. Yin Haiming waved his hand dismissively, his gaze filled with resentment. Sigh. Jin Wan sighed and went to her room to find a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Su Qiao had finished a shower and opened his stock trading app to check the day's market performance. As expected, all stocks had hit their upper limits, with a 20 increase, bringing his stock assets to a staggering 240 million yuan. It appears the trend mirrors my previous life exactly. However, a few stocks will unlock their limits tomorrow and experience fluctuations. I'll need to exchange some then. Just then, his phone rang. His apprentice Jiang Yao was calling. Su Qiao pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiao Yao, brother Qiao, where are you? I have something urgent to discuss with you in person. Jiang Yao's voice came through, laced with urgency. All right, I'm at home, Unit 501, Building 2. Phone community, Su Qiao replied. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Yao hung up the phone. Su Qiao sat on the sofa, puzzled about what could make his female apprentice so anxious. However, he decided not to inquire further over the phone since Zhang Yao would be arriving soon. Zhang Yao lived in the shooting district of Donghai City, but for convenience, she had also purchased a property in Zhonghui District. For her, a wealthy second-generation heiress with assets exceeding $1 billion, buying a few million worth of property was merely a trifling matter. Her residence in Wanghu Community was quite near Fenglin Community, merely 1.5 kilometers away. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Su Qiao got up to answer the door and found Zhang Yao standing at his doorstep, looking vibrant and lovely. Xiao Yao, come in. Su Qiao welcomed her inside. Today, Zhang Yao wore a light blue dress, its hem swaying gently in the corridor's breeze. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes, revealing her delicate, fair ankles, exuding a casual yet elegant charm. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, shimmering healthily under the lights, with a flawless, oval face as pale as jade, a straight nose, and slightly upturned lips. She embodied the pure beauty of youth. Zhang Yao smiled as she entered, surveying Su Qiao's tidy and refreshing room, internally praising his meticulousness. I never expected a man could be so detail-oriented. Su Qiao poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhang Yao, and they sat side by side on the sofa. Brother Qiao, let me show you a video, Zhang Yao said, placing her cup down and pulling out her phone from her bag. She swiped a few times and opened a video. Leaning in closer for Su Qiao to see, Su Qiao took the phone in one hand, their fingers brushing against each other, the delicate touch sending a ripple of emotions through him. The fragrant scent of Zhang Yao's hair was intoxicating. The video began to play, showing a scene in the office of Shi Kuan, the deputy general manager of the district's energy company. Shi Kuan sat at his desk, while the office director, Hao Tianyu, sat across from him with an open notebook and a pen in hand, ready to record the directives from his superior. Tianyu, the matters I discuss with you today should not be recorded in your notebook. Just remember them. Shi Kuan's voice resonated. Understood, General Shi. Hao Tianyu obediently closed his notebook, his demeanor humble and compliant. Shi Kuan smiled and took 2 cigarettes from a box on the table, handing one to Hao Tianyu and placing the other in his mouth. Hao Tianyu quickly retrieved a lighter from his pocket and leaned forward to light Shi Kuan's cigarette, then lit his own as well. Shi Kuan took a puff, releasing a smoke ring that spiraled upwards. He then continued, I heard that your colleague Su Qiao hasn't shown up for work in 3 days. Yes, General Shi. Hao Tianyu nodded, flicking the ash into the ashtray on the table. What are your thoughts on this matter? Shi Kuan fixed his gaze upon Hao Tianyu's eyes and inquired, Mr. Shi, I contacted Su Qiao the day before yesterday to request his presence at work, yet he responded with insolence, challenging me to dismiss him if I had the capability. I conferred with the human resources personnel, and considering Su Qiao's unauthorized absence, we are prepared to issue a termination notice that we plan to convene a meeting in the general manager's office this Friday to formalize the process. What are your thoughts? After Hao Tianyu finished speaking, he took a drag from his cigarette, a servile smile adorning his face. Reflecting on Su Qiao's attitude that day, he felt a surge of anger. As Shi Kuan sought his opinion, he seized the opportunity to propose Su Qiao's dismissal. Tianyu, you are my subordinate. This course of action regarding Su Qiao is rather lenient. Shi Kuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, casting a meaningful glance at Hao Tianyu. Hao Tianyu appeared somewhat puzzled. Leaning forward, he queried, but Mr. Shi, dismissal is already the most severe penalty for absenteeism. Is there a possibility of imposing a harsher punishment? I am aware of that. Yet Su Qiao has offended individuals he ought not to have. Hence, I summoned you to devise a strategy to ensure Su Qiao's downfall. Shi Kuan glanced at the door and whispered ditto. Hao Tianyu felt a profound shock, also peering at the doorway and quietly asked, What do you mean? Su Qiao has crossed paths with Deputy District Chief Yang Hong, who happens to oversee our department, that I have heard that he is likely to be promoted to a higher position by the end of the year. He contacted me, urging us to thoroughly investigate any illegal activities involving Su Qiao and to gather evidence that could potentially imprison him for life. Shi Kuan leaned in slightly, his eagle-like eyes fixed on the capable subordinate, speaking in hushed tones. Hao Tianyu nodded in understanding, excitement illuminating his features. Su Qiao, you think yourself so bold, daring to confront me that day. Indeed, my utmost authority allows only for your dismissal. However, the scenario has changed. You've now antagonized a prominent figure in the district government that I ask that not akin to courting death. I have been troubled by my inability to administer a just punishment, yet now, with Deputy Yang backing us. What is there to fear? I shall ensure your complete ruin. Even if you do not perish, I will strip you of your dignity. Mr. Shi, the Yang Hong waved his hand, his strength visibly waning. This evening, Lu Yue had managed to make him surrender in a mere 3 minutes. After all, being entrenched in the political arena often involved prolonged psychological battles and calculated deceptions, which were mentally exhausting. To complicate matters, he was not only entangled with Lu Yue, but had several other lovers who had drained him of his vitality. Lu Yue nodded appreciatively, quickly dressing and seizing her bag from the television cabinet, before hastily making her way downstairs. Noticing the absence of onlookers, she lowered her head and briskly exited the establishment, flagging down a taxi on the street to rush home. Once she was in the car, 2 young men emerged from the shadows. Watching the taxi as it departed, they exchanged brief nods and formed a peace sign with their fingers before vanishing into the night. Lu Yue hurried home, nearly running through the door, only to find her house crowded with people. Her father, Lu Tianhai, and mother, Fan Zimei, appeared dejected, their expressions as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Her elder sister, Lu Yuzhen, bore several conspicuous handprints on her face, her sleepwear disheveled, with torn patches on her back, her demeanor fraught with panic, as if she had committed an indiscretion. Her younger brother, Lu Hua, was furiously slapping a young man, berating him with venomous words. "What the hell? You seduced my sister, bullied my brother-in-law, and couldn't control your own desires. I'll make you pay, you scoundrel." Brother-in-law Zhuo Anbing sat on the sofa, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lu Yuzhen, occasionally cursing, "Damn it, how dare you put a green hat on me? Divorce. It's absolutely necessary." Lu Yue cautiously entered the room, and upon observing the scene, she instantly comprehended what had transpired. It appeared her sister had been caught in the act of infidelity by her husband. Sighing, she thought it was incredibly reckless to engage in such activities at home. With so many hotels available, was it a matter of saving money or seeking thrill? Honestly, it was foolish of her sister to indulge in such antics at home. "Dad, Mom, brother-in-law." Lu Yue felt her sister's foolishness, but still softly called out as she entered. Neither Lu Tianhai nor Fan Zimei responded. Zhuo Anbing glanced at Lu Yue, internally cursing, thinking how both sisters seemed to relish in their affairs outside their marriages. Initially, he wanted to unleash his frustration on her. But upon realizing Lu Yue was Yang Hong's lover, and that Yang Hong was on the verge of becoming the district chief, he stifled his anger, softening his tone as he addressed her. "Xiao Wei, please call that bastard Su Qiao. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." "Call Su Qiao." Why? Lu Yue was momentarily taken aback by Zhuo Anbing's request. That it was evident her sister was having an affair with the battered young man before them. Why then was her brother-in-law asking her to contact Su Qiao? Did this involve him as well? It couldn't be. Was Su Qiao also entangled with her sister? A frown formed as she cast a disapproving glance at Lu Yuzhen. Zhuo Anbing, noticing Lu Yue's inquiry, struggled to articulate his thoughts. He pointed at Lu Yuzhen's cheek, seething. "Lu Yuzhen, you shameless woman, tell Xiao Wei what is going on. I can hardly say it myself." A flicker of shame crossed Lu Yuzhen's once radiant face. But she lowered her head and confessed to her sister, "Xiao Wei, Su Qiao. He took a picture of us in the act. Ugh, your brother-in-law wants him to delete it, but he refuses that if this gets out. It will severely tarnish your brother-in-law's reputation that you're aware of the implications for me. Yet you still engage in such disgraceful conduct." Zhuo Anbing spat in disdain. His heart ached with an almost suffocating intensity. If this information leaked, everyone would know his wife was unfaithful at home, and his reputation would be irreparably damaged. That he had aspirations of advancing to chief, but it seemed those hopes were dashed. His frustration was directed towards Su Qiao, who had audaciously taken that picture. That scoundrel had ignored his calls, seemingly intending to use the photo as leverage against him. In a fit of rage, Zhuo Anbing thought, "Let Lu Yue contact him first, that if he doesn't delete it, I swear I'll make him regret it after tonight." "Fine, I'll call him." Lu Yue conceded, relieved that Su Qiao wasn't involved with her sister, thus sparing her the humiliation of being cheated on. Although they were divorced, she still didn't want Su Qiao entangled with any other woman, especially not her sister. She realized that her brother-in-law was right. The photo Su Qiao had taken was perilous, and if he refused to delete it or intentionally leaked it, her brother-in-law's career would be jeopardized, and her sister's reputation would be in ruins, ultimately affecting the entire Lu family. However, the thought of calling Su Qiao left her feeling uncertain. Yet, since Zhuo Anbing had requested it, she agreed to reach out to him, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was too coincidental that Su Qiao had caught her sister in the act. Recently, she had found Su Qiao's behavior to be quite peculiar. Not only had he discovered her affair with Yang Hong, but he had also made a fortune gambling and had been consistently successful in the stock market. What on earth was happening with him? She was utterly perplexed. Lu Yue dialed Su Qiao's number, and the call connected swiftly. His languid voice came through. "Why are you calling me so late? Didn't I make it clear I won't remarry you, bastard?" "No, husband," Lu Yue instinctively began to curse, but remembering her need for Su Qiao's assistance, she softened her tone. "Could you please delete my sister's photo? Whatever you want, just name it." "Anything I want?" Su Qiao's voice rose in surprise. "Yes, even if it means spending the night with you. I'm open to it." Lu Yue was taken aback by Su Qiao's sudden shift in tone, a flicker of hope igniting within her. She covered the microphone, whispering to herself, "So, he was intentionally ignoring me before to reject my proposal for reconciliation. Now he realizes he can't afford to lose me. Ah, well, let us see how long you can keep this up." However, she thought about how she had spent the night with Yang Hong, which hadn't been entirely satisfying. Su Qiao, being younger and undeniably handsome, was far superior in physical prowess. Though he had once been a simple rural fellow, he now boasted assets exceeding 200 million, making him a suitable match for a city girl like her. If she could manage to reconcile with Su Qiao and secure nearly 300 million in assets without relying on Yang Hong's influence, her standing in Yang Hong's eyes would surely elevate. In mere seconds, her mind raced with possibilities. Kill Lu Yang and Lu Hong, and I will delete the photo, Su Qiao proclaimed loudly over the phone, his voice resonating so powerfully that the members of the Lu family overheard. Lu Yue, lost in thought, turned crimson upon hearing Su Qiao's demand. After a moment of stunned silence, she shouted, "You Su Qiao, you insane bastard! You want me to kill my own sons? You must be out of your mind." Though she didn't often spend time with her children, they were still her flesh and blood. More critically, Lu Yang and Lu Hong were the offspring of Yang Hong, the deputy district chief. Su Qiao daring to propose such a request was tantamount to courting death. "Well then, if you can't do it, our conversation is over," Su Qiao retorted, promptly hanging up. Lu Yue fumed, holding her phone tightly. Her teeth clenched as she stomped her foot in frustration. She looked helplessly at Zhuo Anbing. "Brother-in-law, look." Su Qiao is not budging at all. "Who is the bastard?" Zhuo Anbing seethed, unable to tolerate anyone disparaging his honor. Even the sight of green curtains now seemed unbearably irksome. "Da-da. I'm sorry, brother-in-law." Lu Yue quickly apologized, realizing that Zhuo Anbing was now the target of such an insult, especially since it was her sister who had placed that label upon him. With the interlopers still kneeling nearby, the room fell silent for a moment. "Zhuo Anbing, we owe you an apology. What do you propose we do? After all, we must keep this family disgrace under wraps. The marriage cannot end, even if it means begging our father." Someone finally broke the silence at this moment. Lu Tianhai, the head of the household, shattered the silence, humbly apologizing to Zhuo Anbing, since Zhuo Anbing held a position at the deputy department level. With a promising future ahead, Lu Tianhai was reluctant to see Lu Yuzhen divorce him. The consequences would be too grave for him to bear. Out in public, he often boasted to the elderly about his esteemed son-in-law, who was currently the deputy director of the government office, soon to be promoted to director, and potentially a deputy district head or even a district head in the future, that if Lu Yuzhen were to truly divorce Zhuo Anbing, severing ties with the Lu family, how would he face the old neighbors again? The mere thought of this was unbearable, prompting him to adopt a conciliatory stance, even if it meant physically reprimanding Lu Yuzhen. Zhuo Anbing, his esteemed son-in-law, had boundless prospects ahead, far surpassing that worthless Su Qiao, who would never see an advancement. This was indeed a prized son-in-law. If Yuzhen were to divorce, where else could he find such a capable official to marry into the family? "Yes, brother-in-law, consider your future. Please forgive sister just this once. Building a family is no easy feat. I will certainly speak highly of you in front of Director Yang. You know he tends to listen to me," Lu Yue suggested. Observing Zhuo Anbing's silence and the anger still etched on his face, she stepped forward, gently grasping his arm and shaking it slightly, whispering in his ear, much like a young wife playfully cajoling her husband. Zhuo Anbing felt a stirring within him. Although this sister-in-law was not as stunning as Lu Yuzhen, she was certainly more sensible. Alas, she was already the mistress of Director Yang. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to indulge in her charms. Achieving a balance of pleasures that he reached out to pat Lu Yue's delicate hand, gripping it tightly, reluctant to let go, and nodded, sighing, "Brother-in-law, will overlook this once for your sake. But she must write me a letter of guarantee. If their essay next time, it will be divorce for sure. Additionally, that scoundrel Yao Sheng must compensate me for 1 million in damages. You go and convey this to them. I am weary and need to rest." With that, he cast a fierce glare at Lu Yuzhen and Yao Sheng before striding out of the Lu household. He was confident Lu Yue would handle these matters well. After all, he had a few mistresses outside as well. Offering the Lu family a way out, he thought, would provide him with some leeway should they discover his indiscretions later on, preventing any further conflict. After all, being a civil servant and a leader, divorce would certainly impact his career prospects, so domestic affairs could be set aside for the moment. The pressing issue at hand was resolving the predicament involving Su Qiao's photograph. If it were to leak, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. How could he manage the government office if he could not even maintain control over his own family? Not to mention his aspirations to become a deputy district head or district head in the future. Upon returning home, he pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to call an old classmate, Xie Liang, the deputy director in charge of criminal investigations at the police station. Chapter 20. Be sure to invite the campus beauty. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, Director Zhuo. What brings you to call so late?" came Xie Liang's robust voice, laced with respect. Although they were both of equal rank, with Zhuo Anbing being closer to the core of power. Xie's tone revealed his deference. "How could I possibly give directives to our esteemed Deputy Director Xie?" Zhuo Anbing replied, his voice somewhat fatigued. After a pause, he continued, "I would like to ask you, as an old classmate, for a private favor. Someone has taken a photograph of me that pertains to sensitive matters that I asked him to delete it, but he refuses, so I would like to request your assistance in controlling that individual and confiscating his phone, then returning it to me." "What photograph?" Xie Liang inquired, sensing Zhuo Anbing's unusual demeanor, which was starkly different from his usual spirited self. "That I cannot divulge that, so I entrust this to you, old Xie." Zhuo Anbing scratched his head, finding it difficult to articulate. Normally, his calls to Xie Liang were to relay directives from district leaders, adopting a businesslike demeanor, while Xie always sought to curry favor that he never anticipated that he would need to solicit assistance today. Zhuo Anbing felt a tinge of embarrassment, sighing inwardly. "Humph! All this trouble stems from that scoundrel Su Qiao. That rascal not only witnessed something he should not have, but also embarrassed me, forcing me to grovel for help. How can it be that a dignified leader of the district government office must beg a deputy at the police station for aid? How humiliating! Su Qiao, remember this. Once I get through this ordeal, you will know the consequences of crossing me. All right, controlling one person is no big deal. What is that person's name, and where do they live?" Xie Liang inquired, sensing Zhuo Anbing's reluctance to divulge more information. He speculated that perhaps the old classmate was involved in corruption and had been caught by an enemy, or maybe was caught with a woman and photographed. This could be entertaining, if he could seize that person's phone. He would certainly copy that photograph first, ensuring he had leverage over Zhuo Anbing to secure favors in the future. Despite the strict anti-corruption measures in Huaxia, a small number of officials still indulged in illegal activities, believing they could evade detection. Damn, how can I criticize others for misconduct when I myself indulged with a young model this afternoon? A gift from a developer. He mused, realizing he would need to be more cautious in the future and avoid being caught like Zhuo Anbing. His name is Su Qiao, residing at Unit 501, Building 21, Fenglin Community. Once you apprehend him, please make sure to call me immediately so I can retrieve the phone. Zhuo Anbing instructed that he had heard the location of Su Qiao's rental from Zhao Yuzhen the night prior. "Understood, old classmate. Tomorrow morning, I will personally lead the team to capture that audacious little brat who dared to photograph Director Zhuo. I will ensure he pays dearly," Xie Liang declared with bravado over the phone. "Thank you, old classmate, that I look forward to good news from you. Let us gather tomorrow night with a few female classmates." Zhuo Anbing felt his spirits lift as he heard Xie Liang's willingness to assist. "Absolutely, your connections are impressive. Be sure to invite the campus beauty. They both laughed heartily. After discussing some district matters, Zhuangbing shared some confidential government personnel changes and certain district leaders' private interests, to which Xie Liang expressed his gratitude, knowing that having such insights could be beneficial for future promotions. The following morning, at 9:15 a.m., Su Qiao lay in bed, planning his stock trades for the day, as several stocks were nearing their peaks and needed to be sold for reinvestment. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Rising, he peered through the peephole, only to find 3 police officers standing outside. That a cold smile crept across Su Qiao's face. It seemed some people were becoming desperate. He wondered whether they were Zhuangbing's men or those of Yang Hong. Regardless of who they were, he intended to confront them and see what tricks they had up their sleeves. He opened the door nonchalantly, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Xie Liang displayed the search warrant and police identification, brandishing them before Su Qiao, his voice authoritative. "That we are from the police department. Someone reported that you were unlawfully photographing government core secrets. We ask that you cooperate with our investigation. Officers, are you sure you have the right person?" "I haven't photographed any core secrets," Su Qiao feigned innocence. "Enough chatter. Hands up, you two. Search him and find the phone he used to commit the crime." Xie Liang ordered his subordinates. That Su Qiao complied, raising his hands, but a smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. "Good luck finding my phone. You'll never uncover it." Before opening the door, he had already concealed his phone in a hidden space. There was no way he would relinquish it, as it contained numerous valuable items, such as the captivating film featuring Lu Yuzhen from the previous night, as well as a photograph capturing Zhuangbing's crestfallen expression upon discovering his wife's infidelity, and video evidence of Yang Hong instigating Shi Kun to frame Su Qiao in a few days. Once private investigator Zhang Jin had gathered sufficient evidence, he would present these videos to him, ensuring a thunderous strike against Yang Hong and Shi Kun, bringing them down while preserving their lives, allowing them to suffer the consequences of their actions in a fitting manner. Report to Director Xie. "This guy has no phone on him," a tall police officer reported after searching Su Qiao thoroughly. Xie Liang frowned, gesturing for them to search his room carefully. That he surmised that the young man had hidden his phone upon seeing the police arrive. Wasn't that a sign of guilt? However, with a phone of that size, where could he possibly hide it? "Young man, don't be foolish. Wasting I am truly wronged. I assure you, I have not captured any of your secrets. You were searching for my phone, are you not? I sincerely apologize. I went out for a walk this morning, and my phone suddenly went missing. It is highly likely that it was stolen, that I only realized it was gone upon my return. And I was just about to report it to the police. But regrettably, I have no phone to make the call." "Ah, haha, you are indeed the people's diligent police, arriving here so early to assist me in locating my phone, for which I am immensely grateful. Come, allow me to guide you to the place where I took my morning stroll. Perhaps we might find it." With that, he seized Xie Liang's arm and pulled him outside with considerable force, nearly dragging Xie Liang out the door. "Let go of me. What on earth are you doing?" Xie Liang exerted significant effort to shake off Su Qiao's grasp, feeling a surge of alarm at the unexpected strength this fellow possessed. "Aren't you here to help me find my phone? It didn't simply vanish inside my home. It fell outside, so how could I possibly locate it here?" Su Qiao scratched his head in confusion. "Who is helping you find your phone? You used your phone to capture core state secrets. We are here to collect evidence by searching your device. Spare me your nonsense." Xie Liang frowned, glaring at Su Qiao, and then pushed him back forcefully. "Well, can I at least report it now?" "Officer, you must assist me in retrieving my phone. It contains many crucial work documents." Su Qiao continued to feign ignorance. You, we are investigating your case and cannot accept your report." Xie Liang felt a sense of helplessness. "That I asked this guy mentally unstable. How has Zhuangbing ended up entangled with such a rogue? This is utterly absurd. If it weren't for the fact that Zhuangbing is the deputy director of the government office, I would have simply walked away." However, Su Qiao was not going to back down. That he fixed his gaze on Xie Liang's badge and coldly remarked, "Director Xie, what is your badge number? If you do not accept my report, I shall lodge a complaint against you at the city police department for neglecting the interests of the citizens. That MY phone is a Huawei Mate 60 Pro, worth over 8,000 yuan. How can you disregard such a significant loss?" Su Qiao's expression was one of palpable dissatisfaction. Chapter 21. Trapped by one's own web, how dare you blame me? Do you think I won't shoot you? Xie Liang, becoming increasingly impatient with Su Qiao's persistence. brandished his firearm threateningly. Of course, he had no intention of actually firing it. It simply was not worth the trouble. Despite Zhou Onbing's esteemed position as deputy director of the government office, Xie Liang would not risk his life for him. Upon seeing Xie Liang draw his weapon, Su Qiao fell silent, merely regarding him with a chilly stare that he needed to be cautious, for if the scoundrel were to ingratiate himself with Zhou Onbing, he could easily find himself in a precarious situation. After all, no matter how robust he might be, he could not outmatch a bullet. Su Qiao feared that Xie Liang, as the deputy chief of police, could easily fabricate charges against him, claiming he obstructed an investigation and assaulted an officer, thereby posing a threat to his life. Thus, Xie Liang might be compelled to eliminate the criminal Su Qiao. Realizing this, Su Qiao understood he could not afford to be careless and swiftly activated his alternate space. This way, even if a bullet were to be fired, it would be absorbed by the alternate space, ensuring his safety. Safety first, for he did not wish to perish before avenging his grievances. Director Xie, we have searched the entire house and found no phone, reported a tall officer. You see, Director Xie, I told you my phone must have been lost outside. It was undoubtedly stolen. I kindly request your assistance in finding it. Su Qiao took this opportunity to speak. Xie Liang furrowed his brow, pondering the improbability of such a coincidence. He had personally led the search efforts so early in the morning, and this fellow had no place to conceal his phone. Could it truly have been stolen during his morning walk? Keep an eye on him. Xie Liang ordered 2 of his subordinates to watch Su Qiao closely while he moved to the hallway corner to call Zhou Onbing. Su Qiao smirked as he observed Xie Liang, thinking to himself that the latter's fortunate days were drawing to a close. As it happened, the moment Xie Liang stepped inside, Su Qiao felt a flicker of recognition. Upon careful recollection, was he not Xie Liang, the deputy chief of the district police department responsible for criminal investigations? In his previous life, Su Qiao harbored a deep-seated disdain for corrupt officials and had followed the public accounts of the disciplinary committee closely. He had a vivid recollection of the corrupt officials under investigation in the district, that he remembered that Xie Liang was officially announced to be under organizational investigation for severe disciplinary violations half a month later. However, in reality, it was on this very day, June 5 at 9:30 a.m., that he was taken away by personnel from the district's disciplinary committee from his office. This information was shared with him later by a friend working in the district police department. Xie Liang, as the deputy chief of police, had been acting as a shield for criminal elements, implicated in multiple fatalities. Due to his rebirth, history had taken a slight turn, leading to a convergence between him and Xie Liang. Nevertheless, Xie Liang's impending capture was inevitable. The only difference was that it was likely to occur right at Su Qiao's doorstep. The decision to investigate Xie Liang by the disciplinary committee was certainly not a spur-of-the-moment decision, as they had likely already tracked his phone. In his previous life, Xie Liang was taken from his office, yet in this life he found himself at Su Qiao's home. However, the inevitability of the disciplinary committee's actions against Xie Liang remained unchanged. Thus, when Su Qiao recognized him, he felt emboldened to confront him, even teasing him a bit, knowing that he was unlikely to escape his fate, that Su Qiao was well aware of the gravity of police procedures. If law enforcement were to visit for a legitimate investigation, the subject under investigation was required to cooperate. Otherwise, obstinacy could lead to dire consequences. The police had every right to take coercive measures against him. At this juncture, the time was 9:25 a.m., and Xie Liang was on the phone with Zhou Onbing. Director Zhou, I have detained Su Qiao as you instructed, but after thoroughly searching him and his residence, we have found no sign of his phone. Xie Liang leaned against the window sill, stroking his chin, glancing back at Su Qiao before continuing. According to his account, he claims he lost it while walking this morning. At that moment, he heard Zhou Onbing's anxious voice on the other end. How could it be so coincidental? He must have hidden it somewhere. Please search again, or take some coercive measures against him. How could he not be worried? With the leak of photographs and information, many leaders had fallen from grace. Understood. What is his phone number? Send it to me. I will have them call his phone or, if necessary, track its location. Xie Liang adjusted his police cap and added, if we still cannot locate it, I will bring that fellow back to the station. I have 100 ways to make him confess. All right, 153. Zhou Onbing recited Su Qiao's phone number, which he naturally knew well. After all, Su Qiao had once been his subordinate, and he was quite familiar with it, perhaps even more so than his own. All right, I will get back to you. Xie Liang ended the call, tucked his phone into his pocket, and approached Su Qiao with a fierce demeanor. Xiao Wang, dial this fellow's phone number 153, he commanded. Yes, Chief Xie, the tall officer. Officer Xiao Wang took out his phone and dialed Su Qiao's number. However, the line returned a message. We're sorry, the phone you have dialed is switched off. I told you my phone was stolen, didn't I? Chief Xie, why don't you believe me? Please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person. It could lead to dire consequences. Su Qiao shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Keep talking tough for a bit longer. Take him away. Once we are back at the station, if you can still talk that way, I will truly admire you. Xie Liang scoffed. He waved his hand, instructing two subordinates to produce handcuffs to restrain Su Qiao. I am innocent and have nothing to fear, but I kindly ask that you wait a moment while I close my door before accompanying you to the police station. Su Qiao sidestepped. All right, make it quick. Xie Liang was not in a hurry. Allowing Su Qiao to lock the door was also the right of a suspect, that Su Qiao walked a few steps toward the entrance, closely followed by the two officers. At precisely 9:30 a.m., the elevator doors on the floor suddenly opened, and several individuals emerged. The leading man appeared to be in his early 40s, exuding an air of righteousness, followed by four towering youths who clearly seemed well-trained in combat. Upon seeing the newcomers, Xie Liang felt a jolt of surprise, but quickly regained his composure, and he promptly donned a welcoming smile and approached them enthusiastically. Secretary Sun, hello. Are you here to conduct an investigation? Indeed, the man at the forefront was none other than Deputy Secretary Sun Ming of the district's disciplinary committee. Typically, when Xie Liang encountered him, he would proactively greet him, recognizing Sun's role in discipline and oversight as a superior officer. However, today, Deputy Secretary Sun's expression was unusually stern. He cast a glance at Xie Liang and declared in a commanding tone, Xie Liang, you are suspected of serious violations of discipline and law. Please come with us. Upon hearing that Secretary Sun's investigation target was none other than himself, Xie Liang's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Leaving him utterly at a loss, he stood there, frozen, unable to maintain his grip on his phone, which clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure. And with a trembling voice, he stammered, Secretary Sun, surely there must be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Sun Ming scoffed. Your role as a shield for criminal forces, endangering lives, can hardly be termed a misunderstanding. You should explain these so-called misunderstandings to the investigation committee. Take him away. With a cold smile, Sun Ming waved his hand, and four subordinates advanced without hesitation, disarming Xie Liang. Two of them seized his arms, while one swiftly placed handcuffs on him. All of this transpired within a mere half-minute. Upon witnessing this scene, the two junior officers, Xiao Wang and his colleague, were struck with terror, their legs trembling and faces ashen. Right before their eyes, Xie was apprehended by the investigation committee. Su Qiao, however, wore a smile as he strolled over to the sofa, feigning a casual gesture, before emerging with a phone in hand. Seeing Xie Liang in handcuffs, he pretended to be astounded and exclaimed loudly, Xie, what have you done? Weren't you going to take me back to the bureau for a proper explanation? Do I still have to go with you now? Earlier, while Su Qiao had been near the sofa, Xie Liang had caught a glimpse of him retrieving his phone. Though shocked that Su Qiao's phone had been hidden right beside the sofa, which Xiao Wang and his colleague had failed to discover, he now felt there was no room to blame them. As he was already under control, he understood that Su Qiao was mocking him and dared not respond to his taunts. Xie Liang's mind was a battlefield, grappling with the countless wicked deeds he had committed, uncertain of how much evidence the investigation committee had gathered. Xiao Wang and his colleague, equally bewildered, recalled having thoroughly searched the sofa, yet they had not found Su Qiao's phone. How could he retrieve it so easily? Their shock was palpable, but they could not afford to focus on Su Qiao any longer. They cautiously glanced at Xie Liang, who was radiating suspicion and fury, prompting them to awkwardly avert their gazes. They thought to themselves that Xie Liang must have misunderstood their failure to find the phone, possibly even suspecting that they had prior knowledge of the investigation committee's intentions to arrest him, blaming them for deliberately claiming they could not locate the phone, all to buy time for the committee to apprehend him. Though Xie Liang's arrest could signal the end of his career, he had been their superior for many years, and they still held some fear of him. While Sun Ming and others awaited the elevator, Su Qiao intentionally dialed Zuo Anbing's number right under Xie Liang's nose. Hello, directors. In Chapter 22, someone else's flower has an owner. As Xiao Yang glared at Su Qiao with venomous eyes, Su Qiao continued his call to Zhuo Anbing, that he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang. A smirk hidden in the corners of his eyes, then activated the speakerphone, speaking loudly, "Hello, directors." On the other end of the line, Zhuo Anbing's excited and hurried voice came through. "Old Xie, have you found that kid's phone? Did you delete the photos?" Su Qiao winked at Xiao Yang, his smile widening, that he leaned closer to the phone's microphone and cheerfully replied, "Director Zhuo, it's me, Su Qiao, little Su." Just then the elevator arrived, and Sun Ming and his team escorted Xiao Yang inside. The moment the elevator doors closed, Su Qiao noted Xiao Yang's expression of despair and helplessness, which filled him with delight, that he thought to himself, you still plan to take me to the bureau? You should be more concerned with how to confess your crimes." Meanwhile, the short officer beside him pointed at Su Qiao, whispering, "Brother Wang, are we still taking this kid back to the station?" Xiao Wang smacked the short officer on the head. Frowning, "What nonsense. Xie Zhu has already been taken by the investigation committee. Why would we wade into this murky water? Are we trying to get ourselves into trouble? You didn't hear that kid just called directors were brother-in-law. They are family. This is above our pay grade. Let us get out of here." With that, Officer Wang pulled down his hat and hurried down the stairs. The short officer cast a wary glance at Su Qiao before quickly following suit. Su Qiao paid them no mind on the phone. Zhuo Anbing was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "What? Su Qiao, you little rascal. Now you're scared. How does it feel to take a beating? Enjoying it. Just so you know. It's too late to beg for mercy now." Undoubtedly, Zhuo Anbing was in high spirits. Upon recognizing Su Qiao's call, especially given how he addressed him as brother-in-law, it was clear that Su Qiao must have been apprehended by Xiao Yang at the police station. Zhuo Anbing thought to himself how impressive his old classmate's efficiency was, that he could not afford to be careless regarding his own interests. After all, who was he? The deputy director of the district government office. Not only should old Xie show respect as a deputy chief of police, but even the head of the police station would think twice before crossing him. If I need something done, they better give it their all. A mere mention to the district leaders about their shortcomings would be enough to put them in hot water, that he speculated that Su Qiao must have hidden his phone earlier in an attempt to deceive them. But to no avail. After all, the police had given him a good beating, and now he had obediently surrendered his phone. That little rascal must have needed a good thrashing to learn his lesson. Su Qiao must now be unable to withstand the punishment, and decided to play nice, asking old Xie to let him call me for help. Asking me for help. I'll only have them beat you harder. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? I can't understand you. No one is hitting me at all. Su Qiao feigned confusion over the phone. What? You're saying no one is hitting you? Zhuo Anbing was taken aback. How could he enter the station and not confess while claiming he hadn't been beaten? This was not what he had envisioned. He urgently pressed. Say that again. You haven't been beaten? Did Deputy Chief Xie not ask you for your phone? Did he not lay a hand on you? Oh, you mean Deputy Chief Xie. He did ask for my phone, and of course I gave it to him. Su Qiao paused briefly before continuing. However, he was quite curious as to why you insisted on having my phone, wanting to know what secret the photo I took holds. What, you didn't delete the photo you took? Zhuo Anbing was taken aback, his tone now tinged with anger. He inwardly cursed. How could old Xie be so negligent? What kind of operation is this? He finds Su Qiao's phone and doesn't say a word. Didn't I tell you to personally come to retrieve Su Qiao's phone after securing him? What the hell is wrong with you? How could you still be curious about what the photo is? You mean the photo? I definitely showed it to him. Would I dare not to? Su Qiao replied, feigning innocence. Old Xie is really a piece of work. Zhuo Anbing could not help but curse that Su Qiao continued with exaggerated detail over the phone. Deputy Chief Xie even said he was surprised at how well your sister-in-law's figure is. It could be considered top-notch. He praised her skin, her chest, and her face, all of which he finds appealing. To say, Deputy Chief Xie even said he was drooling over it. He asked me to send him a private copy. Zhuo Anbing could no longer contain himself, his face contorting with fury. He roared into the phone, Su Qiao, you little bastard. Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Standing by the window, Zhuo Anbing trembled with rage, his heart ablaze that if Xiao Yang were present, he would have wanted to tear him apart. Xiao Yang, I never imagined you to be such a beast. Here I was, taking care of you, and now you refuse to help me when I need it and instead revel in my misfortune. What are your intentions? Furiously, He hung up on Su Qiao, his lips quivering as he dialed Ciel Yang's number, his hands shaking with anger. As he dialed, he muttered curses under his breath. Ciel Yang. You son of a dog, just wait until I destroy you. However, the response he received was, I'm sorry. The number you dialed is switched off. Sorry. To his dismay, the recorded message informed him that Ciel Yang's phone was turned off. Damn it. Zhuo Anbing seethed, his mood plummeting further. He had taken the call in the corridor, his fury mounting, causing his hair to stand on end. Unable to contain his rage, he kicked the wall with force, stubbing his toe painfully. Zhuo Anbing was compelled to remove his shoe and rub his toe, gradually calming himself down. Such a critical moment. Why would Ciel Yang's phone be switched off? No, Ciel Yang wouldn't dare do that. Setting aside their relationship as classmates, simply based on my position as deputy director of the government office, Ciel Yang should be eager to curry favor with me, let alone the fact that I might soon be promoted to full director. He would naturally be even more inclined to please me. At this juncture, would he still dare to offend me? That simply defies logic. It is even more contradictory to his cunning character. Since Ciel Yang wouldn't dare cross me, he would undoubtedly hand over Su Qiao's phone to me without hesitation. Why would he even bother to examine the photos on the phone? That little rascal Su Qiao must be deceiving me. But why did Ciel Yang's phone suddenly shut off? This is during work hours. As the deputy director of the police department responsible for criminal investigations, he certainly wouldn't dare to turn off his phone carelessly. Could it be that he is in a meeting? Or perhaps handling another important case? But that doesn't seem right. Just a few minutes ago, he called me. Zhuo Anbing's unease intensified, and his heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that Su Qiao did something to Ciel Yang? But would Su Qiao dare to act violently against the deputy director of the police department? After all, he is armed. Zhuo Anbing was filled with uncertainty. He hurriedly dialed Su Qiao's number, but initially he couldn't get through. After a considerable wait, Su Qiao finally answered the call, but his tone was far from the previous teasing. Instead, it was filled with impatience, yet still laced with insults. Director Zhuo, what is it now? If there is nothing urgent, please don't disturb me while I'm admiring Sister Yuzhen's beautiful photos. Upon hearing Su Qiao mention his wife's photos again, Zhuo Anbing barked in anger. Su Qiao, you better clean up your mouth. Did you do something to Ciel Yang? Why is his phone off? Su Qiao, unrestrained, retorted loudly. Zhuo Anbing, have you lost your mind? What could I possibly do to that bastard Ciel Yang? I warn you, don't bother me. I'm busy studying Sister Zhen's figure. I don't have time for your nonsense. Sister Zhen's figure is truly stunning. After saying this, he hung up, ignoring the barrage of calls from Zhuo and Bing. An hour later, Zhuo Anbing received the official news. His old classmate, Deputy Director Ciel Yang, had been placed under investigation. At that moment, he was casually enjoying tea at the disciplinary committee. The timing of Ciel Yang's investigation coincided perfectly with the moments after he had called Zhuo Anbing. This news was both good and bad for Zhuo Anbing. The good news was that Su Qiao had lied. Ciel Yang had not seen any embarrassing photos of his family. The bad news was that Ciel Yang was gone, leaving him without a powerful ally in the police department to leverage. Having freed himself from Zhuo Anbing's entanglement, Su Qiao proceeded to inspect the preparation of the banquet at various warehouses, that he was quite satisfied with the taste and hygiene of the dishes. However, the finances for this week had become a bit tight. After settling the food expenses today, he would have to wait until next week when some funds from the stock market would come through to continue purchasing. After a busy morning, he returned to his residential complex. As he entered the building and prepared to take the elevator, he noticed a young couple waiting for it as well. The man appeared to be around 27 or 28, sporting a stylish side part, standing approximately 178 centimeters tall, with a somewhat handsome appearance. The woman, likely about 25 or 26, stood around 170 centimeters tall, with exquisitely delicate features, her beauty scoring a solid 95. Her fair forehead, elegant nose, and cherry-like lips were enticingly rosy. Her large, alluring eyes exuded charm and grace, complemented by her long, flowing black hair tied in a high ponytail, giving her a refreshing look. Not only was she incredibly beautiful, but her physique was equally impressive, with a D-cup bust that was quite eye-catching, and her shapely rear, accentuated by her fitted jeans, further emphasized her allure. Her slender waist beneath a white shirt could be grasped with ease. No matter how one looked at it, this woman was a goddess. Su Qiao mused to himself that this young man was truly fortunate to have such a stunning beauty as his partner. Previously, he thought Lu Yue and Lu Yuzhen were quite beautiful, but they paled in comparison to the enchanting woman before him. Realizing she was already taken, Su Qiao merely stole a glance before averting his gaze. The young couple also cast a glance at Su Qiao. The woman remained silent, but the man leaned in to whisper in her ear. At that moment, the young man quietly commented to the beauty, "Xiao Qin. This guy is Su Qiao, the son-in-law of the Lu family, the one who made millions by buying raw stones and bought a villa. What a stroke of luck. But hey, what good is luck? Isn't he just being cuckolded by his wife? I heard those 2 kids aren't even his." He scoffed. This country bumpkin, as soon as he gets money, he buys a villa and flaunts it around, making it known to everyone that I have no respect for such nouveau riche. After finishing, he shot a disdainful glance at Su Qiao. "Then Ma Zhong, you shouldn't casually comment on others. Buying a villa is a sign of someone's capability. Why do you have to criticize him?" The young woman, Lin Qin, quickly tugged at Ma Zhong's sleeve, frowning as she quietly reminded him to keep his comments to himself. When I win the lottery tonight, I won't be so ostentatious. Wouldn't it be much more enjoyable to spend money discreetly? Why draw attention to myself and buy a villa? Just to show off." Ma Zhong, with his arm around his wife's slender waist, shrugged it off, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Qin shot him a glare, choosing to remain silent. At this moment, Su Qiao glared at Ma Zhong's beady eyes and coldly remarked, "Then I wish you a few $100 million. But that may have to wait until your 18th generation." He would not indulge those who slandered and humiliated him. Ma Zhong was taken aback. He had spoken very softly to his wife, not realizing Su Qiao could hear him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qiao had awakened an ability after his rebirth, enhancing his hearing significantly. Even at a distance of 12 or 13 meters, he could hear whispered conversations. After a few seconds, Ma Zhong regained his composure and, realizing that this nouveau riche dared to curse him, his anger surged as he rushed forward and pushed Su Qiao forcefully, cursing, "Who the hell said that no one can win the lottery in 18 generations?" He could tolerate insults about other matters, but to say he couldn't win the lottery was something he absolutely could not endure. After all, failing to win could very well cost him his life. The lottery had not seen a first prize winner for a long time, and the jackpot had accumulated to 300 million. Last night, he had a dream predicting he would win tonight. Thus, he borrowed 10,000 yuan from an online loan service this afternoon, choosing several combinations and repeatedly buying numerous tickets, preparing to empty the jackpot and pocket the entire 300 million. Becoming a billionaire, that Ma Zhong was the son of a government official. His father held a deputy department-level position, but wielded no real power. Likely just the deputy director of the Religious Affairs Bureau, he himself worked in a district-level unit, and his family lived comfortably. However, his ambitions were grand, as he yearned for a life of luxury that he felt that relying solely on his meager salary would never lead to financial freedom. Consequently, he sought a shortcut to wealth and soon became infatuated with playing the lottery. In his quest for a quick win, he kept increasing his bets, going from 10 yuan to hundreds and finally to thousands each day. Yet, he had never won a substantial prize, only modest amounts in the dozens or hundreds. Since last year, he had poured over 3 million yuan into lottery tickets, but his regular salary was woefully inadequate to support such an expenditure. Most of his money was borrowed, over 2 million from high-interest loans and online lenders. The interest was exorbitant and creditors constantly pressured him for repayment. For a long time, he had been extremely anxious that he had to win the lottery. Otherwise, he would be unable to borrow more money to recover his losses. Moreover, not only would he fail to recuperate, but he could also end up being beaten by loan sharks. He was so obsessed with the lottery that he remained oblivious to the reality that playing the lottery was akin to gambling. Once addicted, one would sink deeper and deeper, borrowing to play. The more debt one accrued, the stronger the desire to recoup. The hope of winning millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions became overwhelming. This would allow him to turn his fortunes around, repay his debts, and still have plenty left over. Ma Zhong was currently trapped in this gambler's mentality. Thus, when he heard Su Qiao curse him, he couldn't contain his fury. The loan sharks were pressing hard. Tomorrow was the final deadline for repayment. If he couldn't pay, his legs might very well be broken by them. However, his wife Lin Qin was completely unaware of the extent of his debts. If she found out, she would likely divorce him, but he could not bear to lose such a beautiful wife. Thus, he was determined to confront and beat up this insolent fellow. Seeing Ma Zhong rush toward him, Su Qiao merely raised a hand to block and coldly said, "Get lost." Ma Zhong, unable to withstand the push, stumbled back, nearly losing his balance at that moment. The elevator doors opened, and Su Qiao, uninterested in Ma Zhong, prepared to step inside. That if you have guts, don't run. As a son of an official, Ma Zhong had never experienced such humiliation. Roaring, he charged forward, ready to slap Su Qiao. Lin Qin, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to grab Ma Zhong's arm, pulling him back while sternly scolding, "Honey, stop messing around. How much longer are you going to act like this?" She then turned to Su Qiao, her face full of apology, saying, "Mr. Su, I'm truly sorry that my husband Ma Zhong can be a bit impulsive. Please don't take it to heart that I apologize on his behalf." Ma Zhong often found himself somewhat intimidated by his wife. After all, with such breathtaking beauty by his side, there were countless men outside vying for her attention. If he were to provoke her ire, it was highly probable that others would take advantage of the situation. Thus, he refrained from pressing forward, though he glared fiercely at Su Qiao, muttering something under his breath. Observing the amicable demeanor of the other man's wife, Su Qiao chose not to escalate the situation. He pointed a finger at Ma Zhong, huffing, "Young man, today I shall spare you on account of your lady wife. But should you provoke me again, do not expect me to show you any mercy." With that, he offered a refined smile to Lin Qin and stepped into the elevator, noticing Su Qiao pressing the button for the upper floors. Ma Zhong expressed his dissatisfaction. He furrowed his brow and complained to his wife, "Xiao Qin, why did you block my way just now? Did you not see how arrogant that nouveau riche was? I think he deserves a good beating." Upon hearing this, Lin Qin extended her delicate hand and struck Ma Zhong sharply. Her lovely face clouded with displeasure. She rebuked, "You spend your days causing me trouble. How old are you? When will you learn to control your impulses?" She then twisted his ear, admonishing, "You fool! You possess no discernment. Did you not notice how easily others pushed you away? If I hadn't intervened, you would surely have faced a severe setback today." Faced with his stunning wife's genuine anger, Ma Zhong dared not utter another word, yet he internally cursed Su Qiao's ancestors that he vowed to remember this grievance. Convinced that fortune would smile upon him, perhaps a grand windfall awaited him. Once he struck it rich, he would relish the opportunity to humiliate Su Qiao. During lunch, Su Qiao simply prepared a bowl of instant noodles to satiate his hunger, then took a moment to check his stocks. Excellent. Today marked yet another day of soaring gains following his recent trades. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When the apocalypse arrived, having constructed a secure shelter and stockpiled supplies sufficient for several lifetimes, he could remain hidden indefinitely. However, how would he seek vengeance against his ex-wife's family? Venturing outside would undoubtedly invite peril. Though he possessed skills of spatial manipulation and invisibility, the neighborhood was teeming with thousands of residents. In a scenario of extreme food scarcity, his neighbors could easily turn into ravenous wolves that if he set out to exact revenge on the Liu family, he would be confronted by a horde of starving wolves. Exposing himself to the risks of robbery or even death. The axiom rings true. While one may evade overt threats, the subtler dangers are much harder to guard against, and he would need to procure some weapons for self-defense. The most formidable weapon of all is undoubtedly a firearm. Yet in the realm of Blue Star, firearms are strictly prohibited in Huaxia, known for its exceptional public safety. Acquiring a gun seemed nearly impossible. In stark contrast, the hegemonic nations boast of gun freedoms. But he had neither the means nor the time to venture there for such purposes, and even if he managed to obtain one, bringing it back would be unfeasible. As he stroked his chin and paced thoughtfully, an idea emerged. He could utilize his skills of invisibility and spatial manipulation to discreetly acquire firearms from outside. For instance, earlier in the day, when Xiao Yang and his companions were at his doorstep, he could have employed his invisibility to discreetly handle Xiao Yang's gun and store it in his dimensional space. With just a thought, any object within 0.1 meters of Su Qiao could become invisible, that he could then enter the space, accomplishing his task without a trace. With such abilities, obtaining a firearm from the police station would be exceedingly convenient. However, the current state of social order remained stable, making it unwise to proceed with such actions that on one hand, it could disrupt societal harmony, leading to unnecessary chaos, while on the other, it could create significant trouble for himself. After all, Huaxiao is now under the watchful eye of the Skynet. Each time he entered a police station, they would lose firearms, and while they might not uncover the truth within a few days, it was inevitable that within 10 days to half a month, suspicion would arise. Caution is the mother of safety, that he could easily wait until a day or two before the apocalypse strikes, then become invisible to infiltrate several police stations and amass a collection of firearms and ammunition. At that point, even if the police initiated an investigation, they would not be able to uncover anything quickly. By the time they did, the world would have already descended into chaos, rendering even powerful departments like the police ineffective. He chuckled to himself, envisioning a future where possessing firearms would make him invincible. As long as his neighbors did not provoke him, they would remain safe. But should they cross him, he smirked coldly. I apologize, but you shall receive a peanut as a taste of my wrath. Yet another dilemma arose. Even if he acquired firearms, he had no idea how to use them. He had never even touched a gun before. In his previous life, Su Qiao had never encountered firearms in school or at work. He was utterly untrained in marksmanship. He pondered. If he were to obtain a weapon and lack the ability to wield it effectively, it would be no different from possessing a useless hunk of metal. Worse yet, he could inadvertently injure himself. He deemed it essential to undergo professional shooting training. Deciding to take action, he searched online and discovered a shooting training center in Jianghui District, boasting exceptional reviews for its skilled instructors. Satisfied, he registered for a session, planning to attend training the following morning. With only a few million on hand and unable to arrange a lavish banquet, he could at least dedicate a day to honing his shooting skills. After scheduling with a shooting coach, Su Qiao called his female apprentice, Zhang Yao, to inquire about any new developments regarding how Tianyu and his associates that moment. Zhang Yao was in the office. Noticing how Tianyu's presence as well, she silenced her phone and walked to the conference room before answering. After exchanging a few brief words, she hung up and promptly sent Su Qiao several video clips. They depicted the vice president of the energy company, Shi Kuan, and the office director, Hao Tianyu, conspiring to frame Su Qiao, including details on how to falsify accounts and collude with the supervisory commission. After watching the videos twice, Su Qiao saved them to his phone. He mused. It seemed these two were willing to forsake their moral compass to curry favor with Yang Hong, the deputy district chief. In this world, every malevolent figure is often surrounded by a cadre of lesser evildoers, eager to serve as accomplices, relishing in the consumption of others' flesh and blood. Once Yang Hong is ousted, let us see how you will grovel in vain. Su Qiao thought to himself, determined to hasten his own preparations. Once Zhang Jin gathered sufficient evidence, he would strike Yang Hong with a thunderous blow. Setting his phone down, Su Qiao headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After donning loose shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, he reclined on the sofa, ready to indulge in a well-deserved afternoon nap. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as he lay down, the doorbell rang insistently. Su Qiao frowned, wondering who could be so eager at his door. Approaching, he peered through the peephole, astonished to find a familiar face. What was this woman doing at his home? Initially reluctant to open the door, he reconsidered and decided to see what she wanted. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a woman standing before him. She stood at an impressive height of 166 centimeters, clad in a low-cut purple dress cinched at the waist with a blue belt. Her curves were striking, with a voluptuous bust and a slender waist. A round face adorned with captivating features scored a solid 80 in beauty, her large eyes exuding charm and allure. However, faint fingerprints marred her complexion, leaving it slightly red and swollen, though one would need to look closely to notice. She was undeniably an attractive woman. The visitor was none other than Su Qiao's ex-wife's sister, Lu. As soon as Su Qiao opened the door, Lu Yuzhen furrowed her brows and complained, Su Qiao, where have you been this morning? I came by several times, and you were never home. Taken aback, Su Qiao retorted coldly, where I go is none of your concern. How can it not be? Come on in. We need to talk. Lu Yuzhen pushed Su Qiao aside and promptly closed the door behind her. Upon entering, she scrutinized the room, noting how impeccably tidy it was. It resembled the orderliness he maintained at his father's house, in stark contrast to the chaos that had enveloped the Lu household since his departure, cluttered with garbage and scattered belongings. No one had bothered to tidy up. It seems I must persuade Su Qiao to reconcile with Yue soon. At least he excels at household chores, she mused. After surveying the surroundings, she returned to the living room, gesturing for Su Qiao to sit beside her on the sofa, as though she were the hostess. After all, for many years, everyone in the Liu family had regarded Su Qiao as their superior. It would take time for her to adjust to the change in dynamics. Lu Yuzhen, I have divorced Lu Yue. Surely you are aware of this. Su Qiao sat down on the sofa, a smirk of sarcasm playing on his lips. So what if you've divorced? You, Su Qiao, were once a son-in-law of the Liu family. And you will forever be one of us. I will always be your elder sister. Do you dare to deny me this title? Lu Yuzhen shot him a sidelong glance, her tone haughty. Daha, I certainly do not aspire to be associated with the Liu family. I cannot afford such a lofty position. Su Qiao sipped from his teacup, fixing his gaze upon Lu Yuzhen. Now, please tell me, what brings you here? Lu Yuzhen clasped her hands, extending two slender fingers as she stated. Two matters. First, regarding that photo from yesterday. You must delete it. That it has a significant impact on me and will tarnish the Liu family's reputation. Another thing is that you and Yue should quickly remarry. Yue has made mistakes, but the two children are innocent. Upon finishing her words, she fixed her piercing gaze upon Su Qiao's eyes, as if issuing a command. Are you commanding me to do something? Su Qiao replied with a cold smile, playing at the corners of his mouth. He leaned slightly closer, nearly touching Lu Yuzhen's face, the corner of his eye catching the enticing sight of her creamy bosom. However, he felt no stir of interest. That it was not the lack of fullness in her curves that repelled him, but the haunting memory of a past life where this woman had consumed his flesh, filling him with loathing. Although she had not physically attacked him or carved into his flesh, was there truly a difference between having eaten his meat and having killed him? Seeing Su Qiao's disdainful smile, Lu Yuzhen's confidence faltered slightly as she attempted to soften her tone. Who said I was commanding you? Aren't we family? I'm merely discussing this with you. That I end their face-to-face encounter. She sensed that Su Qiao had transformed into a different person, one who no longer feared her. She pondered whether it was knowledge of Lu Yue's infidelity that had altered his demeanor, or if it was the fact that he had glimpsed her secrets, leading him to act with impudence. That in the past, whenever he saw her, he had always appeared humble, his eyes filled with a need to please and a cautious demeanor. Su Qiao's lips curled into a scornful smile as he regarded her with contempt. Lu Yuzhen, I have no intention of associating with shameless individuals. Please maintain some dignity. Furthermore, those two illegitimate children are far from innocent, since Lu Yue has betrayed me and engaged in a sordid affair with that dog of a man. Their very existence is tainted, a reflection of immorality. With that, he shook his fist in front of Lu Yuzhen, adding, What if my elder sister were to plead with you? Help me delete that photo. Whatever conditions you have, I shall comply. Realizing that Su Qiao was genuinely angry, Lu Yuzhen dared not maintain her former haughty demeanor. Her primary objective in visiting was to persuade Su Qiao to delete her scandalous photo. If she could also convince him to remarry Lu Yue and reclaim his over 200 million assets, she would naturally enhance her standing within the Liu family and secure a share of the wealth. Of course, if Su Qiao refused to remarry Lu Yue, she had other plans. Now that Zuoanbing had uncovered her affair, preserving her marriage would be a challenge if a divorce were to occur. She would not hesitate to marry Su Qiao. After all, he possessed over 200 million and was still quite young and healthy. Previously, she had dismissed Su Qiao as a simpleton, someone who would never climb the social ladder, merely a country bumpkin confined to household chores. Yet now, he was a billionaire, and she needed to adapt to the changing times, no longer judging others through an outdated lens. That Su Qiao reclined against the sofa and spoke in a calm tone. Lu Yuzhen, please cease your delusions. You are merely a familiar stranger to me now, not my sister at all. As for that photo, I deleted it long ago. Why keep something illegal? Wonderful. I knew you still cared about your sister. Lu Yuzhen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the news of the photo's deletion. That if you hadn't deleted it, I could have sued you for infringing on my portrait rights, which wouldn't be good for you. Would it? Su Qiao shot her a disdainful glance, choosing to remain silent. This foolish woman has no inkling that I possess not only her photos but also her private videos, should I disclose them. It would deliver a fatal blow to the Liu family. Noticing Su Qiao's silence, Lu Yuzhen leaned in slightly, her tone softening further. Su Qiao, in the past, I may have been a bit aloof, keeping my distance to avoid misunderstandings with Yue. She reached out, gently grasping Su Qiao's arm, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks as she seductively continued. Now that you have no intentions of remarrying Yue, we can completely sever ties with her. This way, we can grow closer, Chapter 25. Help me vent my anger seeing Lu Yuzhen, his former sister-in-law, shamelessly pursuing him. Su Qiao frowned in disgust. He initially considered pushing her away, but then reconsidered. This woman seemed to have her eyes on his wealth. And perhaps he could use her to exact revenge on the Lu family. With that thought in mind, he took her hand in his, offering her a smile as he spoke softly. You make a valid point. After all, I am now a free man, financially liberated with over 200 million. I can't possibly use it all myself. You are beautiful, and I wouldn't mind getting closer to you. But Su Qiao let his words trail off, adopting a thoughtful expression. But what? Lu Yuzhen, upon hearing Su Qiao admit his wealth, felt her heart race as she eagerly awaited his next words. Yet, seeing him hesitate, she quickly shook his hand and pressed for clarification. But that scoundrel Yang Hong has put such a large green hat on me, especially since he has fathered 2 children with Lu Yue. I cannot let this indignity go unpunished. Can you help me? Su Qiao's expression shifted to one of sorrow as he gazed into Lu Yuzhen's eyes, asking mournfully. The mere thought of Lu Yang and Lu Hong, those illegitimate children, filled him with rage, as if a heavy stone lodged in his chest made it difficult to breathe. In his previous life, due to the Lu family's indulgence, those 2 children had never regarded Su Qiao as their father, always addressing him by his name. Despite numerous attempts to educate them, they had persisted in their disrespect. A slight reprimand would send them crying to Lu Laotu, Lu Laotai, and Lu Yue, resulting in Su Qiao being scorned and berated by the Lu family. Recalling how he had once saved every penny of his meager monthly allowance of 150 yuan to buy food and toys for those children, only to witness them feast upon his flesh and drink his blood once the apocalypse struck, Su Qiao's heart bled. He vividly remembered that before his demise, Lu Yang and Lu Hong, under the instigation of Lu Yue and Lu Hua, had remarked how delicious Su Qiao's flesh was. The thought ignited within him a desire to eliminate those 2 illegitimate children immediately. However, he knew he must not act impulsively in this lawful society. Yet, if Lu Yuzhen were to seek his fortune through a connection with him, perhaps she might unwittingly aid him in exacting vengeance upon the Lu family. The prospect of her taking action against those 2 little bastards, perhaps even causing them harm, was something he could eagerly anticipate. He could barely contain his excitement at the thought of Yang Hong's children facing some form of retribution, particularly at the hands of the Lu family, who would willingly inflict pain upon their own. Of course, he could also infiltrate the Lu family himself to punish those 2 little brats. But if it were to be done through Lu Yuzhen's hands, it would be all the more gratifying. With the end of the world still some time away, he could toy with the Lu family, ensuring that they all survived until the apocalypse, only to suffer before their demise. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame the Lu family for their previous cruelty. In this life, I shall not play the saint. I would rather lie down on the tracks. Thus, Su Qiao contemplated utilizing Lu Yuzhen to orchestrate some form of vengeance. You wish to be close to me and desire my wealth, don't you? You must at least take some action in return. Lu Yuzhen shuddered at the mention of Yang Hong. While 200 million was indeed substantial, she valued her life above all else. Director Yang, I am not capable of dealing with him, she stammered, frowning slightly. Seeing Lu Yuzhen backpedal, Su Qiao pulled out his phone, launching a stock trading app and placing it before her. Sister, since we are no longer strangers, let me show you my stock assets. Lu Yuzhen's eyes widened as she fixated on the screen, her gaze alight with greed as she counted the long string of numbers. After finishing her count, she let out a shriek of excitement, jumping up from the sofa. Wow, this is 240 million. Su Qiao is willing to share this with me. I'm going to be rich. Su Qiao internally scoffed but maintained his gentle demeanor. You need not concern yourself with Director Yang. After all, he is a deputy department-level official, and you likely lack the capability to handle him. All I ask is that you impose some form of punishment on Lu Yang and Lu Hong to relieve my anger. If you do this, I will believe that you genuinely wish to grow closer to me. After all, I cannot possibly spend all this money alone. Why not share it with those who treat me well? Returning to the sofa, Lu Yuzhen felt elated upon witnessing Su Qiao's openness, his display of wealth, and his assurance that she need not confront Yang Hong. She felt that Su Qiao was truly wonderful, always considering her needs, and so she excitedly thumped her chest, exclaiming that it's no problem. I have no affection for those 2 brats. I can help you punish them. She had no children with Hao Tianyu, while Lu Yue had two, which naturally instilled a sense of jealousy within her, leaving her unable to hold her head high in front of her parents. The sight of her two nephews was also quite bothersome to her. Over the years, she had scarcely held them. After visiting the hospital for an examination, the doctor informed her that it was likely she herself was incapable of bearing children. Consequently, not only did she harbor no affection for these two children, but there was also a hint of resentment, though she seldom expressed it outwardly. Contemplating that merely doing something for these two children could earn her Su Qiao's trust and potentially allow her to share in the 240 million assets. Lu Yuzhen felt a surge of contentment. Her gaze gradually became dreamy as she reached out to caress Su Qiao's chest, her delicate face nestled against his neck, preparing to seduce him. Su Qiao, maintaining his composure, gently removed her hand and stood up, shaking his arms wearily. "Once you help me relieve this pent-up frustration, we can indulge in some intimacy," he said, fatigue evident in his voice. "That I'm quite tired today and wish to rest early. You should head home. I await your good news." Noticing the weariness etched on Su Qiao's features, Lu Yuzhen thought to herself that haste would not yield results. After all, her objectives for the day had been accomplished. Firstly, Su Qiao, worried that she might sue him for infringing upon his image rights, had already deleted the unflattering photo, thus posing no threat to her. Secondly, she had successfully approached Su Qiao, gaining his favor. And as long as she helped him vent his frustrations, he would be inclined to share his wealth with her in the future. With this in mind, she raised her brows playfully and spoke in a soft, tender tone. "Xiao Qiao, rest assured, I will treat you 100 times better than Yue Wei. Just wait, I will ensure you are avenged." "Yes, I believe you," Su Qiao replied with a firm nod and a smile. Lu Yuzhen planted a kiss on his cheek, her voice sultry as she said, "Then I shall take my leave to Dio, rest well." With that, she sauntered out of Su Qiao's rented apartment in her high heels, glancing back to send him a flirtatious wink and a kiss, her eyes sparkling with affection. Once Lu Yuzhen departed, Su Qiao closed the door and washed his face in the bathroom. As he gazed into the mirror, a cold smile crept across his lips, but he was certain Lu Yuzhen would take action against Lu Yang and Lu Hong. He knew she would not disappoint him, that he understood the Lu family all too well. They were selfish, self-serving, and ruthless. In truth, it was not solely the Lu family. Many individuals in this world would disregard familial bonds when faced with immense profit. Throughout history, royal families have committed fratricide in their pursuit of power. Nowadays, siblings often turn against one another over a mere piece of land or a fraction of an inheritance. Instances of family members taking each other to court, even resulting in violent clashes, abound. Moreover, with over 240 million as bait, how great would the temptation be for Lu Yuzhen? Su Qiao had expressed a willingness to be amicable with her, provided she helped him vent his frustrations. For Lu Yuzhen, this presented a zero-cost, high-reward scenario. Besides, those two children were not her own. What did it matter if they suffered a bit? After taking a midday nap, Su Qiao began exercising at home, performing push-ups, sit-ups, and leg stretches. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing robust physical fitness was of utmost importance. Of course, after his rebirth, his physical capabilities had improved significantly, that he felt confident that he could hold his own against several strong men. However, the better his body was, the safer he would be in the end times. Now that he no longer had to toil away at a 9-to-5 job, he had ample time to devote to physical training, which he deemed the most meaningful activity. Having exercised for a couple of hours, he returned to his rented apartment at around 4 in the afternoon after collecting some tables and chairs from a few warehouses. Just as he reached his door and was about to retrieve his keys, someone suddenly rushed down the stairs, raising a wooden stick to strike him viciously on the head. Su Qiao sensed danger, sidestepping deftly as the stick whizzed past his ear. The assailant missed, losing balance and crashing to the ground, the stick flying from his grasp. Furious at being ambushed at his own doorstep, Su Qiao strode forward and delivered a harsh kick to the rear of the assailant, sending him sprawling onto his back. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the lottery man from yesterday, Ma Zhong. "Have you lost your mind, trying to take my life? You scoundrel!" Su Qiao shouted, seeing this fool openly provoke him once more. Not satisfied, he kicked Ma Zhong again, flipping him over. With his face now pressed against the ground, Ma Zhong's head hit the floor painfully. "Ouch! Ouch!" he cried, but still struggled to rise and retrieve the stick. Shouting, "Su Qiao, I'm going to fight you today. It's all your fault. I didn't win the lottery yesterday. You cursed me, and now I've been suspended at work and might even lose my job. After venting his frustrations, he charged at Su Qiao, wielding the stick once more. Chapter 26. For the sake of the goddess, as Ma Zhong lunged forward again, Su Qiao extended his right hand, and the wooden stick flew into his grasp. What makes you think your failure to win the lottery and being suspended has anything to do with me? Su Qiao retorted. Just moments ago, he had used an alternate space, and the stick had entered it before making contact with him. With a mere thought, the stick quickly returned to Su Qiao's hand, leaving Ma Zhong with the impression that Su Qiao possessed incredible strength, as if he had effortlessly snatched it away. Without the stick, Ma Zhong, however, continued to act like a madman, raising his fist to strike Su Qiao, albeit with no semblance of technique, that Su Qiao easily raised his left hand. Seizing Ma Zhong by the throat and pinning him against the wall, he then lifted Ma Zhong higher, rendering him motionless, his feet forced to tiptoe. Gasping for breath, Ma Zhong began to choke, yet continued to flail his arms desperately. Attempting to attack Su Qiao, Su Qiao discarded the stick and delivered a resounding slap across Ma Zhong's face, bellowing. Her demeanor was remarkably sincere, and her voice was melodious and pleasing. Providing great comfort to the listener, Su Qiao pondered, why is there such a stark contrast among family members? The woman was understanding and reasonable, while the man was utterly unreasonable. How could she possibly endure such a man? He remained silent. What could he say? Curse the lottery man before him? Or perhaps beat him again? Or even extend forgiveness to Ma Zhong? All seemed futile, that Su Qiao chose not to speak, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Sigh, today, for the sake of the stunning beauty, I shall let it go. But next time, Ma Zhong had better not provoke me again. Ma Zhong sat on the ground, glaring fiercely at Su Qiao, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. Lamenting, Xiaoqin, why did you apologize to that scoundrel? He caused me to lose the lottery, and I might even lose my job. Seeing Ma Zhong still stirring up trouble, Lin Qin shot him a fierce glare and admonished. Stop digging your own grave here. How can you blame Mr. Su for your lottery loss? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Acting like a rogue here. Come, let us hurry back and figure out how to patch up your bottomless pit. With that, she tugged him up the stairs that Ma Zhong, realizing he could not contend with Su Qiao, but dared not defy his wife, had no choice but to obediently follow her upstairs, all the while casting furious glances back at Su Qiao. Su Qiao could only shake his head in exasperation. Why are there so many dim-witted people in this world? Unable to win the lottery themselves, yet they unleashed their frustrations on others, that he picked up a wooden stick and tossed it into the trash bin on the first floor. Then he turned around, preparing to take the elevator upstairs, but encountered his neighbor from room 501, the fitness coach Yin Haiming, who was waiting for the elevator with his girlfriend Jin Wan. Yin Haiming shot him a resentful glance, opting to walk upstairs instead. With Jin Wan closely following, as they reached the first floor landing, Su Qiao overheard Yin Haiming's voice. The brothers are almost ready. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. I must take my revenge. The first floor platform was merely 7 or 8 meters from the elevator, thus it did not escape the keen ears of Su Qiao, who possessed extraordinary abilities. It seems this fellow is still unrepentant. Plotting revenge against me, that if the apocalypse comes, I shall not spare you. Su Qiao smirked slightly, whispering to himself. A night devoid of conversation passed. The following morning, after having breakfast, Su Qiao made his way to the shooting training base where he had registered the previous day. The base was located in the western suburbs of Zhonghui District, merely 5 or 6 kilometers from Fenglin Community, and Su Qiao hailed a taxi to get there. Along the way, he mused that when the stock market flourished next week, he would purchase a car for convenience. The shooting training base was nestled beside a small hill, boasting a picturesque environment, and Fresh AI or .IT served as the training and competition venue for the Donghai City shooting team, and was also open to the public, catering to the interests of shooting enthusiasts. Upon arrival at the training base, Su Qiao scanned a QR code and was granted access. Eager to quickly familiarize himself with shooting techniques, he had signed up for a one-on-one training course. He approached the staff and presented his registration voucher, after which a shooting coach was promptly brought to him. To his surprise, it was a female coach. She introduced herself as a former member of the Huaxian national shooting team, having once secured 3rd place in the World Championships. When the female coach removed her cap, Su Qiao was taken aback to find her to be quite the goddess. With a beauty score exceeding 9.2, her features were exceptionally delicate, with an oval face that, despite lacking makeup, radiated an undeniable allure. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding an air of purity. Standing approximately 166 centimeters tall, her figure was also strikingly appealing, with ample curves that were impossible to ignore. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Bai Chanming, your personal coach." The goddess-like coach extended her dainty hand and introduced herself with poise that Su Qiao quickly reached out to shake Bai's soft, delicate hand, his eyes twinkling as he gazed at the beauty before him. "Hello, Coach Bai, I look forward to your guidance." The sensation was incredibly tender, and he was loath to let go. Bai Chanming withdrew her hand slightly. Smiling as she said, "Mr. Su, let us go to the shooting range." Her smile revealed a radiant set of pearly whites, exceedingly charming. All right, Su Qiao said, feeling a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately releasing the goddess's hand. Upon reaching the shooting range, Bai Chanming exhibited remarkable patience. She meticulously explained the theoretical knowledge of firearms and the associated precautions before proceeding to hands-on instruction on how to grip and shoot the gun. The process inevitably involved physical contact. Although they were separated by clothing, how much could one wear in summer? Just a thin layer or two to inhaling the fragrance that wafted from Bai Chanming, Su Qiao found himself struggling to maintain composure. This was not entirely his fault. At only 27 years of age, it had been many days since he had been in the company of a woman. The woman before him was a paragon of beauty and figure. A true gem. How could he not be affected? However, despite his feelings, Su Qiao was able to rein in his emotions. The painful experiences of his past life had rendered him resolute. He would no longer develop feelings for a woman simply because of her beauty, let alone love that if he encountered a suitable woman, he would not mind entering a mutually beneficial arrangement, fulfilling each other's needs without emotional entanglements, that he could exchange his wealth for the unique allure of the goddess. Without investing feelings, ensuring that both parties emerged unencumbered. Chapter 27. I will leave you impoverished tonight. Though Bai Chanming had an exceptionally pure appearance, she was quite generous and astute. Being a coach, she had encountered numerous individuals, naturally honing her conversational skills. She was particularly attentive to clients who sought one-on-one lessons, as those who could afford private coaching were typically affluent individuals. Providing exceptional service would undoubtedly lead to generous tips. As a child from a modest background, she began learning shooting at a young age, eventually joining district, city, and national teams. Despite earning several accolades, the remuneration for athletes was meager. After retiring, she took on the role of a coach at the training base. Hoping to earn more money for a more comfortable life that a year ago, her mother fell gravely ill, incurring exorbitant medical expenses. Bai Chanming was a devoted daughter, dedicating almost all her earnings from coaching to her mother's treatment. Having lost her father during her childhood, her mother had raised her alone over the years, providing for her shooting aspirations. For 2 decades, they had relied on each other. Thus, Bai Chanming was resolute in her determination to spare no expense in ensuring her mother's recovery. Despite her diligent work, excellent shooting skills, and praise from clients, the staggering medical bills left her in considerable debt. Due to her exceptional looks, many men had offered to support her financially, claiming that if she accepted, her mother's medical costs would be entirely covered. Faced with such heavy financial burdens, she had wavered momentarily. However, her upbringing instilled in her a strong sense of dignity, making it difficult for her to accept a life devoid of respect and the taint of unclean money. Furthermore, if her mother were to discover that she had become someone's kept woman, it would surely break her heart. Thus, she declined their generous offers. She remained steadfast in her desire to earn a living through her own hard work. Supporting herself and funding her mother's medical care for over a year, she had consistently worked overtime, striving to provide exceptional service to every high-paying client, hoping to save up a little more. Though it was arduous, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment in her life. By the end of the morning training session, having received Bai Chanming's meticulous guidance, Su Qiao had grasped the fundamental principles of shooting and the mechanics of firearms. Observing Su Qiao's rapid progress, Bai Chanming could not help but give him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "I never expected Mr. Su to be so talented in shooting. In just half a day, you've managed to hit the 8 ring multiple times. Many people take a month to achieve such results. That is all thanks to your excellent instruction, Coach Bai." Su Qiao wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled, not forgetting to compliment the goddess. Bai Chanming also smiled in understanding. After a morning of adjustment and communication, the two seemed like long-lost friends, comfortably conversing with one another. Bai Chanming observed that Su Qiao was unlike other clients who regarded themselves as superior simply because they were spending money. Those individuals, upon seeing her beauty, often made unreasonable demands, sometimes even hinting at more inappropriate requests. However, the man before her, who had spent over 300,000 yuan to hire a personal trainer, was undoubtedly affluent, yet possessed a high level of refinement. He was courteous and eloquent, genuinely considerate of her feelings. This left a profound impression on her, and she quietly categorized Su Qiao as one of her own kind. At 18 noon, Su Qiao dined in the cafeteria of the training base. And in the afternoon, they resumed their training. By the end of the day, Su Qiao had made remarkable progress that he was unaware of the reason, but he seemed to possess an innate proficiency with firearms. Almost as if he had a unique talent. At 5 in the afternoon, the training finally concluded, leaving Bai Chanming feeling quite exhausted. Teaching Su Qiao to shoot was not only physically demanding, but also required constant verbal guidance. Leaving her parched, she picked up a bottle of mineral water, tilted her elegant neck, and drank half the bottle, without much grace. "Xiao Ming, you've worked hard. Let me scan your code to send you a little tip," Su Qiao said as they walked to the lounge, pulling Bai Chanming's arm and casually sitting beside her. Bai Chanming, feeling a special fondness for Su Qiao, didn't hesitate and generously sat next to him. She retrieved a towel from the rack to help him wipe the sweat from his face, then took out her phone, opened her QR code, and handed it to Su Qiao with a playful smile. "Don't hold back. Qiao go." Su Qiao chuckled, scanned the code, and promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to Bai Chanming as a tip. Upon seeing the amount, she was taken aback. Typically, tips from other clients wouldn't exceed 1,000 yuan, and she never expected Su Qiao to give her such a substantial sum. She quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "This is too much, Qiaoge. I can't accept it." "Haha, it's your first day of practice. And you hit the 9 ring. Isn't that worth celebrating? You mustn't be so formal with me." Su Qiao tossed the towel into the basin ahead and smiled at Bai Chanming, his expression sincere and gentle. Seeing Su Qiao as genuine kindness and lack of inappropriate demands touched Bai Chanming deeply. She no longer felt the need for formality and repeatedly thanked him, accepting the transfer. "Qiao Ge, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Will you do me the honor?" Bai Chanming stood up, her smile radiant as she spoke. She thought to herself that since Su Qiao had treated her so well, she should express her gratitude and not be stingy. "Sure, I happen to have no plans for dinner tonight," Su Qiao replied with a hearty laugh. "But you must treat me to a feast." "Absolutely, ah." Bai Chanming responded with equal cheerfulness. "That I won't hold back. Tonight, I'll make sure to treat you well." Su Qiao joked, "If you make me go broke, then I'll just have to rely on you." Bai Chanming shot him a playful glance, her demeanor charming. The two then walked out of the training base towards a nearby farmhouse restaurant. Bai Chanming was very courteous, ordering a plethora of dishes, after they had eaten their fill and enjoyed each other as company. It was already 7 in the evening, and the city was transitioning into its nightlife that Su Qiao felt quite full and decided to walk home to digest his meal, knowing it was only a few kilometers away and that he could reach home in a little over an hour. As he walked, he pondered what supplies he should stockpile for the upcoming week. Given that his funds had only just entered the stock market this week and were still in the initial accumulation phase, large-scale purchases would have to wait until a month later when his capital could multiply significantly, potentially reaching several billion, that he resolved to stockpile various meats, beef, lamb, duck, and chicken, by the ton, while also ensuring a plentiful supply of vegetables and fruits. After all, they would remain fresh in the alternate space, that in the event of an apocalypse, with the world frozen over, fruit trees would likely perish, leaving no fruits to consume. Additionally, he planned to hoard a significant quantity of drinking water, as the impending disaster would render water contaminated and undrinkable. As night fell, the moonlight dimmed, yet streetlights illuminated the path, alleviating any fears of darkness. That a gentle evening breeze rustled the leaves, while night birds returned to their nests, chirping merrily. This area was on the outskirts of the city, and as he passed a small pond, the chorus of frogs welcomed him. Su Qiao strolled along the sidewalk, meticulously classifying his supply list in his mind, intending to return home and create a detailed inventory on his computer for future editions. Lost in thought, he had unknowingly walked over a kilometer when he noticed the surroundings shift from residential areas to abandoned factories. With the streetlights growing increasingly dim, that a sense of unease crept over him as he felt a presence trailing him. Casually glancing back, he confirmed that a car was following him at a leisurely pace. Who could it be? Su Qiao mused coldly to himself that he had recently made quite a few enemies. There were several individuals looking to settle scores with him, including Yang Hong, the mistress of Lu Yue, Hao Tianyu, the office director of the energy company, Zhuo Anbing, the deputy director of the district government office, and his burly neighbor, Yin Haiming, a fitness coach. Not to mention Ma Zhong, the lottery man, and of course, the Lu family. These individuals sought either to exploit him financially or to assert their existence through him. Some, like Yang Hong, even wished him harm, that Su Qiao feigned ignorance of the pursuit and continued walking slowly. As the streetlights faded further into darkness, their faint glow barely illuminated the ground. This stretch of road was rarely traveled, resulting in poor municipal maintenance. Old bulbs had not been replaced, and several lights were out, leaving only a few solitary bulbs hanging from the poles like mere decorations. After walking a bit further, Su Qiao halted and glanced back. The car that had been tailing him suddenly accelerated, stopping just 10 meters ahead. Moments later, 5 or 6 burly men armed with knives and clubs leaped from the vehicle, swiftly surrounding Su Qiao. The leader, a tall and muscular man, was none other than his old nemesis, Yin Haiming, the fitness coach from the apartment across the way. "Ha, you little brat, today I finally caught you," Yin Haiming exclaimed, brandishing a gleaming machete and pointing it at Su Qiao as his companions encircled him. "Kneel down and give your Yin grandfather 100 kowtows. If you're nice, I might let my brothers go easy and just break one of your legs and chop off an arm." Yin Haiming's associates, all of substantial build, looked at Su Qiao's lean frame and exchanged puzzled glances. They wondered why their leader had summoned so many to deal with such an inconspicuous, slender young man. Before Su Qiao could respond, one Su Qiao, brother, I was wrong. Ah, it hurts so much. Yin Haiming clutched his injured calf with both hands, repeatedly pleading, "I will never dare again. Please spare me, little brother. Just treat me like a dog, and let me go." Spare you? If I were injured by you, would you let me go? Did you not intend to sever my tendons and ligaments? Su Qiao raised the steel knife and struck down fiercely at his left wrist. It hurts so much. Yin Haiming emitted a series of wails akin to a slaughtered pig. "Leave me one hand to earn a living." Su Qiao raised an eyebrow and replied that he picked up the knife and traced it across Yin Haiming's face, instantly carving a deep gash, blood flowing profusely. Yin Haiming let out another piercing scream. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Su Qiao harbored no sympathy that he then proceeded to inflict similar violence upon Xiao Long and others, breaking one of their leg bones or arm bones. Was Su Qiao afraid of retaliation? Not in the slightest. Would they dare to report to the police? Certainly not. Yin Haiming had led so many to attack him alone, even attempting to take his life, which was itself illegal. His act of defending against multiple assailants was justified. He feared no police intervention. Therefore, as long as he did not kill them, he could torment them as he pleased, all without incurring medical expenses. Of course, he had no desire to commit murder at that moment. When the police arrived, it would still be quite troublesome. At the very least, he would have to be detained and provide a statement. Among other things, thus, he chose to show some restraint. Yet the lesson he imparted to Yin Haiming and the others would be no less severe, that if he did not act ruthlessly enough, it would be him who would suffer grievous injuries, or even death tonight. Leaving everyone with some wounds, Su Qiao stood up and exhaled deeply. What a relief! Truly exhilarating. In his past life, he had always aspired to be a good person. Even when bullied, he endured, wishing to avoid conflict with anyone. And what was the result? Everyone regarded him as weak and bullied him relentlessly, riding roughshod over him. At work, he faced humiliation from superiors and bullying from colleagues. At home, his wife's family treated him with disdain. Having endured all he could, he no longer wished to tolerate it any longer. In this life, he would not provoke others. However, if anyone dared to provoke him, then they should consider whether they could bear the brunt of his wrath. The consequences would be immense, and they would find it unbearable. After feeling thoroughly satisfied, Su Qiao discarded the machete, letting it crash down upon Yin Haiming. With a slight lift of his lips, he coldly remarked, Coach Yin, if you still wish to play, Su Qiao, will gladly accompany you next time. Ha ha. Ha. With that, he laughed heartily as he departed the scene, leaving only the echoes of Yin hymning and others' agonized cries resonating in the night. Upon returning home, Su Qiao's phone rang. That he took out his phone and saw yet another call from Lu Yue, that he frowned slightly, wondering what this wretched woman wanted at such a time, that he had no intention of answering the call. But after considering that he still needed to play along with her, he thought it best to answer. Once the call connected, Lu Yue's voice came through. Su Qiao, where are you? We need to talk. What more is there to discuss between us? I'm out right now. If there's something, let's discuss it over the phone. Su Qiao replied indifferently. All right, how are you considering the matter of our remarriage? Lu Yue replied coldly. Remarriage? I will consider it once you fulfill the conditions I mentioned last time. Su Qiao chuckled. Last time he had stipulated that for remarriage, she must personally eliminate Lu Yang and Lu Hong. How could that be possible? Not to mention Lu Yang. Lu Hong was her own son, a bond between her and Yang Hong. Considering our past as a couple, if you are willing to remarry me, we can act as if nothing has happened. Since you have been so resolute, do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Yue threatened from the other end of the line. What kind of logic is this? Su Qiao was bewildered. Lu Yue had placed such a green hat upon him, and yet claimed that he was the one being unreasonable. How absurd, truly absurd. I shall wait and see what you can do, Su Qiao replied with a sardonic smile. Fine, you will know the outcome tomorrow, and then do not regret it. After Lu Yue uttered her threats. She hung up the phone. That moment, she was at her own home, pondering why she had made this call. Previously, she had offered Su Qiao a carrot, yet he had failed to recognize it and refused to accept it. Now, she intended to wield a big stick to see if he would yield. She knew Su Qiao's character all too well and wished to try once more that if she could successfully remarry Su Qiao through her methods and gain access to his vast wealth. Her status before Yang Hong would be greatly elevated. Furthermore, this would place her in a more advantageous position regarding the distribution of interests with Yang Hong. Additionally, if Yang Hong were to ensnare Su Qiao and they were to proceed with remarriage, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Thus, before Yang Hong took action against Su Qiao tomorrow, she sought one last opportunity. What if she succeeded? Su Qiao, this is your own doing. If you remain unaware, do not blame me for being heartless. Standing by the window, Lu Yue's once charming face began to twist with malice. Her eyes filled with a fierce determination. Chapter 30. Framing and Entrapment. After hanging up on Lu Yue, Su Qiao dialed the number of Private Investigator Zhang Jin. Inquiring in a low voice, Investigator Zhang, what is the situation? Zhang Jin chuckled from the other end of the line. Mr. Su, everything is proceeding smoothly. We have nearly completed preparations. Today, I contacted a friend in the capital. And tomorrow morning, I will have him release the materials on several major domestic websites, while also posting them on several influential local forums. Additionally, I will upload the relevant videos you provided over the past 2 days. Hearing that everything was going well, Su Qiao felt considerably lighter, replying with a smile, Very good. Perhaps Yang Hong and his associates will take action against me in the next couple of days. I hope your operations can catch them off guard. As I said before, our goal is to bring them down, but do not get them imprisoned. I still wish to enjoy playing with them slowly. Su Qiao added. Although Zhang Jin did not understand Su Qiao's motives, he found his approach intriguing and suspected that there would be more entertaining developments to come. That he responded with a laugh. Rest assured, Mr. Su, the issues they are involved in are quite serious. However, what we are releasing will only be enough for them to be dismissed from their positions. Having said that, a sense of curiosity gnawed at him. Why did Mr. Su not want Yang Hong and the others to end up in prison? This was something he would need to investigate thoroughly later, as it was intolerable. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, as a professional private investigator, he had to operate strictly according to his client's instructions. This was his professional code. The next morning, at 8:10 a.m., Su Qiao finished his morning routine and was about to head out for breakfast before checking on the renovation progress at the villa when a series of knocks echoed through the door. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole and saw Hao Tianyu, the office director of the energy company, accompanied by 2 individuals standing at his doorstep, one of whom was knocking. Finally, they have arrived. A smile crept across Su Qiao's face as he opened the door. Director Hao, it has been a while. What brings you here so early? Su Qiao greeted Hao Tianyu with a beaming smile. Hao Tianyu glanced inside the house, noticing no one else present, and coldly remarked, "Su Qiao, after the company's audit, we have found that you were suspected of embezzling public funds and falsifying accounts, causing significant losses to the company. We have already reported this to the inspection committee. This is Section Chief Tong and Section Chief Duan from the committee. Come, let us go to the committee and clarify the matter." "Oh, I am suspected of embezzling public funds." Su Qiao was well aware of how Tianyu and Shikuan scheme and asked with a smile, "Naturally, if it's not you embezzling, then who else could it be?" How Tianyu raised an eyebrow, a triumphant expression on his face that Su Qiao fixed his gaze on Hao Tianyu, calmly responding, "Director Hao, are you certain you want to take me to the inspection committee? Are you prepared to face any regrets?" Just as Hao Tianyu was about to speak, Section Chief Duan, standing nearby, interjected sternly, "Su Qiao, stop the nonsense and come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures against you." Su Qiao turned his head, casting a cold, piercing glance at the two section chiefs and retorted frostily, "You have decided to take me away, yet you fear the possibility of arresting the wrong person and living to regret it." Section Chief Tong frowned, clearly growing impatient. Did I end their line of work? How could a suspect negotiate with them? It was absurd to even ask if they might regret their actions. Did he have a screw loose? Stepping forward, he shoved Su Qiao with a scowl. "Any grievances can be addressed at the committee. Now close the door and come with us at once." Su Qiao, undeterred, had already prepared for this scenario. Since he had nothing else to do in the morning, he figured he might as well entertain them. "Very well, I shall accompany you at once." With that, he closed the door behind him. The two section chiefs attempted to approach him to put handcuffs on him, but Su Qiao offered no resistance, only sneering, "Gentlemen, I am merely a suspect at this moment, not a criminal, that if you insist on forcibly handcuffing me, you may find yourselves paying a far heavier price." Seeing a mere commoner with a buzz cut daring to threaten him, Section Chief Duan laughed in anger. "Ha ha! Quite bold. I look forward to seeing what price you can make us pay." Upon concluding his words, he affixed handcuffs to Su Qiao's wrists and propelled him into the elevator. After descending, they arrived in the community courtyard, where they fortuitously encountered Lu Yue and her family. Lu Tianhai and Fan Zimei were seen holding the hands of Lu Yang and Lu Hong respectively, engaging the children in playful antics. Meanwhile, Lu Yue was whispering to Lu Hua, upon noticing Su Qiao approaching them. Still adorned with handcuffs, their faces radiated with delight. "Principal Lu, what a coincidence." Gao Tianyu stepped forward to greet Lu Yue, his expression marked by deference. After exchanging pleasantries, he nodded towards the elderly Lu and his wife. Section Chief Duan and Section Chief Tong also humbly acknowledged Lu Yue. She nodded in response, her face brimming with self-satisfaction as she smiled at Su Qiao, saying, "Ha Su, are you regretting your choices now? If you plead for mercy and agree to remarry me, I could intercede on your behalf in front of Director Gao, Section Chief Duan, and Section Chief Tong. I might persuade them to release your handcuffs and help you mitigate your charges at the commission." Before Su Qiao could respond, Lu Hua interjected with a taunt, "Sister, why bother asking for leniency for this scoundrel? Unless he surrenders the villa and shares, we shall not spare him. Those are our family's assets. Yet this dog has usurped them." Ignoring Lu Hua's foolishness, Su Qiao approached Lu Yue, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Heh, Lu Yue, I never imagined you would resort to such tactics for my assets. Even managing to manipulate the commission. This must be your paramour Yang Hong's design, right? However, do not revel too soon. The joy you feel now will be met with profound regret later." Lu Yue, unfazed by Su Qiao's public exposure of her affair with Yang Hong, felt no trepidation, for Gao Tianyu, Section Chief Duan, and Section Chief Tong were all in Yang Hong's employ. Otherwise, given their positions, they would not treat her, an assistant principal, with such courtesy. She reached out to pat Su Qiao's cheek, her gaze menacing. "Umph, do you truly believe that a worthless wretch like you can invoke my regret? Let me assure you, you shall never escape the grasp of Lu Yue, unless by the finality of death." She was undeterred by the presence of Gao Tianyu and the others, as they had already conspired together. Observing Lu Yue's arrogance and eloquence, Su Qiao's lips curled into a slight smirk as he replied, "Very well, you possess courage. Let us see who will emerge victorious in the end." With that, he chose not to engage further with Lu Yue and turned to leave. His heart grew colder, fully recognizing Lu Yue's true nature. To think that in his previous life, She had led the charge to divide his assets, and now, faced with the exposure of her infidelity, she sought to eliminate him, to seize his wealth. Such a venomous woman, willing to betray her body for gain and recklessly trample upon human life, was unworthy of existence and deserved death. After taking a few steps, 3-year-old Lu Hong called out, "Is that person our daddy?" "Little Hong, he is not our daddy. Mommy says he is a scoundrel and useless." 5-year-old Lu Yang corrected that, he's a scoundrel and useless. Lu Hong clapped his hands in delight. Naturally, all of this was incited by the Lu family. Lu Tianhai and Lu Yumei beamed with pride, giving their 2 grandsons a thumbs up, believing them to be exceptionally clever and impressive. "Well said, Su Qiao. You are merely our family's son-in-law and servant, meant to serve us that we have provided for your sustenance for so many years, and yet you dare betray us and divorce Xiaowei. Now that the commission has apprehended you, and the children insult you, this is all your just retribution." That Su Qiao cast a frigid glance at the 2 children, as if they were already lifeless. Noticing Su Qiao's glare, Lu Yang shouted, "Grandpa, that scoundrel Su Qiao dares to glare at us. He should be shot by the police." With that, he mimicked a gun with his right hand, making shooting sounds. This child had been spoiled by the Lu family and had never feared Su Qiao. Now, spurred on further by his family, he was more audacious than ever. Lu Yue, with admiration, stroked her eldest son's head, confidently proclaiming, "The one who will laugh last is undoubtedly Lu Yue. I await the day you come crying to me, begging for reconciliation. Ha ha." With that, she laughed heartily, nearly bringing her to tears. Gao Tianyu joined in the laughter for a moment, then glanced at his watch, respectfully stating, "Principal Lu, if you have no further instructions, the 2 section chiefs and I will take him to the commission for questioning, so we can reclaim the embezzled funds and your property more swiftly." Lu Yue ceased her laughter, waving her hand dismissively. "Go ahead. Keep me updated on any developments." Her tone was casual, as if she were the superior of Gao Tianyu. Section Chief Duan and Section Chief Tong smiled at Lu Yue and then pushed Su Qiao into a government vehicle. Gao Tianyu took the passenger seat, and the driver started the engine, heading towards the district commission. Upon arrival, Su Qiao was led into a small room where Gao Tianyu and the others presented their so-called evidence, tossing it before him and enumerating the alleged charges against him. These primarily included embezzlement, corruption, and accepting bribes from suppliers, among others. That Su Qiao, please review these. They are the findings of the company's investigation into your embezzlement and bribery over the years, amounting to a staggering 23 million yuan. This should keep you behind bars for quite some time. Just sign here. Gao Tianyu tossed a pen onto the table, grinning maliciously. Su Qiao surveyed the so-called evidence, a mix of genuine and fabricated documents. Astonished at the lengths to which Shi Kuan and Gao Tianyu had gone to orchestrate this scheme against him, he scoffed. "Gao Tianyu, do you not fear the consequences of your false accusations?" Gao Tianyu, do not believe in karma. I only believe in power and strength. It is only the weak like you who cling to such ethereal notions, Gao Tianyu declared, his fingers drumming on the table. Laughter echoing. Seeing Gao Tianyu's arrogant demeanor, Su Qiao abruptly stood, brandishing the pen as if to stab his own eye. Coldly, he uttered, "Humph, do you not fear that we, the powerless commoners, might unleash our wrath, causing blood to stain your hands?" Chapter 31. Exposing malfeasance. Seeing Su Qiao daring to brandish a pen in the commission's interrogation room, the previously triumphant Gao Tianyu was taken aback. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, pushing against the chair and propelling himself backward. However, the motion was rather clumsy. Enraged, he pointed at Su Qiao and lunged forward, intending to slap him while cursing, "You dog! How dare you try to poke my eyes out?" Su Qiao was not about to let him land a blow. With a forceful kick, he retreated, chair and all, to the wall. Gao Tianyu, overexerting himself, stumbled and crashed onto the table, causing pain to his ribs. Damn it. He groaned, clutching his aching ribs, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Su Qiao, I will make you pay for this." Noticing Su Qiao's continued defiance, Section Chief Tong slammed his hand on the table and barked, "Su Qiao, this is the commission. You must behave appropriately, or do not blame us for being unkind." Su Qiao turned to glare at Section Chief Tong, a cold smile playing on his lips. Section Chief Tong, do you not feel a pang of conscience for breaking the law in collusion with your superior to frame others? Do you not fear divine retribution?" He was well aware that these two section chiefs were not virtuous individuals, as the video provided by Jiang Yao had revealed their collusion with Gao Tianyu and Shi Kun. He had learned they were the spies Yang Hong had placed within the commission to target him, that they "Oh, not spout nonsense. We are merely acting in accordance with the law. Hurry and sign." Section Chief Tong, momentarily taken aback, spoke nervously that "I will not sign that. Since I have some free time, allow me to show you a video." With that, he retrieved an MP4 player from his pocket, despite being handcuffed. He was not hindered in his actions. This MP4 was something he had procured specifically for this moment. He tossed it onto the table and quickly pressed play. Gao Tianyu and the others exchanged glances, unsure of Su Qiao's intentions, and leaned in to watch the video. What unfolded before them was footage of Shi Kun and Gao Tianyu conspiring to frame him in the office of the vice general manager. They were taken aback. As the video played on, despite the air-conditioned room, Gao Tianyu was drenched in cold sweat, and both Section Chief Tong and Section Chief Duan trembled, for they were implicated in the conversation between Gao Tianyu and Shi Kun, which explicitly mentioned Yang Hong's directives. The three men gaped in shock, unable to utter a word. They had never anticipated that Su Qiao possessed incriminating footage of their conspiracy against him. In the opening seconds of the video, Gao Tianyu recognized the setting as Shi Kun's office. Internally, he pondered, Su Qiao has resigned, so how could he have installed a camera in Shi's office? He could not have done it himself. Who could it be? Yet, he was left without answers. Gao Tianyu silently lamented, "Alas, we were too careless. Who would have thought someone would dare install a camera in the office of the company's second-in-command, with so many people coming and going? Who could it possibly be? If this video were to leak, I would undoubtedly be finished. What do you think?" Su Qiao smiled at the crowd, saying, "Isn't this video quite spectacular?" The three individuals were now drenched in cold sweat, their minds momentarily paralyzed. After a considerable pause, Gao Tianyu snatched the MP4 device and burst into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Su Qiao, I never imagined you could be so foolish as to present this to us in person. I shall confiscate it now. You cannot do anything to us." Su Qiao remained silent, gazing intently at Gao Tianyu with a smirk of derision upon his lips. At that moment, Section Chief Tong plopped down onto a chair, dejectedly stating, "Director Hao, what good will it do for you to take the MP4? Do you think Su Qiao cannot make multiple copies?" Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu realized the validity of the point, and his expression quickly soured. Section Chief Duan Ming finally began to feel the weight of fear. He looked at Su Qiao with pleading eyes and forced a smile, saying, "Su Qiao, Section Chief Tong, and I were also manipulated. We know you were wronged. If you hand over the other videos, we will certainly let you go." Su Qiao reclined back in his chair, nonchalantly chuckling. "Are you serious? You will truly let me go?" "Of course," Duan Ming assured, thumping his chest. "I find that hard to believe." Su Qiao replied with a sly grin, then added, "First, you three must slap yourselves 100 times and berate yourselves as scoundrels and beasts. Only then will I consider refraining from leaking the video. As for taking away the backup video, that is out of the question. You." Section Chief Tong Goen glared at Su Qiao with fury. Su Qiao sat there leisurely, playing with the handcuffs, saying, "Go on, strike me if you dare. Otherwise, prepare for your dismissal." "Humph. You have been captured by us. As long as we refuse to release you, what can you do with your video?" Tong Goen scoffed. "Well, why don't you test that theory?" Su Qiao boldly propped his legs up on the table, casting a disdainful glance at the three, and calmly stated, "I informed a few friends last night that if I went missing, they should retrieve the video from my designated location and release it online. So, you still have a bit of time for repentance. That if it reaches noon, I cannot guarantee anything." Gao Tianyu was the first to crumble under the pressure. Having worked hard to secure his position as office director, he was unwilling to lose his job, but he stammered, all right, Su Qiao, I will slap myself." He began to slap his own face, exclaiming, "I am a scoundrel. I am a beast. I have wronged Su Qiao. Gao Tianyu, you are slapping yourself far too lightly. Have you not had enough to eat? Hit harder, or it doesn't count." Su Qiao scolded while pointing at him. Reluctantly, Gao Tianyu increased his force, delivering resounding slaps to his own face, that if he did not comply, Su Qiao's friends would indeed release the video online, potentially ruining him for life. That he thought to himself that Su Qiao already had leverage over him and even possessed dirt on Yang Hong. So he decided not to meddle in their affairs any further. Such a course would lead to his own downfall. Seeing how Tianyu take the lead, Duan Ming and Tong Goen, feeling cornered, followed suit, slapping themselves and cursing their own character. They realized that if Su Qiao's video leaked, their own disgrace would be exposed, leading to their dismissal. They had never anticipated that in their quest to ingratiate themselves with Yang Hong, they would nearly jeopardize their own careers. The three of them delivered around 70 or 80 slaps, turning their faces into swollen masks, all the while casting hopeful glances at Su Qiao, silently pleading for him to call a halt. "All right, if you continue, your mothers would not recognize you," Su Qiao said, rising with a sense of delight. "Release me and await my favorable news." Okay. Duan Ming hastily retrieved the keys to unlock his handcuffs as Su Qiao exited the small dark room. He did not inquire about the MP4 from Hao Tianyu, whose face was bruised and swollen, making him hesitant to leave. "Director Yang, are you in the office? I have important matters to report to you in person." Tong Goen, covering his swollen face with his left hand, glanced at the MP4 in Hao Tianyu's possession while dialing the phone number of Deputy District Chief Yang Hong. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, local forums in Zhonghui District and various platforms were abuzz with the explosive video featuring Deputy District Chief Yang Hong and a certain assistant principal, Lu Yue, in a compromising position. The online posts also circulated videos of Yang Hong instructing Hao Tianyu, the office director, and section chiefs Duan Ming and Tong Goen to frame the former employee, Su Qiao. Further revelations emerged online, alleging that the assistant principal Lu Yue had engaged in an extramarital affair, leading her husband to become a mere pawn while she bore 2 sons with her lover. Yang Hong, that moment, Su Qiao lay sprawled on the sofa of his rented apartment. Zhang Jing had just called him, urging him to check the online posts, claiming the video was sensational and spreading rapidly. The media was ablaze with activity, with many sharing and commenting, demanding the immediate dismissal of those involved and an investigation into their unlawful activities. That Su Qiao's phone rang. It was Hao Tianyu attempting to reach him. He could not be bothered to answer, and after several more attempts, Su Qiao simply blocked his number. He had no time for trivialities. When the apocalypse arrived, if he encountered Hao Tianyu again, he would make him pay dearly. Half an hour later, his phone rang again. It was his ex-wife, Lu Yue. This time, he chose not to decline the call. "Hello, Principal Lu, I saw your video online. I never imagined you to be such a depraved individual." Su Qiao answered the call with sarcasm. "Su Qiao, you bastard. Did you orchestrate this?" Lu Yue retorted, momentarily taken aback, her voice filled with fury. "Indeed, you guessed correctly. Weren't you quite arrogant this morning? Now you are famous nationwide. How does it feel?" "Haha," Su Qiao laughed heartily. "You scoundrel, I never expected you to be so ruthless. You have ruined me, and I will not let you go unpunished. Just wait." Lu Yue raged over the phone. "Fine, I will be waiting. What tricks do you have left? Bring them on." Su Qiao said no more, chuckling as he ended the call. Chapter 32, a visit from the goddess at night, having hung up on Lu Yue. Su Qiao felt quite pleased. It seemed he was no longer entangled in their affairs. Everything would unfold as fate intended. He was confident that Yang Hong and the others lacked the energy to deal with him at present. So he would continue with his plans as scheduled. Su Qiao reached out to the female shooting coach, Bai Chanming, requesting to train at the base again today. Meanwhile, the scandal continued to escalate. The power of the internet was formidable, capable of sweeping away all manner of corruption and vice, and no matter how powerful one might be, once a scandal broke and was exposed online, the repercussions would be devastating. Indeed, Zhang Jing's uploaded video quickly gained traction, igniting a frenzy among netizens. Particularly, self-media outlets seemed to swarm the event like flies drawn to filth, relentlessly amplifying the situation. Many outraged internet users began to dig into Lu Yue's personal life, while some even resorted to harassing her with phone calls, hurling insults at the shameless woman. Lu Yue's Weibo account was soon inundated with over 10,000 comments, aside from a few radical feminists defending her right to choose, claiming her body was hers to do with as she pleased. Other martial artists pointed fingers at Su Qiao, suggesting that Lu Yue's husband must have committed some grievous offense, compelling her to don the metaphorical green hat. In any case, female martial artists always found various justifications to exonerate her. However, this did little to mitigate the backlash. The overwhelming majority of comments were vitriolic condemnations, Some even threatened to travel to Jianghui District to eliminate her for the sake of the public good. Left with no choice, Lu Yue had to restrict comments on her social media accounts due to the uproar. In light of the public outcry, the local Education and Sports Bureau was caught in a precarious position. Bureau leaders were compelled to convene an emergency meeting to discuss the matter, unanimously deciding to take immediate measures to address public sentiment and avert the flames of scandal from engulfing their own institution. Thus, 2 hours later, they issued a statement online, announcing Lu Yue's suspension and the initiation of further investigations. Meanwhile, the district chief was livid upon receiving reports of the public outrage, infuriated that such a scandalous and serious violation of ethics could occur within his jurisdiction. This severely impacts both the image of the district government and that of the individual involved. Due to the management authority issues concerning leadership positions, the district head is unable to address the actions of Deputy District Head Yang Hong. However, he promptly orders the inspection committee to dismiss Section Chief Duan and Section Chief Tong and initiate an investigation. The intense public outcry has also reached the higher echelons of Donghai City. To avoid being passive, the Donghai City government swiftly suspends Yang Hong from his position as Deputy District Head of Jianghui District and announces an immediate investigation into his conduct. The Donghai City Energy Company also acts with remarkable speed, suspending Deputy Director Shi Kuan and Office Director Hao Tianyu of the Jianghui District Energy Company, launching their own investigation. During all this turmoil, Su Qiao is diligently practicing shooting with the beautiful coach by Chanming. He understands that such matters are best left to the public, who can exert pressure on various administrative departments to take action through their formidable voice, rather than resorting to complaints and grievances, which would be inefficient and potentially risky. In the evening, Su Qiao treats Bai Chanming to a lavish dinner, generously tipping her, as a few tens of thousands of yuan are but a trifling sum for him at present. However, this will ensure Bai Chanming is more dedicated to imparting shooting techniques to him. After dining with the goddess, he returns home and browses the internet, discovering that the news of Yang Hong and others being dismissed is being fervently shared and commented on by netizens, making it the most trending topic of the day. Despite many speculating that Lu Yue's husband, Su Qiao, must be suffering greatly and in need of comfort, they enthusiastically offer to provide him with free legal services and psychological counseling, with some even willing to donate money. To Su Qiao chuckles softly, thinking that it's best to just observe and not take it seriously. That he settles on the sofa, continuing to organize his inventory list of supplies. He has nearly completed the food item list and reflects that various fuels also require considerable reserves, alongside low-noise generators, in the face of an impending apocalypse, while others may be freezing. He envisions himself generating electricity and turning on the air conditioning for warmth. What a delight that would be! Of course, he has also instructed manager Wu Zulong to install fireplaces to provide heating. However, he cannot purchase gasoline in bulk, that he plans to find time to negotiate with several private gas stations to privately stockpile some gasoline, offering them a higher price. After all, money can move mountains, and a gas station sells to whom it pleases. When the apocalypse arrives, he will devise a way to acquire oil at no cost. Su Qiao also drafts a list of equipment that could shelter him from freezing rain, such as multi-layered jackets, snowmobiles, and snow vehicles. Nevertheless, he remains optimistic that the freezing rain will not persist indefinitely. Moreover, he recognizes the necessity of stockpiling medicines, as being ill without medication is untenable. However, he finds himself troubled by his lack of medical knowledge. It would be ideal to have a doctor during the apocalypse, preferably a goddess. Of course, he muses that Lin Qin, the wife of lotteryman Ma Zhong, is a doctor. Yet he dismisses the thought. Despite her beauty, she is married, and thus unattainable, with the stock market poised to yield tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Next week, he knows he must expedite his procurement efforts. Thankfully, Yang Hong and the other troublemakers are currently too preoccupied to pose any threat to him or hinder his supply acquisitions. Su Qiao glances at the spreadsheet on his computer, noting that he has compiled nearly 200 items, with quantities so vast they could sustain him for several lifetimes. Just as he prepares to close his notebook, a knock sounds at the door. Lu Yue, Su Qiao muses aloud, pleased by her arrival, as he wishes to engage her in conversation and perhaps conduct an interview. However, upon opening the door, he is surprised to find the stunning Dr. Lin Qin standing before him. He is momentarily taken aback, having just been contemplating the goddess Lin. Could they share a mental connection? Mr. Su, may I come in for a moment? Lin Qin glances back nervously. Since you're here, please come in. Su Qiao replies, ushering her inside and shutting the door behind her with a smile. Upon seeing the door close, Lin Qin's heart begins to race. Please have a seat. What brings you here? Su Qiao gestures to a nearby chair while settling onto the sofa. His interest peaked as he gazes at the exquisite beauty before him, particularly as she is a married goddess. That Mr. Su, could you possibly lend me some money? I'm in urgent need. Lin Qin's face flushes crimson as she nervously wrings her hands. She glances up at Su Qiao and quickly looks down again. What do you need to borrow money for? Su Qiao asks, crossing his legs and speaking nonchalantly. Engaging in conversation with a beautiful woman is undeniably one of the most pleasant and relaxing experiences. Lin Qin, feeling a mix of shame and anger, briefly explains her domestic troubles. That it turns out her husband, Ma Zhong, has incurred substantial losses from gambling, amounting to millions. Loan sharks and high-interest lenders have confronted both her and Ma Zhong at their workplaces, demanding repayment. That Ma Zhong has not only borrowed extensively, but has also embezzled 500,000 yuan in company funds. That if the debts are not settled within the next few days, he will surely face termination from his position. Last year, he claimed to be starting a business and took her salary card, providing her with only 2,000 yuan per month. Today, when Lin Qin checked, she discovered her card had a balance of 0. Mr. Su, I've exhausted all my relatives and friends and can no longer borrow from anyone. Would you consider lending me 500,000 yuan to help save Ma Zhong's job? I'll write you an IOU. And now that I have reclaimed my salary card, I can repay you monthly. Lin Qin pleads softly, her embarrassment palpable. After all, the experience of asking for money is not a pleasant one, that while one usually holds their head high. The act of borrowing inevitably places one in a subordinate position. Even if one is a goddess. Dr. Lin, should I lend you the money, I would not require repayment. Su Qiao grins at Lin Qin, fixating on her delicate features. How can that be? We are not related. I must repay you. I cannot take advantage of your kindness. Lin Qin exclaims, her heart lifting at Su Qiao's willingness to assist. She had heard that Su Qiao won over 200 million in gambling stones, so 500,000 yuan would be a mere drop in the bucket for him. Nonetheless, she knows that regardless of his wealth, she cannot simply benefit without offering something in return. Of course, I cannot let you benefit without reciprocity. That I will lend you 500,000 yuan, but in exchange, I would like something from you. That Su Qiao strokes his chin, intrigued as he observes Lin Qin. That I despise Ma Zhong. I'll help you settle the debts and secure your job. In return, you should be generous and offer me your stunning self. What do you wish to exchange? Lin Qin gazes at Su Qiao with wide, beautiful eyes, perplexed, as her family possesses nothing of value. Yourself, Su Qiao smirks mischievously. You cannot possibly think that way. Lin Qin exclaims, standing abruptly from her seat, shocked to discover that Su Qiao, who appears gentlemanly, harbors such lewd thoughts. She had initially believed him to be a kind-hearted individual. This is quite fair. You need 500,000 yuan. I could even offer you 1 million, but as a condition. You should provide me with what I desired. It's a fair trade, with no deception. What do you say? Su Qiao rises, smiling brightly. That is absolutely unacceptable. Mr. Su, can we perhaps negotiate different terms? Lin Qin, undeterred, implores. However, she resolutely refuses to compromise her principles for money. She is a traditional woman, firmly believing in loyalty to one spouse. Then it seems we have reached an impasse. Nevertheless, my door remains open to you. Should you reconsider, you are welcome to seek me out anytime. Su Qiao gestures invitingly. Lin Qin's face falls, disappointment etched across her features. She realizes that if she does not accompany him, he is unlikely to lend her the money. But how could she possibly? What difference is there between sleeping with Su Qiao for 500,000 yuan and selling herself? She would never breach her moral boundaries for the sake of money. Biting her lip, her eyes glisten with unshed tears as she trembles, feeling utterly humiliated for lowering herself to beg this man, only to be met with his disdain. That a few tears roll down her beautiful cheeks as she turns to leave, exiting the room without another word. Her silhouette fading into solitude, Su Qiao shuts the door, shaking his head with a chuckle that he muses that he has no obligation to assist others, nor will he allow his compassion to overwhelm him to the point of helping a weeping beauty. The world is full of those in need. Does shedding a few tears while asking to borrow money obligate him to help? I'm not a saint, but Su Qiao finds it quite peculiar. As for Ma Zhong, a man obsessed with the lottery, I cannot fathom how Lin Qin can tolerate him at this point. To stoop so low as to borrow money from him is beyond comprehension. I wonder if, in the end times when food and drink are scarce, she will still remain devoted to Ma Zhong. Chapter 33. The thoughts of the Lu sisters. Su Qiao closed the door and returned to the living room. At that moment, her female apprentice Jiang Yao called again, informing her that the City Energy Company and the District Procuratorial Committee had sent representatives this afternoon, announcing the suspension of Shi Kuan and Hao Tianyu. The once illustrious duo left the office like stray dogs. Jiang Yao mentioned that after obtaining the crucial video, she quietly removed the cameras, and now the company is rife with speculation about who recorded the evidence against Shi Kuan and Hao Tianyu. Xiao Yao, I must sincerely thank you for this, Su Qiao said with a smile. Master, you better offer something substantial instead of just words of thanks. Jiang Yao pouted on the other end of the line. I promise to treat you to a meal soon, Su Qiao assured. When is soon? Jiang Yao pressed. Meanwhile, while Su Qiao was joyfully chatting with her beautiful apprentice, the Lu family was in disarray. Lu Yue was taken away for questioning by the District Procuratorial Committee in the afternoon and only returned home around 7 in the evening. Of course, the online exposure only mentioned her lifestyle issues and did not touch upon any financial matters. The District Procuratorial Committee was merely following procedure and did not delve deeper, as a thorough investigation could tarnish the district's reputation even more. The scandal was already severe, and further digging would only serve to splash mud on their own faces. Upon learning that Yang Hong and Lu Yue had been dismissed from their positions and lost their power, Lu Tianhai, Fan Zimei, and Lu Hua appeared disheartened. Their once proud ally, Yang Hong, had fallen, and Lu Yue had lost her job. Would they now have to rely on them to support Lu Yue and her 2 children? At that moment, Lu Tianhai leaned back against the sofa, sighing, Xiao Wei, with you losing your job and no income, your mother and I can only rely on our meager retirement pensions to support you and your brother. How will you, Lu Yang and Lu Hong, manage? We cannot do anything about it. You need to think of a solution. Fan Zimei, seated on a stool, pointed at Lu Yue's head and complained, Indeed, how could you be so careless in your actions? You let them find your weakness. Now our entire family must endure hardship. Lu Yang approached to hold Fan Zimei's hand, only to have her slap it away. Lu Laotai glared at the child, angrily scolding, You little brat, go away. Can't you see I'm busy? Lu Yang, fearful, cast a glance at his grandmother, but did not cry. He could not understand why his grandmother, who had always cherished him, was suddenly so fierce. When he noticed his grandmother was unwilling to acknowledge him, he ran toward Lu Hua, hoping to nestle beside his uncle and watch him play games. Lu Hua cast a disdainful glance at his nephew, roughly shoving him aside and exclaiming, Go away, don't disturb me while I'm playing on my phone. Seeing her son nearly toppled, Lu Yue expressed her dissatisfaction, scolding Lu Hua, Xiao Hua, Yang is just a child. How can you push him around so roughly? Lu Hua turned to Lu Yue, rolling his eyes, and complained, Why don't you say your son is at fault? Don't blame me. Dad is talking to you. You need to think of a solution quickly, or our family will be left to fend for ourselves. It seemed that the Lu family operated on this principle. When one held power, they would be revered, but once they fell from grace, they became a burden. Even if Lu Yue was the biological daughter of Lu Tianhai and Fan Zimei, it made no difference, let alone the fact that Lu Yang and Lu Hong were grandchildren who were 1 or 2 layers removed. With a sigh, Lu Yue weakly replied, Dad, I just lost my job, that I will look for a new one in a few days and provide you with living expenses every month. She understood that Lu Tianhai wanted her to take Lu Yang and Lu Hong with her. However, without a job, she knew it would be impossible to find a new position in the short term. Moreover, she had only recently become the assistant principal, without any opportunity to amass wealth, with little savings and no support from her parents. How would she manage to live with 2 children on her own? In the past, she had given the majority of her salary to Lu Tianhai. Yet Lu Tianhai and Fan Zimei doted excessively on their son, Lu Hua, squandering the family's finances on him. Upon hearing Lu Yue's intention to search for a job, Lu Tianhai banged on the table and rebuked, What are you looking for a job for? Su Qiao has over 200 million. You should find a way to remarry him. Let him come back into our family. With money, there will be someone to cook and do laundry. Why is your mind so dull? Previously, he had praised his second daughter for being clever and becoming an assistant principal, a position of considerable rank. After learning that Lu Yue had become involved with Yang Hong, he had showered her with even more praise. Now, however, he scolded her for being foolish. But Lu Yue felt a sense of difficulty, hesitating to speak. The thought of how she had sent Su Qiao to the procuratorial committee that morning and later cursed him on the phone made her realize that Su Qiao must hate her now. Therefore, she had no courage to broach the topic of remarrying him. There is no but. Lu Tianhai's eyes widened. He slammed the sofa and issued an ultimatum. You have 7 days if you cannot find a way to remarry Su Qiao by next Wednesday. Then please take Lu Yang and Lu Hong and move out. Lu Yue's lips quivered, tears welling in her eyes. She looked at her mother, hoping Fan Zimei would speak up for her, but Fan Zimei glared at her and coolly remarked, Your father is right. We cannot afford to live off nothing. Xiaohua still needs to carry on the Lu family name. Your father, and I can only support him. It is indeed beyond our means to support you, and the 2 children as well. Su Qiao was once so enamored with you. Find a way to approach him. Surely it will work. Lu Yue lowered her head, choosing not to say anything further. She understood her parents all too well. They favored their son over their daughters, reserving all the good for Lu Hua while neglecting her and her elder sister. When they had perceived her as valuable, they had lavished her with affection. Now that she had lost her worth, they treated her like refuse, eager to cast her aside. What could she as a daughter do? Now, under their roof, she had no choice but to lower her head. Lu Yue silently resolved. Since you are so ungrateful, I will seek to remarry Su Qiao. With over 200 million, I will no longer set foot in your Lu family home. From now on, Su Qiao will solely handle cooking and laundry for me. And you will receive not a penny from me. She lowered her head and wiped away her tears. Until the remarriage, she would endure. Once remarried, when they came to grovel, she would not even cast a glance their way. At the same time, in Lu Yuzhen's bedroom, Zhou Anbing had deliberately taken medication that evening and was venting the humiliation of the past few days on Lu Yuzhen. He relentlessly struck her ample posterior, cursing, Damn it, both you sisters are shameless. Now that Yang Hong has fallen, find an opportunity to summon Lu Yue to our home, so I can sample her. Only then will I forgive you and not divorce you. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Hearing Zhou Anbing's intention towards her sister Lu Yue filled Lu Yuzhen with revulsion, even nausea. Yet she dared not retort, as she was in chapter 34. This is my first kiss the following day. Saturday, Su Qiao arrived at his villa after having breakfast. Upon seeing him, manager Wu Zulong hurriedly approached to offer a cigarette that Su Qiao waved his hand, indicating that he did not smoke in his past life. During his school days marked by poverty, smoking was a luxury he could not afford. Shortly after starting work, he married into the Lu family, which further plunged him into destitution, leaving him completely estranged from both tobacco and alcohol. Despite this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy watching others exhale clouds of smoke with such nonchalance. Once inside, guided by Wu Zulong, Su Qiao observed that the villa was being renovated according to his specifications. As he walked, he reflected on how, amidst the impending apocalypse, he would have a sanctuary where he could enjoy warm meals and hot showers, and perhaps even relish the comfort of air conditioning or a fireplace, while the Lu family would be left to suffer hunger and cold. This thought brought a smile to his face. However, he also considered that being alone in such a vast house could become quite lonely. In the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, he wouldn't trust anyone, save for his female disciple Jiang Yao. Yet, only days before the world was set to change, Jiang Yao seemed intent on returning home to care for her gravely ill father. He contemplated how he might persuade her to stay. For now, he couldn't disclose the impending doom to Jiang Yao. Such a horrifying revelation would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. Furthermore, Su Qiao worried that if this information leaked, the authorities might accuse him of spreading rumors and imprison him. There was no need to jeopardize his freedom for the sake of a woman. Perhaps he should acquire some small pets to pass the time. In the apocalypse, amusing himself by playing with cats and walking dogs could provide a modicum of joy. After familiarizing himself with the renovation progress, Su Qiao took his leave of the villa and strolled to a nearby pet store to see what animals might be suitable companions during the end times. His eye was first caught by a pure black Chinese rural dog, approximately 2 months old and adorably plump, that he decided to purchase it. Next, he spotted a small, pure white kitten, its bright eyes gazing at him innocently. The owner mentioned it was just over a month old and exceptionally docile, that he bought that as well. Finally, he found a vividly colored parrot that appeared quite intelligent, and he acquired it too. The owner was delighted to sell 3 pets at once, and generously included some cat food, dog food, and bird feed, along with instructions on how to care for them, that he mentioned that if Su Qiao was unable to wash them properly, he could bring them back to the store for a discounted grooming service. That Su Qiao nodded, envisioning a future filled with dog walks, cat cuddles, and teaching the parrot to talk, which would surely help him pass the time. After settling the pets into a room in his rented accommodation, Su Qiao intended to train them thoroughly before the apocalypse arrived, hoping they would become his loyal companions, to in a world where humans might betray him. He knew that as long as he provided food and drink, animals would remain steadfastly loyal. Just as he finished arranging for the little creatures, his phone rang, revealing a call from the beautiful trainer Bai Changming. "Hey, isn't this lovely lady supposed to be off today? Did she miss me?" he mused. "Qiao Ge, where do you live?" "I'm right by your phone line community," came Bai Changming's sweet voice through the receiver. That Su Qiao pressed the answer button, and her gentle tone floated to him. After 2 days of training, Bai Changming seemed to have developed deeper feelings for Su Qiao, that he too felt a growing attachment. Each time he tipped her. It was a substantial amount, yet he never made any demands of her. After their training sessions, they would often dine together and chat. That Su Qiao candidly shared the misfortunes of his marriage and revealed that neither of his children was his biological offspring. Bai Changming was fiercely protective of the downtrodden and had vehemently condemned his ex-wife. That, of course, Su Qiao refrained from disclosing his current wealth to Bai Changming, so she likely had no inkling of his financial standing. However, he sensed a natural affection from her, a desire for closeness. Why did this young woman hold him in such high regard? With her beauty, it wouldn't be difficult for her to attract a wealthy suitor. After all, strikingly attractive women like her were exceedingly rare in Huaxia. She had mentioned having many admirers, yet she dismissed them as insincere or lacking in refinement. She was determined to avoid a future filled with domestic abuse or other unacceptable situations, which explained why she had never experienced a romantic relationship. Though Su Qiao struggled to understand why Bai Changming would want to draw near to a divorced man like him, having such a stunning woman interested in him certainly felt like a stroke of good fortune. If only she could remain by his side when the world fell into chaos. That I live in Building 21, Unit 2, Room 501. I'll come down to meet you, Su Qiao said cheerfully. "That no need. I'll drive down to your unit." "Just wait for me," Bai Changming replied. "That I in under 5 minutes." The doorbell rang. Su Qiao opened the door to find Bai Changming standing at the entrance. Her long black hair was elegantly tied up in a bun, secured with a hairpin, giving her a fresh and refined appearance. Her flawless, egg-shaped face was as pale as jade, framed by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She wore a purple dress adorned with 2 vividly embroidered butterflies on the bodice. The dress elegantly accentuated her curves, revealing a hint of her fair, delicate neckline. Her feet were clad in summer sandals, showcasing her charmingly petite, fair feet, adorned with a touch of pink nail polish. Her beauty easily surpassed a score of 92, and her refreshing ensemble was utterly captivating. Though she may not quite match Jiang Yao in allure, she was undoubtedly a goddess in her own right. "Qiao Ge, are you not inviting me in?" Bai Changming remarked, noticing Su Qiao's speechlessness as he gazed at her in awe. Come in, come in. Who could resist inviting such a beauty?" "I was momentarily spellbound," Su Qiao replied, shaking himself from his reverie and scratching his head. Feeling a bit sheepish, that he mused that his resolve was faltering when faced with such beauty, Bai Changming shot him a playful look and teased, "Qiao Ge, you are quite the charmer, aren't you? Always flattering the ladies." She entered the room and surveyed the tidy surroundings, complimenting, "Qiao Ge, I must say, I didn't expect your room to be this neat, that it's cleaner than many girls' rooms." Su Qiao retrieved a chilled cola from the fridge and handed it to Bai Changming, jesting, "One must keep their living space tidy. Otherwise, a beauty like you might hesitate to visit again. That it seems Qiao Ge tidied up just for me," Bai Changming quipped, casting him a flirtatious glance. She then opened the cola and took a delicate sip, exclaiming, "You say so, then it must be true." Su Qiao laughed heartily. Though they had only spent 2 days together, a natural intimacy seemed to have blossomed between them. "Qiao Ge, you have a cat too?" "I absolutely adore cats," Bai Changming exclaimed, spotting the small white kitten lounging on the bed. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed over to scoop the kitten into her arms, gently stroking it. The kitten, seemingly understanding her affection, purred contentedly as she caressed it, its round eyes reaching out to her delicate hands that if you love cats, you can come over every day to play with it. Su Qiao said, stepping closer to Bai Chonming. The intoxicating scent of her hair wafted toward him, stirring his emotions. Then I'll come every day, but you mustn't find me bothersome, she replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her eyes brimming with charm that of course I wouldn't mind. You could stay here indefinitely, he chuckled. Noticing Bai Chonming's evident fondness, Su Qiao mustered the courage to wrap his arms around her waist, whispering playfully in her ear. I dare not, lest Qiao Ge take advantage of you. Bai Chonming lowered her head, continuing to pet the kitten, yet she did not shy away. Seeing her comfortable demeanor emboldened Su Qiao further, that he gently embraced her. Leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her cheek, her delicate skin felt as smooth as silk. Qiao Ge, you naughty boy, Bai Chonming giggled, clutching the kitten as she momentarily evaded his advances. Su Qiao, savoring the sweet taste of the moment, could hardly restrain himself. He swiftly pursued her, enveloping her in his arms again and leaning down to kiss her lips. Despite her attempts to dodge him, she ultimately surrendered to his kiss, gradually responding with a shy eagerness. Before long, Bai Chonming felt her heart racing, breathless, as she murmured, Qiao Ge, please let me go, realizing that his fervent kiss was overwhelming for her. Su Qiao released her lips, softly inquiring, Is this your first kiss? Yes, this is my first kiss, she confessed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Bai Chonming lowered her head, her delicate face flushed, resembling a blooming peony. Su Qiao felt a stir in his heart. In his previous life, there was only Lu Yue, yet she was far from perfect. This was his first experience, filled with uncertainty, and it was Lu Yue who had taken the initiative. That wretched woman even deceived him into believing she had given him her first time, that I end this life. He was determined to find someone flawless, and the stunning beauty before him might just be that perfection. Deeply infatuated with him. Should he pursue her now? After a moment's contemplation, Su Qiao thought to himself, fortune favors the bold while the timid perish, but he decided to be a bit bolder. After all, proposing Wu Nti cost him anything. Little Ming, Brother Qiao wants you now. Is that all right? He whispered softly near Bai Chonming's ear, his voice dripping with seduction. Brother Qiao, I'm not ready yet, Bai Chonming replied, her complexion alluring, her voice barely above a whisper. And you, Su Qiao began, but before he could finish, the doorbell rang abruptly that he frowned in annoyance. Who on earth lacks the sense to interrupt my moment? Ignoring it, he continued to nuzzle against Bai Chonming's face. But the doorbell rang increasingly insistently. Brother Qiao, someone must urgently need you. Please go answer the door. Bai Chonming gently pushed him away, tidying her hair as she settled onto the couch. Reluctantly, Su Qiao approached the door. Knowing that if he didn't open it, the incessant ringing might very well shatter the door itself. With a scowl, he strode to the door and flung it open, only to be taken aback. There stood a woman, cradling a large bouquet of roses, gazing at him with longing. Chapter 35 Su Qiao, wait for me. I want to let you down, the woman with the flowers exclaimed, suddenly throwing herself into his arms. Weeping uncontrollably, repeatedly murmuring, Wu Su Qiao, why did you take so long to open the door? I've missed you so much. I'm here to sincerely apologize, begging for your forgiveness for my past ignorance. Let us remarry, Wu Wu. I realize I simply cannot lose you. Lu Yue, have some dignity. Su Qiao pushed her away, his face contorted with disgust. Why won't you just leave me be? I was enjoying a tender moment with Bai Chonming. And here you are, this harbinger of misfortune, interrupting, and you bring a bouquet? How utterly disgusting. Su Qiao, I was wrong, truly wrong. For the sake of our 6 years of marriage, please forgive me just this once. Lu Yue lunged at him again, tears streaming down her face to that moment. She was genuinely heartbroken, for if she failed to reconcile with Su Qiao, her parents would cast her and their 2 children out. They had nowhere to go, that a woman without a job, burdened with 2 young children. How could she survive? Given her current reputation, no decent workplace would likely employ her. Regret consumed her, not for her past wrongs against Su Qiao, but for not realizing he could rise again while she had chosen to divorce him. Today, she had taken Lu Yang and Lu Hong to Yang Hong's house, intending to co-parent with him. only to be rebuffed by his family, who branded her a harlot and a jinx, blaming her for Yang Hong's downfall. As she returned home, tears streaming down her face, she realized that Su Qiao was the only man worthy of her affection. He had been so accommodating before their divorce, cooking, cleaning, caring for the children, never complaining. Thus, she resolved to reconcile with Su Qiao, even if it meant sacrificing her pride to win back his heart. After dropping the children off, she rushed to a flower shop to buy 99 roses and hastened to Su Qiao's door, ready to confess her feelings once more, seeking his forgiveness and wishing to spend the rest of her life with him. She knew Su Qiao had a soft spot. As long as she humbled herself, her chances of success were high. Throughout her journey, she had rehearsed numerous lines, contemplating how to charm Su Qiao, even planning how to please him physically. Willing to explore new territories in their intimacy, Lu Yue, having been with Yang Hong, had watched many films from foreign lands and had learned various techniques. She believed that for the sake of their reconciliation, she could entice Su Qiao into trying new experiences. As she rang the doorbell, she mentally prepared herself to disregard any insults Su Qiao might hurl her way, resolute in her goal. She could not afford to give up. For doing so would mean losing everything. "Who are you? Why are you clinging to my boyfriend and crying?" Bai Chonming, witnessing the scene, quickly emerged from the room, her brows furrowed as she scolded Lu Yue. Lu Yue, still clinging to Su Qiao, looked up to see a beautiful young woman glaring fiercely at her. "I am Lu Yue, Su Qiao's wife. And who do you think you are, pretending to be my husband's girlfriend?" Lu Yue shot back defiantly, wiping her tears. "Oh, you're divorced from Brother Qiao now. You have no relationship with him. How shameless of you to still call him your husband," Bai Chonming retorted, smirking as she tiptoed to plant a kiss on Su Qiao's cheek. Then shot Lu Yue a challenging glance. "You shameless hussy! How dare you seduce my husband?" Lu Yue raised her hand to slap Bai Chonming, but Bai Chonming swiftly caught her wrist and pulled her away. Bai Chonming, being an athlete, had considerable strength from her training, and Su Qiao admired her for standing up for him, giving her a grateful look. Lu Yue, finally steadying herself, hesitated to confront Bai Chonming again. Her bouquet having fallen to the ground, she pointed at Su Qiao, sobbing, "Su Qiao, you once promised to love me for a lifetime. Were those just empty words?" Su Qiao had no intention of engaging with her further. But since he had yet to exact his full revenge, he couldn't completely sever ties with her. He had already cost her her job. This was merely the first step in his retribution. He intended to strip Lu Yue of everything until she was utterly despondent. "Lu Yue, I did say I would love you for a lifetime, but that was on the condition that I only love single women. Not those burdened with children. That I have no desire to remarry, only to find myself saddled with dependents." Su Qiao crossed his arms, speaking languidly. Upon hearing Su Qiao mention reconciliation, Lu Yue's heart surged with hope. But his reference to not wanting burdens confused her. Did this imply he did not want Lu Yang and Lu Hong to come along if they remarried, with her parents rejecting the children and Yang Hong refusing to take them? What was she to do? After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and gazed deeply into Su Qiao's eyes. "All right, Su Qiao, wait for me. Did I one tea let you down? Also, don't think you can provoke me by finding some young girl to play the role of your girlfriend. Do you think I would believe that?" With that, she picked up the fallen roses and was about to hand them to Su Qiao when her phone rang unexpectedly. Lu Yue answered, her expression shifting to shock. "What?" Yang fell down the stairs. "All right, I'm on my way." She hung up and swiftly pushed the flowers into Su Qiao's hands, then composed herself, gazing at him with deep affection, her voice soft as silk. "Su Qiao, you must believe me. I am the one who loves you most. I am your first love. Do you understand how significant that is? Other women only seek your wealth. Don't be fooled by them. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must leave, but you must wait for me." With that, she shot a fierce glance at Bai Chonming and hurried down the stairs, watching Lu Yue's hurried departure. A cold smile crossed Su Qiao's lips. "Fine, I will wait for you, ding ding." Su Qiao's phone chimed as well, that he took it out to find 2 messages from his sister-in-law, Lu Yuzhen. The first message contained a playful remark accompanied by a cheeky emoji. "Little Qiao, I took care of your grievances. Check out the video. Are you satisfied?" Below was a video link that Su Qiao clicked it open, revealing Lu Yuzhen playfully pulling Lu Yang, her eldest son, near the stairs. Suddenly, she pretended to accidentally bump into him. causing Lu Yang to tumble down the stairs, screaming in terror that as the video shook. Su Qiao witnessed Lu Yang's bloodied face, two large purple lumps on his forehead, and his wrist hanging limply. Accompanied by Lu Yuzhen's feigned concern, Yang, how could you be so careless? Let Annie see if you're hurt. Su Qiao nodded in satisfaction, responding with a simple hee. Lu Yuzhen promptly returned a victorious expression and sent a message. Xiao, there's another one. I'll find an opportunity to get back at you, and then we can get close. This time, Su Qiao chose not to reply. He mused to himself that it seemed Lu Yuzhen was already taking aim at her own nephew to please him. Indeed, it is often said that not being of the same family means not entering the same door. Observing the son he once loved for 5 years being tormented and gravely wounded by others. Su Qiao remained unperturbed. He felt no pity for Lu Yang simply because he was a mere 5-year-old child. Lu Yang and Lu Hong were indeed wretched offspring. Their very existence filled him with an indescribable sense of shame. Moreover, just yesterday morning, those two little bastards had insulted him to his face. Therefore, let the Lu family engage in their own internecine conflict. This would serve as the best punishment for them. Brother Qiao. Is that child Lu Yue and Yang Hong's? Bai Chanming inquired while watching a video nearby. Indeed, Su Qiao's momentary excitement swiftly faded, leaving no further ripples. Well done, Bai Chanming nodded, showing no sympathy for the child. In her heart, she thought, since the Lu family has wronged Brother Qiao so grievously, they ought to face retribution. That Su Qiao's lips curled into a faint smile as he clasped Bai Chanming's delicate hand and returned indoors, casually shutting the door behind him. Chapter 36. This is my girlfriend, Bai Chanming. That night, Bai Chanming stayed over at Su Qiao's rented apartment. Though their feelings ran deep, they ultimately slept in separate rooms. Besides passionate kisses, they did not progress to the final step that on Saturday and Sunday. Su Qiao spent time with Bai Chanming, accompanying her on shopping trips, watching movies, and truly savoring the joys of being in love. Despite having claimed after his rebirth that he might no longer invest in any emotions, being with a sensible, well-mannered, and exceptionally beautiful woman undoubtedly uplifted his spirits and rendered life all the more meaningful. 2 days swiftly passed, and on Monday morning, Su Qiao opened his stock trading app, discovering that his total assets had reached 292 million yuan. The previous Friday, he had sold off several stocks that had ceased to rise, allowing him to withdraw 61 million yuan on Monday, that he retained 230 million yuan in the market to continue purchasing stocks poised for rapid gains. After withdrawing the funds, he promptly transferred 40 million yuan to manager Wu Zulong of the renovation company, urging him to expedite the procurement of materials for the safe house renovation. This was an urgent matter that could not be delayed. With 21 million yuan remaining, he spent 15 million on banquet purchases. He pondered what to buy for his prospective girlfriend, a luxurious car for a beautiful woman. He arranged for a vehicle to the shooting training base, inviting Bai Chanming to accompany him to the Porsche dealership, where he spent 2.3 million yuan on the latest Panamera model for her. He also splurged over $1 million on a BMW for himself, seeing Su Qiao purchase a Porsche for her. Bai Chanming repeatedly declined, but she could not withstand Su Qiao's insistence and ultimately accepted. That evening, the two shared an intimate night in Su Qiao's apartment. To his delight, it was Bai Chanming's first time. Their night of passion was indescribably blissful. Awash in shyness after her first taste of romance, Bai Chanming did not rise until 9 a.m. the next morning. That Su Qiao prepared a sumptuous breakfast for her, all sourced from his otherworldly pantry. Bai Chanming's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised by Su Qiao's thoughtfulness, which endeared him to her even more. After finishing her meal, feeling unwell, she requested a day off. Su Qiao then went out to complete the banquet arrangements before returning home to spend the day with Bai Chanming. On Wednesday morning, Su Qiao received several messages from Lu Yuzhen. The initial messages were naturally attempts to ingratiate herself with him, filled with sweet nothings, some of which made Su Qiao avert his gaze in embarrassment. Following that was a video where she was seen playing with Lu Yue's 3-year-old son, Lu Hong. Suddenly, a large wolf dog went berserk, lunging at Lu Hong and biting him on the face and legs. Lu Yuzhen laughed in her message, revealing that she had applied a special ointment on Lu Hong that attracted dog bites. Now, Lu Hong was disfigured and receiving treatment in the hospital. Su Qiao replied with a mere hee-hee and sent a thumbs-up emoji, a response laden with profound meaning for Lu Yuzhen to ponder. Xiao Qiao, on Thursday night, Old Zhu will be attending a meeting in the city and won't return home. So I'll come find you. Lu Yuzhen sent another message to He.S. here. I'll delete this message. Miss you, kisses. Bye. Soon after, she sent another message, but there were no further messages from her. It seemed that Zhuo Anbing was at home that morning and had not yet left for work. Lu Yuzhen, fearing Zhuo Anbing might discover her, dared not send any more messages. However, Su Qiao chose not to respond, and It was not out of fear of Zhuo Anbing discovering his ambiguous relationship with his wife, but rather a simple realization that he had achieved his goal. Why bother replying to Lu Yuzhen? Let her handle her own kin. It felt far more gratifying than taking action himself. Contemplating Lu Yuzhen's impending visit, a smirk crept onto Su Qiao's face. What could she possibly want from him? Was it merely his billions in assets? Or perhaps she hoped for some intimate rendezvous, considering his transformed circumstances. Lu Yuzhen was not interested in him as a person, but rather in his wealth and the servile nature he had once exhibited towards her family. Let her come. When the time came, he would entertain her thoroughly. Did I end the days that followed? Su Qiao made contact with several fruit companies, arranging for deliveries to various warehouses. Each evening, he would rush to the warehouses to collect the goods: apples, pears, watermelons, grapes, cherries, prioritizing his favorites, of course. Naturally, he included items he had never tasted, for having money made everything easier. From then on, his daily tasks primarily involved compiling inventory lists and stockpiling supplies. The otherworldly space was boundless. Eliminating any concern over storage limitations, as Thursday approached, his principal capital in the market had reached 300 million yuan, allowing him to net approximately 60 million yuan daily. As his capital increased, so too would his daily profits. Thus, he regularly sold off small quantities of stocks to extract a modest amount of funds from the market. Although termed modest, it typically amounted to several tens of millions. Once the funds were secured, he immediately stockpiled supplies, preparing for the impending apocalypse. But he was particularly wary that mass procurement of supplies just before the end of days might attract unwanted attention from higher-ups, which would be exceedingly troublesome. In the face of an apocalypse where water would be contaminated and both drinking and bathing would require vast quantities, Su Qiao had specially commissioned hundreds of large water tanks, each with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Due to their immense size, he instructed the manufacturer to construct them on-site at one of his warehouses. Of course, time was of the essence. He made an advance payment. The manufacturer responded that they could have the first 10 ready by Saturday evening. Su Qiao requested that they deliver the materials to the warehouse in batches to commence work. Additionally, he procured some essential supplies, such as generators and air conditioners. Su Qiao was exceedingly busy during the day, either making phone calls for purchases or shopping online. Fortunately, having already purchased a vehicle made it convenient for him to travel. That on Thursday night, Lu Yuzhen indeed arrived at Su Qiao's rented apartment. Upon entering, she intended to embrace Su Qiao, but was taken aback to find an exquisite beauty seated on the sofa in the living room, gazing at her curiously with wide, almond-shaped eyes. Xiao Qiao, who is this woman? Lu Yuzhen inquired, her face a mask of confusion and dissatisfaction. She had explicitly arranged to visit Su Qiao that evening, hoping to spend some intimate time together while Zhuo Anbing was away on business. As his former sister-in-law, she thought he would be thrilled to see her, especially since she had gone out of her way to appease him. Shunti, he had been preparing a romantic atmosphere to welcome her. However, upon entering, she was confronted with this blatant betrayal. Su Qiao, standing beside her, chuckled, "Oh, dear sister, I forgot to introduce her. This is my girlfriend by Chan Meng." Upon hearing that Su Qiao had found a girlfriend, Lu Yuzhen was furious. "How could you possibly have a girlfriend? Didn't we have an agreement?" she demanded angrily. She felt betrayed, sensing that Su Qiao had broken his promise. Meanwhile, Zhuo Anbing had been cold towards her during the day, barely speaking a word, only to become a monstrous figure at night, subjecting her to unimaginable torment. His perverse methods, learned from unknown sources, were beyond description, leaving her too ashamed to articulate them. Each night, he would leave her battered and bruised, not only physically but also mentally, using cruel words to demean her. She had reached her breaking point. She awaited the days Zhuo Anbing would propose divorce, but before that, she needed to secure Su Qiao. "What agreement, dear sister?" Su Qiao spread his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. Lu Yuzhen, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Su Qiao's attitude, nevertheless responded with a calm demeanor. "I am merely standing up for you." Seeking retribution against Lu Yang and Lu Hong, that if we grow closer, I might even consider divorcing Zhuo Anbing to marry you. Su Qiao shook his head and shrugged, denying, "Oh, I seem to have forgotten. As I don't recall ever uttering such words. Besides, those two children are your own nephews. How could you possibly bring yourself to do that? You are far too ruthless. How could I ever dare to desire a woman like you?" He stared at Lu Yuzhen with wide eyes, as if gazing upon a venomous serpent. Upon hearing Su Qiao's refusal, Lu Yuzhen felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. She rushed forward to grasp Su Qiao's hand. Pleading through tears, "You, Su Qiao, cannot burn the bridge after crossing it. I have betrayed even my closest kin for your sake." At this moment, Bai Chanming had already risen from the sofa and took a step forward, forcefully pushing Lu Yuzhen's hand away, her gaze icy as she coldly remarked, "Madam, please have some self-respect and refrain from grasping another woman's boyfriend's hand so casually." Lu Yuzhen, taken aback by the audacity of the delicate young girl who dared to confront her and refer to her as madam, immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "You should step aside. Su Qiao promised to marry me first." Internally, she thought, "I'm only 29. How could I be considered a madam? Is this how you address me? Such a lack of upbringing." Bai Chanming turned to Su Qiao and asked, "Qiao Ge, did you promise to marry her?" "Absolutely not. How could I ever agree to marry a woman as treacherous as her?" Su Qiao vigorously shook his head and waved his hand to dismiss the notion. Bai Chanming nodded with satisfaction, planting a kiss on Su Qiao's cheek, then fixing her cold gaze upon Lu Yuzhen. She sneered, "Did you hear that?" "Lu Dejie, kindly do not indulge in self-delusion. My Qiao Ge is far too charming to ever consider someone like you." "You!" Lu Yuzhen glared fiercely at Bai Chanming, choosing to ignore her. She then turned back to Su Qiao, exclaiming, "Xiao Qiao, please agree to my request. I am willing to give you everything." Su Qiao held back a cold laugh, reflecting on how the once proud and aloof sister-in-law now humbly begged for his affection, even wishing to marry him. Yet the so-called waste she had spoken of in the past had now become someone beyond her reach. If he were not a man of considerable wealth, would she still be so humble? Certainly not. She would still regard him as insignificant and continue to exploit him alongside the Lu family. However, Lu Yuzhen's current predicament, being despised and tormented by Zhuo Anbing, living in constant fear of being discovered and dismissed from her job, was all orchestrated by Su Qiao's machinations. Chapter 37. Accelerating the accumulation of resources, it was on that fateful night that Su Qiao, concealed within Lu Yuzhen's home, slipped a potent aphrodisiac into her drink, rendering her incapable of restraint and forcing her to seek solace in the arms of her lover. Yaoshen at Su Qiao sent a text to Zhuo Anbing, urging him to return swiftly to catch them in the act. This utterly disrupted Lu Yuzhen's life. Of course, Su Qiao's primary intention was to exact revenge on Zhuo Anbing, who had relentlessly berated him over the phone, calling him a green turtle. Thus, Su Qiao aimed to have Zhuo Anbing witness firsthand how he became the green turtle. Moreover, Su Qiao intended to humiliate Zhuo Anbing in person. Yet, even if Lu Yuzhen had no lover, Su Qiao possessed numerous other methods to ensure Zhuo Anbing's humiliation, such as summoning a delivery boy or engaging with those seeking companionship online. The means were plentiful, while Su Qiao's revenge on Zhuo Anbing inadvertently ensnared Lu Yuzhen. Would he feel any remorse? Absolutely not. The Lu family had inflicted too much harm upon him. Although Lu Yuzhen was slightly better than the rest of the Lu family, she was still far from virtuous. In a past life, Zhuo Anbing, Lu Hua, and Lu Yue had captured Su Qiao and subjected him to torment. Even Lu Tianhai and Fan Zime had partaken in the cruelty that Su Qiao had once wept bitterly, pleading for the Lu family to spare him. Yet each member had been merciless, dismissing his pleas with cruel laughter, saying, "You a waste, just endure, and it will pass." That Su Qiao had even begged Lu Yuzhen to release him, claiming he would seek food to provide for the family. But Lu Yuzhen had coldly shaken her head, stating, "I am powerless. You must fend for yourself." When they feasted upon his flesh, Lu Yuzhen had not been absent from the feast. Reflecting on this, Su Qiao felt a surge of rage and forcefully pushed Lu Yuzhen away, threatening sternly, "Lu Yuzhen, please leave my house, or I will call Zhuo Anbing and inform him that his wife wishes to elope with me. Just wait and see how he will deal with you." "Xiao Qiao, you cannot be so heartless." Lu Yuzhen, still unwilling to accept her fate, wore an expression of sorrow and murmured, "I can divorce Zhuo Anbing. I would even forsake my job to serve you every day." Ha! Do you think I would believe your empty promises? Su Qiao scoffed. He seized Lu Yuzhen's hand and dragged her towards the door, demanding, "Are you leaving or not? If you do not, I will truly make that call." "Xiao Qiao, I will go. Please do not provoke me." Lu Yuzhen, still apprehensive of Zhuo Anbing, slowly began to retreat, gazing at Su Qiao with affection, murmuring, "Xiao Qiao, I will prove my love for you, that do not believe any other woman. They are only after your money." With that, she reluctantly opened the door and departed, casting a fierce glare at Bai Chanming before leaving. Once Lu Yuzhen had finally exited, Bai Chanming let out a sigh of relief. She stepped forward, linking her arm with Su Qiao's, and sighed, "Ah, Qiao Ge. These Lu sisters are truly peculiar, like two devoted hounds, relentlessly pursuing you." Su Qiao gently wrapped his arm around the slender waist of his goddess, offering a faint smile but remaining silent. Had he not been in a similar position in his past life? However, the Lu sisters' current flattery was insincere, motivated solely by their desire for his vast wealth. Once they acquired it, their true colors would undoubtedly be revealed. That in contrast, he had once sacrificed his own wealth and dignity to curry favor with Lu Yue and the Lu family, only to find himself losing everything, including his life, that he silently cautioned all the devoted suitors in the world. One should no longer remain a mere sycophant. If one must be devoted, let it be in a way that compels others to worship oneself. On Saturday evening, Su Qiao indeed found 10 massive water storage tanks in the warehouse, each nearly 2 stories high, capable of holding hundreds of tons of water. Approaching the tanks, Su Qiao concentrated, and one by one, the tanks vanished into thin air, transported to another dimension. "Let us go and gather water." He drove out of the warehouse and, after half an hour, arrived at the Lu Lake Reservoir, the largest reservoir supplying tap water to the entire district. After getting out of the car, Su Qiao sought a location devoid of surveillance cameras and entered a state of invisibility, but he then proceeded on foot to the edge of the water storage tank. With a sudden thought, he caused the purified tap water to enter the storage tank in the alternate space while remaining invisible, eliminating the need to extract the tank for water accumulation. Once 10 tanks were filled, he stealthily exited the storage area and drove away. As time gradually passed, over the next month, Su Qiao engaged in stock investment while hoarding supplies. The flowing banquet had accumulated tens of thousands of tables, nearing 10 million plates of various dishes, with orders from over 1,000 renowned hotels nationwide, that he amassed a substantial stockpile of meat. 10,000 tons each of beef, mutton, and pork, and 5,000 tons of chicken, duck, and goose, along with 20,000 tons of assorted frozen fish and shrimp products. Other essential resources were also indispensable. A total of 10,000 tons of diesel, gasoline, and coal were procured. Due to purchasing restrictions, he could not stockpile as much as he desired. However, when the apocalypse arrived, if the freezing rain were to cease, perhaps he could gather resources from gas stations and power plants for free. He did not believe that the freezing rain could persist for several years, or even decades. Nevertheless, even if it lasted for decades, with careful rationing, this 10,000 tons of energy would likely suffice until his demise. He also accumulated over 100 million cubic meters of purified tap water, hundreds of thousands of garments for men, women, and children, including intimate apparel, that he was not particular. He visited several large clothing supermarkets and cleared their stock. He purchased gas masks, cold weather gear, and amassed a substantial quantity of batteries, which would retain their charge in the alternate space. That he acquired dozens of satellite phones and bulk quantities of various Western and Chinese medicines. Unwilling to face a cold without any medication, relying solely on his body's resilience. Additionally, he procured snowmobiles, sleds, and various tools, hopeful they would prove useful. Of course, he also accumulated automobiles, though their utility in a frozen wasteland post-apocalypse remained questionable. Su Qiao hoarded every conceivable resource he could think of in large quantities. After all, with nearly 8 billion in funds to utilize, wastage was not an option. These supplies could sustain hundreds, if not thousands, of people for generations. That he was uncertain as to why he felt compelled to stockpile so much, but the presence of wealth allowed for such whims. Unbeknownst to him, July 29 arrived, merely 2 days before the apocalypse. The safe house was fully completed, and Su Qiao moved in after settling the final payment. From the rooftop to the walls and the basement floor, everything was reinforced with 20-centimeter steel plates. Resembling an impenetrable fortress, The basement door, extending to the third floor, was also constructed entirely from 20-centimeter steel. The locks were set with exceedingly complex codes, and the windows were fashioned from 30-centimeter bulletproof glass, impervious to even artillery fire. Furthermore, a 20-centimeter steel plate was installed outside, capable of remote-controlled ascension and descent. The transformation of the safe house cost $1.3 billion, and it was estimated that only a nuclear bomb could bring it down. The interior was equipped with a comprehensive ventilation system to prevent toxic gas infiltration, as well as a specially designed deep septic tank extending 20 meters underground. Each floor featured a bathroom, kitchen, toilet, and bedroom, allowing him the luxury of sleeping on whichever level he desired. But he also brought his 3 pets to the villa. Over the month, the Chinese rural dog had grown significantly, its coat a deep black, and he named it Howling Dog. The agile white cat was dubbed White Tiger, and even the parrot acquired a name, Vermilion Bird. The 3 little pets coexisted harmoniously, each provided with a small room. After spending a night in the villa, Su Qiao found it immensely comfortable, but he mused that if Bai Changming could also reside there, it would be even less lonely. However, Bai Changming had returned to her hometown a few days prior, claiming her mother was gravely ill and needed her care. Her hometown lay in the southwestern rural area of Songtao district, but Su Qiao sent her a substantial supply of purified water and food, along with other resources, as a token of gratitude for her heartfelt companionship during this time. Hoping she could endure for a while when the apocalypse struck, his female disciple, Jiang Yao, called a couple of days ago, saying she had taken annual leave to accompany her father. She also invited Su Qiao to visit her home in Shooting District in a few days, that Su Qiao urged her over the phone to take care of herself. To which Jiang Yao teased him, likening his concern to a life-and-death farewell, assuring him they could gather after a break. That morning, as Su Qiao stepped out of the villa, he received a call from his ex-wife, Lu Yue. Since her last visit, Lu Yue had seemingly vanished from his life, and he had neither seen her nor received any messages. What could she want now? Hello, what is it? Su Qiao answered, his tone indifferent. Su Qiao, where are you? I have good news to share. Lu Yue's voice on the other end was filled with excitement and agitation. What good news could you possibly have? Su Qiao scoffed. Unless you plan to eliminate those 2 bastards. Nothing you say will be good news. I'll tell you in person. Lu Yue said mysteriously, Are you at the community? I knocked on your rented place, but no one responded for ages. That I'm at the entrance of Villa 1. Su Qiao hung up the phone, his expression resolute and fierce that he knew he had to maintain close contact with Lu Yue and her family. Otherwise, how could he manage them when the apocalypse descended? A mere 5 or 6 minutes later, Lu Yue arrived breathlessly at the entrance of Villa 1, in her eagerness to see Su Qiao. She had dressed up for the occasion, donning a pink women's sun hat, a white dress, and red high heels, an outfit reminiscent of their initial meeting 6 years prior. Exuding an air of innocence and simplicity, she hoped to rekindle the affection Su Qiao once held for her through this appearance. Upon reaching Su Qiao, Lu Yue slightly bent at the waist, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. One hand gently patted her chest while the other rested on her hip, struggling to catch her breath. After a moment, she raised her gaze to Su Qiao, her expression tender as she spoke softly. Su Qiao, it's been a while that you've lost weight. That Su Qiao, hands in pockets, regarded his ex-wife with an impassive demeanor. This was the woman he had once loved deeply, yet at this moment his resentment towards her was equally profound. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered, Oh, what does my weight have to do with you? Seeing Su Qiao's cold reception, a flicker of sorrow passed through Lu Yue's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. She feigned a complaint. How could it not matter? I'm completely single now. Without the burdens, I can finally be your one and only love. Oh, no more burdens? Su Qiao inquired with curiosity. After all, Lu Yue had 2 sons. Had she sent them away during their long absence? In the next moment, tears welled in Lu Yue's eyes as she mournfully declared. The 2 children of Yang Hong tragically drowned in the Maldives. She fought back her tears, striving to suppress her grief, unwilling to let Su Qiao perceive her sorrow as a sign of caring for Yang Hong's children. Since leaving Su Qiao's rented accommodation, Lu Yue had contemplated his words that he had stated that if she wished to remarry, he would only accept her, forbidding her from bringing her 2 children along. Left with no choice, she sought out Yang Hong, hoping to leave the children in his care. However, Yang Hong's wife and daughter harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, naturally refusing to take in Lu Yang and Lu Hong. Moreover, with Yang Hong dismissed from his position, he lacked employment, but he had once commanded respect as deputy district chief, but now, without other skills, he could not secure a decent job. Although he had amassed wealth during his tenure, he could not afford to flaunt it amidst the current scrutiny to mitigate his culpability and avoid deeper investigations. He had to spend money to smooth things over. Thus, despite being the biological father of the two children, Yang Hong would certainly not welcome them into the Yang family. Furthermore, previously, while the two children had accompanied Lu Yuzhen on an outing, Lu Yang had accidentally fallen down the stairs, and Lu Hong had suffered dog bites. Both spent over half a month in the hospital, resulting in disabilities that would leave lasting effects. Society showed no willingness to adopt them, and Lu Yue had even attempted to place them in an orphanage. However, as their parents were still alive, the orphanage refused to accept them. Unable to endure her situation in the Lu household any longer, her reputation tarnished, who would wish to marry someone with two children? Moreover, she is fervently eager to remarry Su Qiao. After all, Su Qiao possesses a grand villa, and over 200 million. Su Qiao had previously indulged her to the heavens, relieving her of all household responsibilities, allowing her to simply enjoy life. Thus, her sole ambition is to resolutely reunite with Su Qiao. However, the issue of the burdensome children must be resolved. Otherwise, Su Qiao would undoubtedly be unwilling to support someone else's offspring. Lu Yue is compelled to devise alternative solutions, she contemplates, feeling increasingly stifled. You, Yang Hong, have enjoyed yourself here, while I bore two unfortunate children. Yet I have lost my job and my marriage, especially the opportunity to be with Su Qiao, this billionaire. How can you, Yang Hong, remain unscathed? Since you, Yang Hong, disregard your own flesh and blood, why should I, Lu Yue, be obliged to care? Furthermore, I am still so young. My youth cannot be shackled by two unfortunate children. Moreover, my parents, having seen me lose my job and my chance to remarry Su Qiao, now regard me and the two children with cold disdain at home, alternating between mockery and reproach. I must resort to the meager side earnings I garner from my leadership position to appease my parents, seeking temporary tranquility. Yet, the financial support I provide is limited, while my parents' demands are insatiable. Thus, Lu Yue resolves to take Lu Yang and Lu Hong on a trip abroad. Upon arriving in the Maldives, she rents a jet ski without consulting an instructor. Unfortunately, due to her carelessness, both of her sons tragically drown in the sea. She places the blame on the travel company and ultimately receives compensation of 1 million yuan for funeral expenses. After her son's demise, Lu Yue sheds a few tears alone in her room. She reflects, Yang, Xiao Hong, you cannot blame your mother for being heartless. If there is blame, it lies solely with you for hindering my happiness by coming into this world. After attending to her son's final affairs, Lu Yue hurriedly returns home. She feels an overwhelming sense of liberation. Now free of burdens, she can pursue a reunion with Su Qiao, realizing her dream of becoming a wealthy woman. Remarrying Su Qiao is not out of the question. She could even bear him a son and a daughter, which might soothe her pain of losing her sons. This encapsulates Lu Yue's experiences and emotional journey during her long absence. What? They drowned. Upon hearing that his two stepsons had truly passed away, Su Qiao is taken aback. How could it be that both children drowned simultaneously in such a short span of time? He could not fathom that Lu Yue had not intervened in any way. Lu Yue pretends as if sand is blown into her eyes, wiping away her tears, forcing a smile and saying, Yes, Su Qiao, now that the children are no longer a burden, are you satisfied? Look, I have brought my ID card and household registration. Shall we proceed with the remarriage? Lu Yue rummages through her bag, producing her ID and household registration, offering Su Qiao a knowing smile. Remarry. Did I ever state that I wish to remarry you? Su Qiao shakes his head, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Upon hearing such cold and heartless words from Su Qiao, Lu Yue's smile falters. She stands momentarily stunned, her eyes brimming with humiliation. Pointing accusatorily at her ex-husband, and sharply demands, Did you not say that you prefer women without burdens and only sought a single partner? I have sacrificed so much for you. Do you truly wish to go back on your word? I did express a desire for a woman without burdens, but that does not necessarily pertain to you. You claim to have sacrificed so much. Did you drown those two burdens yourself? Su Qiao rests his chin on his hand, gazing into Lu Yue's eyes, letting out a cold laugh. You mustn't speak nonsense. How could I ever drown my own sons? Lu Yue, struck at her most vulnerable point, flushes crimson with anger. She grabs her bag and forcefully strikes Su Qiao, exclaiming, "How can you be so fickle? I have fulfilled your conditions, yet you refuse to remarry me. Do not push your luck. It is you who has misunderstood my intentions. I assure you, I will never remarry you in this lifetime." Su Qiao, observing his ex-wife's flushed face, strides away with a sense of delight. Seeing Su Qiao disregard her and swiftly depart, Lu Yue chases after him for a few steps, but she cannot catch up. She removes her high heels and hurls them at Su Qiao, shouting curses, "Su Qiao, you scoundrel! You toyed with me, and I curse you to an untimely demise." However, Su Qiao's figure recedes further, completely ignoring her. Before the grand villa, only Lu Yue remains, crouched on the ground, cradling her head and weeping bitterly. At 10:10 a.m. tomorrow, the apocalypse is set to officially commence that Su Qiao plans to first arrive at the warehouse by noon to collect the final batch of supplies. With the remaining time dedicated to acquiring firearms and ammunition, that as the apocalypse draws near, various power institutions will soon become non-functional. Those firearms stored in the police station would serve little purpose. In fact, they might become weapons for criminals during the chaos. Therefore, Su Qiao must secure these items for self-preservation. That Su Qiao first drives to various warehouses, gradually gathering supplies, that he then parks his car by the roadside and hails a taxi to the Tianshou Road police station. After disembarking, he seeks a secluded spot, ensuring no one is around, and activates his invisibility skill, entering the police station to search for the firearm storage. However, after a thorough inspection, he finds no sign of the armory. Only some firearms holstered by officers, which he dares not seize due to the significant risk involved. Unable to procure weapons from the police station, he decides to take a taxi to the district police station, where he hopes to find an armory. Upon arrival at the police station, he spends half an hour meticulously searching and finally locates the armory. Inside, he discovers an assortment of firearms, seizing the opportunity while the custodian is distracted. He stealthily pilfers several hundred rounds of ammunition along with a few handguns and rifles, though he is unable to find any submachine guns that he has learned to handle handguns and rifles from Bai Chanming, achieving near-perfect accuracy. And with the awakening of his abilities, his perception is heightened, leading to a remarkably high hit rate. After securing the firearms and ammunition, Su Qiao stealthily exits the police station, in a secluded area. He becomes visible again, then takes a taxi back to retrieve his BMW and return to the villa. After locking the door, Su Qiao takes out the handguns and rifles from his spatial realm. Laying them out on the dining table, as he fondles them, he chuckles. "With these firearms and ammunition, let us see who dares to provoke me in the apocalypse." Chapter 39. The coming apocalypse. A night swiftly passes. On the morning of August 1 SD, at 6:10 a.m., Su Qiao awakens early. The apocalypse is imminent, and he has not slept well, having experienced a nightmare in which the Lu family attempted to ambush him during the apocalypse. Lu Hua and Zhou Onbing bind him to a chair, while Lu Yue, her face contorted in rage, wields a fruit knife, slicing away at his flesh and feeding it to him, mocking him as a useless being. As she consumes his flesh, Lu Yue gleefully points to Lu Yang and Lu Hong, exclaiming, "Look, these are my children with Yang Hong. How do you like them?" Zhou Onbing then places a green hat atop his head, shouting, "Green bastard, green bastard." Subsequently, Lu Hua plunges a knife into his abdomen, asking, "Useless, does it feel good?" Lu Tianhai and Fan Zimei, feasting on Su Qiao's flesh nearby, cackle ominously, blood staining their lips. Lu Yuzhen sits expressionless beside them. Su Qiao cries out for her to save him. Zhang Yao had just received 3 large trucks laden with supplies. Upon discovering that they were sent by Su Qiao, she hurriedly called to inquire further. The sheer volume of provisions was staggering. One entire truck was filled with food, including beef, lamb, pork, frozen duck, and frozen chicken, alongside an abundance of vegetables, instant noodles, and rice. Additionally, there were over 100 boxes of drinking water, amounting to tens of thousands of bottles, as well as clothing, alcohol, and fuel such as coal. Yao Mei, I had a dreadful nightmare the day before yesterday. Su Qiao solemnly recounted that I dreamt that the apocalypse was upon us, and I amassed a great deal of supplies for myself. Thinking of your return home, I decided to gather some for you as well. You must keep it safe and ensure that no one discovers it. In their previous life, during the days following the apocalypse, he and Jiang Yao had shared several phone calls, both believing that the freezing rain would soon pass, eagerly anticipating their return to work. However, the power grid collapsed and their phones lost signal, leading to their disconnection. Over 10 days later, Su Qiao was consumed by the Liu family, and he remained oblivious to Jiang Yao's fate that he knew, however, that despite Jiang Yao's affluent background, her family had only stockpiled enough food and purified water for 7 or 8 days that in a society where daily supplies were ample, who would hoard such vast quantities. Supermarkets were brimming with fresh food and water each day. Inviting patrons to purchase the freshest options available, Su Qiao was never certain if this era's apocalypse would truly arrive, and thus refrained from alarming Jiang Yao prematurely. However, now that he realized her stockpile was insufficient, he felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Qiao Gu, you truly are amusing. Are you not aware that dreams often present themselves in reverse? Jiang Yao laughed on the other end of the line. Xiao Yao, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Quickly secure your supplies, behave, and I must attend to my duties, Su Qiao urged, wary of delaying her preparations. All right, I shall accept them. I am curious to see if your dream holds any truth. If it does not, you shall treat me. Jiang Yao teased, agreed, farewell, goodbye. Su Qiao hung up the phone, a warm feeling enveloping his heart. This was the extent of his assistance to Jiang Yao. And he hoped for another opportunity to meet, that if there was one thing that tethered him to this world, it was undoubtedly Jiang Yao. The other was Bai Changming. Although he had shared intimate moments with Bai Changming, their acquaintance was far shorter than his bond with Jiang Yao, who seemed to harbor deeper feelings for him that Su Qiao's parents had passed away a few years prior, and his impoverished upbringing had led to a gradual estrangement from many relatives, resulting in a lack of emotional connections that he had already sent supplies to Bai Changming, who resided in a remote rural area, likely in a standalone household. The provisions he dispatched would suffice for her for at least 3 to 4 months. And he hoped that by then, the calamity would have subsided, allowing them to rekindle their relationship. With some time remaining before the anticipated disaster, Su Qiao turned on the television and searched for a movie to watch. But his anxious mood rendered it impossible to concentrate. As minutes ticked away, he found himself at the window, gazing heavily outside, where the sky remained a brilliant blue with only a few wispy clouds drifting by. The August weather was the hottest of the year, and the community was lush with greenery, teeming with life. Birds sang joyfully in the shade of the trees, reveling in their musical celebration. Finally, it was 10 o'clock, and the weather showed no signs of change. Could it be that the apocalypse will not come? Su Qiao mused aloud, but he thought to himself that if it did not arrive, he could thrive in an alternate space with his ability to become invisible, living freely with an abundance of resources at his disposal. Suddenly, a blinding light cascaded from the heavens, eclipsing the sun's radiance and lasting for approximately 30 seconds, that in an instant, ominous clouds gathered from seemingly nowhere, thickening rapidly within mere minutes until the sky was shrouded in darkness, plunging the world into an unexpected night. The community was engulfed in shadows as the sudden darkness snuffed out all light. In a state of panic, nearly every household turned on their lights, and residents gazed anxiously out their windows that a fierce wind began to howl from the horizon, escalating from a force of 7 or 8 to 11 or 12. Trees within the community were uprooted, and billboards flew about, crashing against walls with a deafening thud that sent shivers down spines. As the thunder roared, heavy rain poured down with a ferocity that seemed to open the floodgates of heaven. The rain pounded against window panes, making a raucous sound upon impact with the ground. As the storm raged on, the temperature began to plummet from the sweltering heat of summer to frigid lows. Plunging below freezing, residents scrambled to find winter clothing, donning down jackets and cotton coats to stave off the chill. Although the torrential downpour lessened slightly, the sky remained ominously dark, prompting some brave souls to open their windows or step outside, their eyes alight with curiosity. How extraordinary! It is August, and yet the temperature has dropped so drastically that there truly a grievance akin to disease in this world. They marveled at the phenomenon, which, while not snow in June, seemed even more unfathomable. They observed the rain cascading from the sky. They noticed that the ground was eerily dry, reflecting the light like a mirror. What could be the cause? No droplets fell from the windowsills, which had formed icicles instead. Some experienced elders recognized the situation. It was freezing rain, but freezing rain was not supposed to occur in summer. Was it? Curiosity piqued. Residents began to play with the icicles at their windows or touch them in the courtyard. Soon, however, cries of agony echoed through the community. It turned out that contact with the icy formation sent sharp pains coursing through their bodies, rendering them immobile as a numbing sensation took hold. Alas, the freezing rain is toxic. Someone shouted, prompting those who had been tempted to venture outside to hastily retreat indoors. Fear etched on their faces as they watched the relentless downpour. Chapter 40. A chance encounter. The apocalypse had arrived as foretold. Xiao Ren switched on the television, where every channel had ceased all entertainment programming to urgently report on the unprecedented weather, cautioning residents to exercise vigilance. The station connected with prominent experts to analyze the current conditions and predict future developments. A leading meteorologist explained that satellite imagery had encountered interference, preventing accurate forecasting of how long this weather would persist, though it was expected not to last too long. Residents were advised to stockpile supplies for 3 to 5 days. Simultaneously, he cautioned that the freezing rain contained a deadly virus and warned against playing in the ice or consuming melted water, that it was imperative to wait until the rain subsided before venturing out. Equipped with proper protective measures, a gray-haired astronomer, with a grave expression, adjusted his glasses and stated that such extreme weather had never been recorded in history. Currently, even astronomical telescopes could not discern the celestial phenomena. He speculated that a cataclysmic event in the depths of the universe might have unleashed unknown radiation, affecting the solar system. The atmosphere of the blue planet reacted to this radiation, resulting in toxic rainfall akin to acid rain. This peculiar reaction had a terrifying side effect. The ground temperature plummeted below 0 degrees. When rain fell at such low temperatures, it morphed into freezing rain that he urged everyone to remain indoors and wait for the storm to pass, particularly to keep children from venturing outside and risking unnecessary harm. Meanwhile, a medical expert stood solemnly before a hospital bed, pointing to a patient writhing in agony. Our hospital has already received numerous patients who were caught in the rain, all of whom have succumbed to bleeding from every orifice. That he warned residents against curiosity, stating that this rare freezing rain could cause excruciating pain with minimal contact, and greater exposure was likely fatal. The situation was undeniably dire. As Su Qiao reminisced about his past life, he recalled the moment when he returned from grocery shopping, only to be met with a few drops of rain at the doorstep, an excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet, he endured the discomfort to prepare meals for the Liu family and care for his loved ones. That in this life, however, he found solace within the confines of a safe house, brimming with ample supplies, free from worry. Today was Saturday. Primary and secondary schools were closed, and many workplaces were shuttered, resulting in a significant number of people staying at home. Yet some enterprises remained operational, and university students had no respite, while numerous workers were still away on jobs. Consequently, families were fraught with anxiety, incessantly calling and messaging each other to ensure their safety. The overwhelming flow of information even caused temporary network congestion. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that connectivity gradually improved. At 10 p.m., Jiang Yao called Su Qiao, her voice trembling with fear as she expressed disbelief at the severity of the weather. She admired Su Qiao's prophetic dream and thanked him for his foresight in preparing supplies for her. Currently, it was just her and her father at home, as their 2 servants had taken leave the previous night. The water and food he provided would sustain them for quite some time. Su Qiao thought to himself, how could my dream not be accurate? After all, I have been reborn from my past life. They conversed for over 10 minutes, with Jiang Yao reluctant to end the call. However, Su Qiao noticed another incoming call and had to excuse himself, stating he had matters to attend to before disconnecting. He checked the missed call. It was from his female coach, Bai Chanming, the first flawless woman he had encountered. Qiao Gu, I am terrified of this freezing rain. How are you holding up? Bai Chanming's voice quivered. Despite being a shooting coach accustomed to handling firearms, she was still a young woman. It's the same here. This rain is highly toxic, and you mustn't venture outside, Su Qiao replied. They spoke for half an hour before ending the call. During their conversation, Bai Chanming divulged that her mother had passed away 2 days prior. She had planned to return to the training base the following day, but the sudden onset of freezing rain left her uncertain about when it would cease. Even after the rain subsided, it would likely take days for the roads to become passable. Now, she was alone in her home, situated in a relatively remote village, with neighbors living some distance away. Thanks to the supplies Su Qiao had sent, she would be well equipped for at least a month, alleviating the need for any further shopping. She expressed her concern and longing for Su Qiao during the call, showering him with deep gratitude that Su Qiao had indeed been considerate in his preparations for by Chanmeng, that in addition to sending water and food, he also included blankets, thick sweaters, cotton clothing for warmth, and fuel such as coal. Since Bai Chanming was preoccupied with her mother's funeral arrangements, she hadn't been able to return his call immediately. Once he confirmed the well-being of the two women he cared for most, Su Qiao felt a sense of relief that he hoped the natural disaster would soon come to an end, allowing him to see them again. As the temperature continued to plummet, by 6 o'clock in the evening, it had dipped to 2 or 3 degrees below zero outside. At this hour, the sun had already set, and the area was usually bustling with activity. The community square would typically be filled with people walking dogs, exercising, and enjoying lively conversations. However, today, many individuals accustomed to evening outings found themselves unable to gather in the square and instead flocked to the underground parking garage. Clad in winter attire, such as down jackets and woolen coats, they transformed from slender figures into plump silhouettes within a matter of hours. After dinner, Su Qiao took his pet, the howling dog, for a stroll, curious to observe the neighbors' reactions to the calamity. Remaining cooped up at home for too long could become stifling. In the garage, some were dancing, while others strolled about. Children, oblivious to the disaster, frolicked and played. After half an hour of walking, Su Qiao spotted 3 familiar figures conversing merrily under the lights. His former brother-in-law, Zhuo Anbing, the deputy director of the district government office, along with his ex-wife, Lu Yue, and her sister, Lu Yuzhen. The man they were speaking with was known as Su Qiao, a prominent entrepreneur in Jianghui district. Miao Xueguang, reputed to possess assets nearing 10 billion, and the owner of Villa No. 2 in Fenglin community, that he was a close friend of Zhuo Anbing and often mingled with government officials. Su Qiao, who had long served as Zhuo Anbing's free driver, was familiar with the members of Zhuo's social circle. Miao Xueguang appeared to be in his early 40s, having achieved significant success in business. After amassing wealth, he discarded his previous wife and married a woman over a decade younger. The stunning Ou Qianqian was a well-known personality in Donghai City. Not only did Su Qiao know her, but many others in the city did as well, for she was the star of the local television station and a host of a variety show, around 27 or 28 years old. She stood at 172 centimeters, possessed a sweet countenance, and exuded elegance. Boasting a striking beauty score of 92, that despite her tall stature, she had a notably ample bust that could easily captivate anyone's attention. Beside Ou Qianqian stood a youthful beauty whom Su Qiao did not recognize, likely a college student of around 20 years. She shared a resemblance with Ou Qianqian, but appeared even more youthful. Her face radiating with collagen, exuding purity and vitality. With a beauty score of 96 that besides her slightly smaller bust, she was otherwise flawless. Behind the trio stood 2 tall, robust men, likely Miao Xueguang's bodyguards, donning sunglasses even in the frigid weather. As Su Qiao walked past them with his howling dog, Lu Yue noticed him and swiftly raised her hand to stop him. Her eyes glinted with malice as she coldly spat, "You bastard. How dare you show your face here?" Lu Yuzhen remained silent, her expression one of palpable hatred directed at Su Qiao. Chapter 41. Confrontation with a billionaire. What, Lu Yue? Is this underground garage your home? Why should I be afraid to come out? Su Qiao retorted, a mocking smile on his face as he regarded his arrogant ex-wife. "Humph, you treacherous scoundrel, having struck it lucky and earned a little money. You abandoned your wife and children. This disaster has come as divine retribution for you. Keep your money for your coffin." Lu Yue hissed, her face contorted with rage, her teeth clenched that moment. The veins on her pale forehead throbbed, and her phoenix eyes glared fiercely at Su Qiao. "It was you, you deceitful scoundrel, who led me to abandon my 2 burdens, promising to remarry me. And what happened? After I painstakingly drowned Lu Yang and Lu Hong in the Maldives, you went back on your word and refused to marry me again. Are you even human? You're worse than a beast. You scoundrel have caused me to lose my dearest ones, that if it weren't for the 1 million yuan in funeral compensation, I wouldn't even be able to return home. Lu Yue's eyes blazed with fury, her desire to ignite Su Qiao palpable. The betrayal had left her with nothing, and her father, Lu Tianhai, would not continue to support her indefinitely. Thus, seeing Su Qiao filled her with unrestrained rage, as if she wished to flay him alive at this moment. She paid no heed to the presence of Miao Xueguang and the others and was ready to launch an attack on Su Qiao. Xiao Su, why are you bullying Xiao Wei? They say a day as a husband is worth 100 days of grace. 100 days of marriage is like the depths of the sea. Look at how you have made Xiao Wei so distraught. Zhuo Anbing interjected sharply, concerned for his sister-in-law, as he noticed her face turning pale with anger that he had long harbored discontent towards Su Qiao, who had repeatedly humiliated him both in person and over the phone, alluding to his own infidelity and filming his family's secrets in the bedroom. Although he had been too preoccupied with government matters to confront Su Qiao until now, the opportunity to do so had finally presented itself. Moreover, Zui Anbing was deeply unsettled by his wife Lu Yuzhen's infidelity. With Lu Yue single after Yang Hong's downfall, Zhuo Anbing's thoughts turned to his sister-in-law. Seeking to balance the scales for his grievances against Lu Yuzhen while also satisfying his twisted desires. Seizing the moment, he seized the chance to support Lu Yue, reprimanding Su Qiao to win her favor. When Su Qiao saw Zhuo Anbing join in the attack against him, he quickly retorted, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Heh, Zhuo Anbing, what is wrong? The last time I saw Lu Yuzhen, it seemed like she was also enjoying a day as a wife. Did I believe you were present? Weren't you? I wonder if they shared 100 days of grace. His insinuation regarding Lu Yuzhen's affair with her colleague, Yao Sheng, was deliberate, aimed at embarrassing Zhuo Anbing in front of others. You like to call me a green cuckold, don't you? You enjoy throwing accusations, don't you? Have you kept an eye on your own wife? You might not even know, huh? Your wife once sought to place a green hat upon my head, didn't she? Zhuo Anbing naturally comprehended Su Qiao's words as his face flushed crimson, resembling that of a liver. He swiftly turned to glare fiercely at Lu Yuzhen, who, though compelled to lower her gaze, cursed Su Qiao 1,000 times in her heart, thinking, Su Qiao, after all the affection I bestowed upon you recently, you would dare to bring this matter up before old Zhuo? Are you intentionally trying to humiliate me? During this period, Zhuo Anbing had been tormenting her like a madman, leaving her utterly exhausted. However, in recent days, he seemed to have eased somewhat, not being quite so excessive. Thus, Lu Yuzhen chose to overlook Zhuo Anbing's interest in Lu Yue. Yet unexpectedly, Su Qiao brought up a topic better left undisturbed. It was likely that tonight, that scoundrel Zhuo Anbing would not let her off the hook once more. Miao Xueguang, who had remained silent, was bewildered. Upon witnessing Su Qiao's statement caused Zhuo Anbing's face to redden. He stepped forward to support his friend. Miao Xueguang patted Zhuo Anbing on the shoulder, exchanged a knowing glance, and then took a couple of steps closer to Su Qiao, interjecting, Brother Anbing, is this not your driver? Why does he speak to you with such disrespect? Do you require my assistance in teaching him a lesson? Naturally, he was acquainted with Su Qiao and was aware that Su Qiao was Zhuo Anbing's brother-in-law. However, Zhuo Anbing looked down upon Su Qiao, and as a good friend of Zhuo Anbing, Miao Xueguang shared that disdain. Furthermore, upon hearing that Su Qiao had been cuckolded by Lu Yue, who had even borne him 2 illegitimate children, Miao Xueguang's contempt for Su Qiao only deepened that in his eyes, a wretch like Su Qiao did not deserve to exist in this world. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that this insignificant character, Su Qiao, would today audaciously confront figures of their stature. Unable to bear it, he felt compelled to step in on Zhuo Anbing's behalf. Su Qiao scanned Miao Xueguang from head to toe, disdainfully retorting, what wild dog dares to bark here? Miao Xueguang was momentarily taken aback by the insult, his plump face turning a deep shade of red that he never imagined that this lowly individual would dare to speak so brazenly. Showing no regard for his status as a billionaire, and in front of so many witnesses. This was intolerable. For years, no one had dared to utter a foul word in his presence, yet today he was insulted by a person from the lower echelons of society. Filled with rage, Miao Xueguang raised his hand and lunged at Su Qiao, angrily shouting, who the hell are you calling a wild dog? Just you, what of it? Su Qiao did not flinch. He seized Miao Xueguang's wrist with one hand and effortlessly flung him several meters away. Miao Xueguang, unable to maintain his balance, fell to his knees, utterly humiliated that a bodyguard rushed over to assist him. That onlookers began to gather. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Was Su Qiao mad? Miao Shuiguang was a renowned entrepreneur and a member of the district committee, held in high esteem even by the district chief. How could Su Qiao dare to strike him? This was certainly a spectacle to behold. Once assisted to his feet, Miao Shuiguang's face burned crimson. His veins bulging, that he brushed off the dust from his clothes, gestured to his two bodyguards, and angrily commanded, "Get him! Make sure to kill him!" "Yes, boss." The duo replied, "And you to speak of it would be a matter of life and death. Once the freezing rain ceases, I shall contact him at the very first opportunity. What else could be done? A gentleman avenges. A decade is but a fleeting moment," he shouted at his phone, prepare to face the consequences. With that, he tossed his head and stormed back, neglecting to greet Zhuo Anbing and his companions. The Qianqian and the petite beauty hurried after him, whispering words of comfort to Miao Shuiguang as they walked. At that moment, the two bodyguards stumbled along behind them, too intimidated to glance back at Su Qiao. "How is it?" Su Qiao inquired, a mocking smile gracing his face as he observed Miao Shuiguang retreating in disgrace. "Director Zhuo, are you contemplating sending someone to apprehend me as well?" "Allow you a few more days of arrogance, and once the disaster subsides, prepare for reckoning." Zhuo Anbing fumed, his nostrils flaring in anger. He flicked his sleeves and shot Su Qiao a furious glare before striding off in another direction. Lu Yue and Lu Yuzhen also cast venomous glances at Su Qiao before following Zhuo Anbing. Meanwhile, the onlookers regarded Su Qiao with a mix of astonishment and admiration, unable to believe that this son-in-law of the Lu family could be so audacious as to confront a district committee member and challenge the deputy director of the government office. Yet, they regarded both Miao Shuiguang and the Lu family with disdain. Miao Shuiguang, having risen from the chemical factory sector, had poisoned countless lives with the toxic emissions from his establishment. For years, the common folk had raised grievances. But his substantial tax contributions and extensive connections rendered him untouchable by the LAWAS for Lu Tianhai and Fan Zimei. Their reputation in the neighborhood was equally dismal. They were known for their laziness and for exploiting their neighbors. Their youngest daughter, Lu Yue, had scandalously engaged in an affair with Deputy District Head Yang Hong, which had erupted into a public uproar, resulting in her dismissal. The eldest daughter, Lu Yuzhen, though free of negative rumors, was unbearably arrogant, looking down upon their neighbors with disdain due to her marriage to Deputy Director Zhuo Anbing. Yet, the neighbors found solace in Su Qiao's chastisement of Miao Shuiguang and his bold defiance of the Lu family, feeling a sense of vindication. However, they did not wholly side with Su Qiao, for they resented his good fortune. His acquisition of 2 billion worth of raw stones and a villa stirred envy and jealousy among them. Human nature is such that one cannot bear to see another thrive, regardless of any assistance rendered. Su Qiao returned to his villa, accompanied by the hound, and after a refreshing hot shower, he lounged on his bed, legs crossed, perusing a science fiction film on television. The little white cat nestled in his arms, its round, black eyes fixed on the screen, while the hound lay on the bedroom edge, dozing intermittently. The parrot, Zhuke, fluttered from the living room to its cage in the bedroom, ceasing its chatter and closing its eyes for slumber. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene. Outside, the freezing rain persisted, with temperatures plummeting from several degrees below zero to nearly -20. Even indoor temperatures dropped to several degrees below zero, forcing households to turn on their heating systems. Many were filled with trepidation, uncertain of how long the freezing rain would continue. As night fell, the ice layer outside reached 60 centimeters, nearly 2 feet thick. The sky remained shrouded in oppressive clouds, rendering the air suffocating. The freezing rain continued unabated, with large droplets crashing down like marbles, instantly freezing upon contact with the ground. Window frames and trees, some security bars and advertising signs, unable to bear the burden, fell with resounding thuds. The foliage of several ornamental trees in the community succumbed to the weight of the freezing rain. Crashing to the ground in disarray, Su Qiao awoke early, and after freshening up, he connected to the internet to monitor the unfolding situation. Various forums reported a multitude of casualties, with some families missing relatives. Children succumbing to poisoning after playing outside, and an outpouring of complaints regarding the extreme weather. Many lamented the lack of timely forecasts from the government, which would have allowed them to stockpile essential supplies. Some indicated that their rice supplies would last only 4 or 5 days, while others reported running out of drinking water, urging relevant government departments to organize aid swiftly. Su Qiao shook his head. In such weather, how could the government effectively organize rescue efforts? Indeed, the district government had dispatched several rescue teams to respond to the most affected communities to deliver supplies, but those dispatched soon went missing. The toxicity of the freezing rain was too potent. Even with raincoats, mere contact could swiftly lead to fatal consequences. Thus, rescue operations had to be halted to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Upon reading these updates, Su Qiao chuckled softly. The apocalypse had arrived, and it was a contest of resources. Fortunately, his own stockpile was not scant. Merely 80 billion, enough to last for millennia. Hence, as long as Blue Star remained intact. His residence in this villa would ensure his absolute safety, that he activated the heating system, which had been specially modified by manager Wu Zulong during the renovation, as southern heating facilities were sparse. This heating system could utilize either coal or oil, and his fuel reserves were sufficient for a lifetime. With the indoors warm as spring, Su Qiao's spirit soared that in a few days, power would likely be cut, leaving others' homes akin to ice caves, while his abode would maintain a consistent, comfortable temperature, impervious to the cold. Alas, it was a pity that he lacked a beautiful companion to warm his bed. Though, he mused, he simply yearned for the embrace of something soft and fragrant. After rising, Su Qiao engaged in a workout at the gym. That in a world such as this, enhancing one's physique was undoubtedly beneficial, and a robust body would surely extend one's lifespan. Upon completion of his exercise, however, he found himself feeling rather bored and in need of an occupation. What of the Liu family? Those scoundrels, were they hungry or thirsty? During his time with them, he always ensured a week's to half a month's worth of rice, several barrels of drinking water, and a selection of vegetables, thus sparing himself their incessant nagging. Yet, the Liu family lacked such foresight, demonstrating no awareness of the need for resource reserves, that he recalled a time when he had been away for a month for training, returning to find the household devoid of food and water. He surmised that during this calamity, the Liu family supplies would deplete the fastest. Contemplating this, he decided to rattle the Liu family. From his alternate space, he retrieved a sumptuous breakfast, a bowl of beef knife-cut noodles, 3 poached eggs, a large meatball, and a steaming cup of soy milk. The hound's meal was nearly on par with his own: 2 large steaks, a generous bowl of milk, and a sizable bone. The little white cat was treated to a plate of steamed fish and a small bowl of steaming milk, while the parrot feasted on its premium bird feed. Then, he arranged 10 boxes of mineral water, 5 boxes of bread, 10 boxes of instant noodles, and 5 bags of rice adjacent to the water stash, alongside some high-end snacks such as mountain walnuts, sunflower seeds, and fresh fruit. With a mere thought, he organized these provisions neatly. Su Qiao snapped several photos of his breakfast, his pet's meals, and the abundant food and water, creating a grid of images to post on social media with the caption, "My breakfast is rather simple, but the cat and dog need to eat well to grow. Sigh, when will this disaster come to an end? Thankfully, I prepared some water and food in advance. Otherwise, I might starve or die of thirst at home." He set the post visibility to only the Liu family members, hoping to provoke them. Such antics were simply delightful. Chapter 43. A balance of grace and authority. The Liu family, as Su Qiao had anticipated, the Liu family's remaining food and water were alarmingly scarce, likely sufficient only for one more day. Left without the means to cook, Zhuo Anbing and Liu Yuzhen had relied entirely on the hospitality of Liu Tianhai's household since yesterday. Given Zhuo Anbing's position within the government, Liu Tianhai dared not voice any objections. Liu Yue and the others had already eaten breakfast and now gathered around the dining table, their faces etched with worry. At that moment, Fan Zimei opened the freezer, revealing empty rice bags, a clear signal that food supplies were critically low. By morning, the entire family would face starvation. Moreover, the water dispenser contained but half a barrel of purified water. What shall we do? We're on the verge of running out of food and water. Everyone, think of a solution. Fan Zimei sighed that if only we had prepared some food and water beforehand. Lu Hua remarked, his words lacking any substance. Zhuo Anbing shot Lu Hua a glare, silently conveying his disdain for such pointless commentary. Although Lu Hua looked down upon Su Qiao, he held Zhuo Anbing in high regard and dared not speak further, lowering his head to scroll through his phone. Xiao Wei, Xiao Jin, why don't you go borrow some from the neighbors? Perhaps this disaster will pass swiftly. Lu Tianhai suggested with a furrowed brow, his expression one of concern as he addressed his daughters. Dad, I'm not familiar with our neighbors. I hardly know them, Lu Yuzhen responded. I can't bring myself to ask for help. I've never done so in my life. You should go instead. Lu Yue, observing Lu Yuzhen's reluctance, hastily interjected. After all, the experience of pleading is quite unpleasant, old lady. Could you please call your sister and see if she can spare some food and water? We can always offer a little extra money. Lu Tianhai, naturally unwilling to tarnish his reputation by borrowing supplies, instructed his wife to contact his sister-in-law, Fan Xilan, for assistance. Fan Zimei shook her head in discontent and retorted, You all seem solely focused on eating. Yet when it comes to doing something, you find excuses. If Su Qiao were here, such a situation would never arise. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself nostalgically reminiscing about Su Qiao's merits. However, for many years, every mention of Su Qiao was always accompanied by the derogatory term waste. This habit, it seemed, would remain unaltered until her last breath. Upon hearing Fan Zimei mention Su Qiao, the others' eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, we still have Su Qiao, they exclaimed. If Su Qiao were still at home, we wouldn't be lacking food and water for at least a couple of days, probably even 10. It was true. In a previous life, Su Qiao had stockpiled provisions that lasted over 10 days. By the 16th day, the Lu family had exhausted their supplies and had to resort to sharing Su Qiao's provisions. Yet in this life, without Su Qiao's meticulous preparations, the Lu family faced imminent shortages by the next day. History had been rewritten. The Lu family's resources, not only failing to last for the several days of the past, but barely holding out for 3 days. Everyone gathered there began to reminisce about Su Qiao's contributions. Fan Zimei had just picked up her phone to call her sister, Fan Xilan, when Lu Hua, engrossed in his phone, suddenly jumped up and shouted, Dad, Mom, brother-in-law, sister, come quickly. Look at Su Qiao's social media. He has stockpiled an enormous amount of food and water. He then displayed Su Qiao's posts on the dining table. How does that waste have so much supply? As they gazed at the screen, their mouths fell agape, their eyes glimmering with avarice at Su Qiao. That scoundrel had actually hoarded such an abundance. It seemed sufficient for at least a week or two, that not to mention the lavish meals Su Qiao himself indulged in. He even fed his dog steak and milk, while a cat savored steamed fish. What an outrageous waste. A single person along with a dog and a cat consumed more than their entire family combined. Reflecting on their imminent starvation, the sight of Su Qiao feasting was intolerable. The group felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why should he possess such ample provisions? How could he have so much purified water? How could they seize his supplies? And Bing remarked, Isn't Su Qiao's hoarding of food and water a disruption of market order? Lu Tianhai furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired of his son-in-law. Indeed, with him hoarding so much, how are others supposed to survive? He has depleted our resources, Fan Zimei added indignantly. Exactly, brother-in-law, during times of disaster. What is his intent in hoarding so much? Is he planning to exploit the situation and sell them at exorbitant prices? Lu Hua, having studied for several years, surprisingly used the term hoarding for profit. Zhuo Anbing stroked his chin thoughtfully before nodding. Feigning seriousness, Su Qiao has indeed hoarded supplies beyond a reasonable amount, which is unfair to others. After all, the nation has limited resources, and we must consider everyone's survival. His actions clearly violate relevant national laws and regulations. Upon hearing Zhuo Anbing's agreement, Lu Tianhai's eyes brightened, and he quickly pressed, What should we do then? You need to represent the government and compel him to surrender his supplies. He reasoned that if his son-in-law could confiscate all of Su Qiao's provisions, it would suffice for their family for at least 10 days, by which time the disaster would surely have passed. Meanwhile, Lu Yue and Lu Yuzhen remained silent. Having interacted with Su Qiao recently, they were acutely aware that he had transformed into a stranger, someone they no longer recognized. Both sisters had privately sought Su Qiao's assistance, resorted to threats, and even attempted to seduce him, yet to no avail, which only deepened their resentment. However, seeing Su Qiao's abundant supplies, their hatred seemed to wane, rekindling a flicker of hope. They began to contemplate that if they could entice Su Qiao, not only would they be well fed during the disaster, but once it ended, they could potentially swindle his assets worth over 2 billion, securing a life free from worries that, of course, If Zhuo Anbing could leverage his authority as deputy director of the government office to compel Su Qiao to yield his supplies, it would be even better, saving them the trouble of trying to seduce him. Perhaps Su Qiao would still resist, but then again, during a disaster, he might just be lonely at home and could entertain such thoughts. The two sisters shared the same thoughts, yet remained oblivious to each other's intentions. Zhuo Anbing stood up, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not respond to his father-in-law immediately. Instead, he pondered a strategy that he recognized that he may have been somewhat harsh on Su Qiao in the past, even resorting to insults, and had clashed with him just the night before. Thus, if he were to demand supplies from Su Qiao outright, it was likely that Su Qiao would disregard him entirely. That it appeared that a combination of carrot and stick was the only feasible approach, that he contemplated offering Su Qiao a blank check, promising him a government position once the disaster subsided, which might entice him. After all, Su Qiao despised being called a waste, that if he were to secure a role in the government, perhaps starting as a deputy section chief and gradually being promoted, he might eventually ascend to a higher rank, thus eliminating the derisive label. The people of Huaxia often aspired to wealth and officialdom. Su Qiao was no exception. Now that he was financially secure, perhaps he would indeed seek a government position after the disaster ended. Dream on, is what Anbing thought. If they didn't hold him accountable, it would be a miracle. This was the carrot, and the stick would be the threat that if Su Qiao failed to surrender all, or at least a significant portion of his supplies, he would face repercussions once the disaster concluded, potentially leading to imprisonment. Having finalized his plan, Zhuo Anbing nodded with a smirk, retrieving his phone to call Su Qiao. Chapter 44. Carrot and Stick having just finished breakfast and wiping his mouth with a napkin, Su Qiao's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was indeed the Liu family. A smirk tugged at the corners of Su Qiao's mouth, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I can't handle it anymore, can you? He pressed the answer button, and Zhuo Anbing's familiar voice resonated through the receiver. Su Qiao, this is Zhuo Anbing. I am currently representing the district government office, and there is a matter I need to convey to you. Zhuo Anbing spoke with an authoritative tone. Su Qiao switched his phone to speaker mode, performing chest expansions as he scoffed. Director Zhuo, didn't we just see each other last night? What could you possibly need to communicate? Clearing his throat, Zhuo Anbing straightened his demeanor and began earnestly. This morning, the district government issued an urgent notice that in light of the severe disaster, to encourage the public to unite and assist each other. Citizens who excel in disaster relief will be granted special incentives after the crisis, such as selection as representatives or priority hiring as civil servants, directly at the deputy section chief level. He paused, waiting for Su Qiao's reaction before determining his next move. After a moment, he heard Su Qiao's enthusiastic voice exclaim, "Oh, this is wonderful news!" Zhuo Anbing felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that Su Qiao was intrigued. The district head has allocated each deputy division chief a quota to nominate exemplary candidates or appoint civil servants. And naturally, you were the first person to come to mind, considering our past connection. Soon, on the other end of the line, Su Qiao appeared to be quite thrilled, cheerily responding, "I must thank you, directors. It's heartening to know you thought of me for such a great opportunity." Seeing the conversation flowing smoothly, Zhuo Anbing's expression brightened as he switched his phone to speaker mode, glancing at the Liu family members with a smug smile. The tone of his voice shifted from formal to warm. "No need for formalities between us. We're family. I'll go ahead and submit your name." That he then returned to his seat, propping his legs up and lighting a cigarette, thinking to himself how effective the allure of a government position could be. A mere empty promise had ensnared Su Qiao. The previously tense expressions of the Liu family relaxed, replaced by admiring smiles directed at their government deputy director, that on the other end of the line. Su Qiao's voice rang out again. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you putting my name forward. Once the disaster is over and I'm appointed as deputy section chief, I'll treat you to a meal. I have a few matters to attend to, so unless there is anything else, I'll hang up now. Su Qiao feigned the intention to end the call. Sensing Su Qiao about to hang up, Zhuo Anbing grew anxious, as his goal had yet to be achieved. Quickly, he interjected, "Wait, don't hang up just yet. I still need to mention that if you wish to be promoted to deputy section chief, you will need to make significant contributions first. It's not enough for me just to submit your name." Su Qiao appeared momentarily stunned, and after a few seconds, he inquired, "Are there additional conditions?" "What conditions?" "Oh, it's like this: that in order to initiate mutual assistance among the community, you must first surrender your supplies to me. Then, I will act on behalf of the government to redistribute them among all the residents of the neighborhood. Only then will you be qualified, and I can assist you in securing the position of Deputy Section Chief." Zhou Anbing spoke rapidly. Then on the other end of the line, Su Qiao seemed to contemplate for a moment before reluctantly responding. "Ah, there are such conditions? I cannot comply. If the disaster persists for 2 or 3 weeks and I surrender all my supplies to you, won't I starve or die of thirst?" Noticing Su Qiao's realization, Zhou Anbing cleared his throat and quickly explained, "That certainly won't happen. The government is actively seeking ways to provide assistance. We might only need to rely on self-help for 2 or 3 days. You must trust in the government's formidable capabilities and the credibility of our administration." Su Qiao hesitated again before replying, "I find it hard to trust you. How about this? You surrender your supplies to me, and I will contribute my own. Then I will redistribute them to my neighbors. You can supervise me from the side. I swear to be fair and just." Upon hearing that Su Qiao still wanted his supplies, Zhou Anbing became anxious and exclaimed, "That is absolutely out of the question. You are not a government official. Besides, if I hand over my supplies to you for distribution, wouldn't that disqualify me from being promoted to Deputy Section Chief?" He thought to himself, "Not to mention that I have no supplies. Even if I did, I would never hand them over to Su Qiao or anyone else. That am I a fool? Well then, forget it. You can give my position to someone else, like Lu Hua. He is your brother-in-law," Su Qiao nonchalantly stated on the phone. Seeing that Su Qiao would rather forfeit the Deputy Section Chief position than relinquish his supplies, Zhou Anbing couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. That he spoke forcefully. "No, this is a government order. Even if you don't want the Deputy Section Chief position, you must surrender your supplies for redistribution, or the consequences will be extremely severe." Upon hearing Zhou Anbing declare it a government order, Su Qiao scoffed derisively. "Huh. I fear this is not a government order, but rather your personal command. Zhou Anbing, you think you can deceive me into giving you my supplies? Not a chance." Realizing that Su Qiao had seen through his scheme, Zhou Anbing felt a sense of urgency. Nevertheless, he persisted in threatening over the phone. "Don't doubt me. A government document will be issued shortly that I end these extraordinary times. If you do not adhere to the government's orders, it will be tantamount to opposing the government and the nation. The repercussions during the post-disaster reckoning will be exceedingly severe. That don't say I didn't warn you in advance." Zhou Anbing believed that Su Qiao had always been timid. Invoking the government and the nation would surely compel him to capitulate. However, Su Qiao was unfazed, responding coolly, "All right then, I shall await the government's reckoning. That if I am not held accountable, I will not let this matter rest with you." Seeing that Su Qiao was resolute in his stance, Zhou Anbing genuinely became anxious this time. The Lu family was watching closely. As a deputy-level leader, if he could not even deceive a fool, what did that make him? Thus he shouted into the phone, "Su Qiao, don't be stubborn. You'll regret it when it's too late. I'll give you until this morning to consider that if you do not surrender your supplies, I will report your name to the district chief. The consequences will be yours to bear. To hell with your consequences. What do I have to consider? I'm just waiting for another freezing rain to come and starve you, you little brat." "Ha ha!" Su Qiao chuckled, clearly delighted. Zhou Anbing finally realized that Su Qiao had seen through his plot and was openly insulting him, all in front of the Lu family. That it left him feeling utterly humiliated. "Su Qiao, you bastard. Just wait for your comeuppance." He was infuriated and cursed before angrily hanging up the phone to AT that moment. His forehead throbbed with veins. His nose crinkled in anger. He had thought his carrot-and-stick approach would easily trick Su Qiao into handing over his supplies, only to be met with humiliation and a slap in the face. Silently fuming, he sat on the bench in a huff. "Anbing, don't be angry. If persuasion fails, we can resort to force," Mr. Lu advised. Noticing Zhou Anbing's frustration at failing to deceive Su Qiao. "Yes, we cannot let that bastard off easily," Fan Zimei chimed in, her teeth clenched in indignation. Afterward, she picked up her phone and went to her room, preparing to call her sister Fan Xilan to request some supplies. That if that doesn't work, we'll just have to rob, Lu Hua declared fiercely, slamming his hand on the table. Although he was uneducated and only knew how to indulge in pleasure, he was certainly not foolish when it came to matters of survival. "Rob?" Zhou Anbing frowned, that he had witnessed Su Qiao single-handedly take on 3 opponents the previous night, and was unsure how that rascal had become so formidable. Recalling the sorry state of Miao Shuiguang's two bodyguards, he promptly abandoned the idea of a direct robbery. No, at least we cannot rob openly. Zhuo Onbing shook his head. Both your eldest and second sisters witnessed it last night. Su Qiao is quite capable now that if we attempt a direct robbery, we may suffer significant losses. Lu Yuzhen and Lu Yue nodded in agreement, believing that the odds of successfully robbing Su Qiao were slim. Onbing, does it truly seem that the government is indifferent to our plight? Lu Tianai asked, still unwilling to give up hope. After all, Zhuo Onbing could be considered a mid-level government official, and his information should be quite reliable. It's not that they don't care, it's that they genuinely cannot manage. Most officials, like me, are also trapped at home and unable to go out to venture outside is to invite death. How can they manage? Zhuo Onbing furrowed his brow, his face a picture of distress. After a considerable pause, he continued gravely, it seems this natural disaster will not cease any time soon that if we wish to survive, we must rely on ourselves. We must secure food and water in advance, or we may indeed face death. The group fell silent, feeling utterly helpless. After a while, Fan Zimei emerged from her room, her face drawn with worry that I just called Xylan to request some supplies. But she sounded even more destitute than I am, hoping we could provide her with some food and water. She shook her head, holding the phone, and sighed deeply. The faces of the Lu family darkened even further. After a long silence, Lu Tianhai reminded, Onbing, we cannot obtain Su Qiao supplies now, but we can seek out others that it possible to collect some supplies under your title as Deputy Director of the Government Office. That might be a good idea, Zhuo Onbing nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I've got it. He then took out his phone and called the property management company's manager. He is not a saint, preoccupied with the salvation of humanity. His sole concern is to ensure that he is well-fed, secure, and safe that I end this apocalyptic world. He avoids provoking others, yet he expects not to be disturbed by anyone. Growing weary of the mundane offerings on television, Su Qiao turned it off. After a satisfying lunch, he indulged in a refreshing nap. Around 4 p.m, he received a video call from his female disciple. Zhang Yao, the charming young woman, was exercising in her grand villa, eager to showcase a yoga pose for her master. The central air conditioning hummed in the background as she donned her yoga attire. With her fair, oval face and flawless features, she radiated beauty. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, an elegant neck, pronounced curves, and a hint of an alluring neckline, all complemented by a slender waist, which could be grasped with a gentle hand. Her hips were voluptuous and rounded, reminiscent of a ripe peach that Su Qiao found himself captivated, unable to fathom how he had maintained such tranquility in the presence of a beauty like Zhang Yao in his past life. He smacked his thigh in self-reproach, cursing himself for being such a fool. After Zhang Yao finished her yoga practice, they chatted for over half an hour until her father called for her to join dinner, prompting her to reluctantly end the video call. Once the call was disconnected, Su Qiao prepared to browse some dramas on his phone, only to notice that the property manager of his community had added him to a WeChat group chat. The community management had each owner's WeChat for the sake of enhanced service. With nothing better to do, Su Qiao accepted the invitation, curious to gauge the reactions within the group. Before long, the group swelled to over 1,000 members, and messages began to flood in. Some lamented that their supplies of food and water would only last a few days, while others criticized the government for not taking immediate action, demanding the deployment of troops and police to distribute resources. There were also individuals seeking to purchase supplies at exorbitant prices that end this dire situation. The price of a single packet of instant noodles skyrocketed from dozens of yuan to 500, and then inflated to 2,000 yuan. A bottle of mineral water reached 1,000 yuan. Many resorted to private transactions through WeChat, as those with slightly more resources believed that the freezing rain might soon abate and sought to capitalize on the opportunity to profit handsomely. A bottle that once cost 2 yuan was now worth 1,000 yuan, an astonishing return of 500 times the original price. They thought to themselves, if they could acquire 1,000 bottles of water, could they not make a fortune exceeding 1,000,000? Naturally, they could never amass such quantities. They would keep a little for themselves and sell the majority. That Su Qiao shook his head in disbelief. Selling at 1,000 yuan now could lead to a situation where they could not buy it back for 2,000 yuan or even 5,000 yuan later. He had no intention of warning them. This was hardly his concern. Nature selects the strong. Humanity follows suit. At that moment, the property manager, Pu Qing, addressed everyone. Greetings, esteemed residents. Natural disasters are merciless, yet humanity is compassionate. Following the directives of Director Zhuo Anbing from the District Government Office, this group has been established. Please, in accordance with the government's requirements and directors' instructions, let us unite to confront this calamity together. Directors will now share important directives. Once Pu Qing's message scrolled through, a wave of excitement erupted in the group that the government has finally intervened. We are saved. Director Zhuo is the deputy director of the District Government Office, so he represents the government. Who would have thought the nation and government truly haven't forgotten us? Director Zhuo, my family's food supplies will only last until tonight. I kindly request a bag of rice be prioritized for delivery. Thank you, Director Zhuo. We have no drinking water left. Please send a barrel over. I would be eternally grateful. Director Zhuo, my mother has run out of her hypertension medication. Could you arrange for 3 boxes to be sent? I will pay. Requests for rice, water, medicine, and even pet food inundated the screen. Of course, the vast majority of people did not genuinely lack supplies for today or tomorrow. However, with the government now involved in relief efforts, who would refuse free resources? At this juncture, Pu Qing had already appointed Zhuo Anbing as the group administrator. Zhuo Anbing immediately began disseminating information. Comrades, neighbors, I extend my heartfelt sympathies on behalf of the district government that I have noted your needs and am arranging for property staff to document and report them to the district. The district is coordinating with the police and other departments to enhance action, allocate resources, and deliver supplies to each community. However, this process takes time. I kindly ask for your patience before government aid arrives. Our utmost priority is to engage in mutual assistance and self-rescue. Throughout this exchange, other residents chimed in with messages. Yet, every word from Zhuo Anbing reached everyone, ensuring that those attentively watching the screen could see his messages. In accordance with the district's unified arrangements, each leading official is tasked with overseeing mutual assistance and self-rescue in 1 or 2 communities that I happen to reside in Fengling community, so I will oversee our community's self-rescue efforts. Some individuals shared encouraging messages in the group. Pu Qing responded with a series of fist emojis that I in the face of disaster. We cannot allow anyone to starve or perish of thirst. Therefore, we must leverage our collective strengths. I request that everyone unifies their resources and delivers them to the property office, where I will organize a secondary distribution. Rest assured, I will ensure fairness and transparency. All resources surrendered will be meticulously documented. And once the disaster concludes, the government will repurchase them at 100-fold price. You may screenshot this statement as evidence. Furthermore, those who contribute surplus resources will not only benefit from the generous repurchase, but the government will also provide additional incentives for significant contributions, such as enhanced consideration for district committee elections, civil service examinations, and even advantages for their children's education. Zhuo Anbing made a plethora of hollow promises, fully aware that some would undoubtedly fall for his scheme. After all, despite the meticulous fraud prevention efforts in Huaxia, many individuals still foolishly transferred substantial sums to con artists. Just a year or 2 prior, there were reports of individuals duped into undergoing free kidney surgeries in the Northern Cotton region. It is not necessarily that the fraudsters are exceptionally clever. Rather, it is the gullibility of the victims. Moreover, Zhuo Anbing's objective was not to deceive everyone for their resources. He merely needed a portion to satisfy his own desires. Did he fear being reported or held accountable by authorities once the disaster ended? He chuckled at the thought that he had already devised a plan. Should anyone come to confront him, he would simply offer to compensate them 2 or 3 times over. Even 10 times would not be beyond his means. After years in office, he had managed to amass a bit of wealth. More importantly, he had a nagging suspicion that the disaster would not conclude swiftly. By the time the calamity truly subsided, many of those he had deceived might have perished from hunger or thirst. Where would they turn to seek justice? To the King of Hell? He felt no trepidation. Chapter 46. Renewed conflict after Zhuo Anbing sent his message. Numerous individuals in the group questioned his statements, suspecting he might be deceiving them regarding their resources. Most people were not easily swayed. However, a handful of naive souls were enticed by Zhuo Anbing's empty promises, particularly his claims about civil service advantages and educational benefits for children. After all, many were aware of Zhuo Anbing's position. And who would dare lie when representing a deputy director of the government? Thus, a small number of individuals in the group expressed their intent to contribute resources, urging directors what to remember their names for future incentives. Su Qiao gave Zhuanbing a hearty thumbs up in the group and added an enthusiastic emoji that he had no desire to expose Zhuanbing's deception. After all, Zhuanbing was using his own cunning. Why should he interfere? Besides, what does interference even matter? These individuals were willingly deceived. Were they not deserving of their fate? There were also rational voices questioning whether Zhuanbing was indeed trying to deceive everyone. In response, some of the dissenters were met with insults, accused of lacking public virtue. Those who had no opportunity for civil service or educational advantages were envious of others' charitable acts that Su Qiao had no intention of inviting scorn upon himself. He was merely there to observe the unfolding spectacle. Thus, some individuals were simply unworthy of sympathy, especially the greedy ones that if you showed them compassion, they would harbor resentment. They might argue, "What right do you have to interfere with our freedom and oppose our choices?" They would question you, "Are you the only wise one in this world? Do we lack the ability to judge for ourselves?" Therefore, remaining a quiet observer was far preferable. The apocalypse would linger for many days, and a myriad of events would undoubtedly transpire. Human nature would gradually unravel in the face of this calamity. This was just the beginning. Initially, people might still exhibit some restraint, fearing that violating order would invite government or police intervention. However, as time passed, chaos would ensue. Looting, arson, and even cannibalism would emerge. What transpires within the group is merely the tip of the iceberg reflecting the darker facets of human nature. Su Qiao stroked his chin, pondering that even if Zhuanbing succeeded in acquiring supplies through deceit, he might not necessarily benefit from them. After all, there is still me, Su Qiao, that he chose to disregard the messages in the group, opting instead to finish his dinner before taking his loyal dog, the Xiaotian Hound, for a stroll in the underground garage. The white cat, disinclined to venture outdoors, would naturally not be coerced into doing so. After his meal, Su Qiao donned thick winter attire and, leash in hand, stepped out of his home. The temperature outside had plummeted to over 20 degrees below zero, that most individuals, fearing the cold, chose to remain indoors. Yet there were some who, having been cooped up all day, yearned for a breath of fresh air. This evening, the underground garage was noticeably less crowded than the previous night, yet 100 or 200 people were scattered about. Some walking, others dancing, and a few, like Su Qiao, taking their dogs for a walk. The Xiaotian Hound, now 5 or 6 months old, had grown considerably due to a nourishing diet that at this age, dogs are typically lively and energetic. And it darted around, sniffing and exploring its surroundings as Su Qiao, holding the leash, wandered aimlessly for about 20 minutes when suddenly, a large yellow dog lunged at the Xiaotian Hound, attempting to sink its teeth into its neck. Fortunately, the Xiaotian Hound reacted swiftly, rolling to the side, just in time to avoid being bitten. It barked furiously at the assailant to express its indignation that Su Qiao, equally startled, noted the imposing size of the yellow dog. Standing nearly half a meter tall, its sharp teeth glistening ominously, the potential consequences of a bite would be dire. Seeing the yellow dog prepare to attack again, Su Qiao surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to its head. With his extraordinary strength, the kick sent the yellow dog tumbling 2 to 3 meters away, howling in pain and retreating in fear. "Who the hell are you? How dare you kick my dog?" A furious voice called out from nearby. Su Qiao recognized the voice. Turning around, he saw a young couple jogging towards him. Indeed, it was a familiar face, the owner of Unit 902 in Building 21. The man, Ma Zhong, was the one who had fallen into a significant debt crisis due to lottery tickets and had nearly been dismissed from his job, but he had previously humiliated Su Qiao on several occasions and had blamed Su Qiao for his misfortunes. The woman accompanying him was his wife, Lin Xin, a stunning doctor with a beauty score of 95 before the apocalypse. Lin Xin had approached Su Qiao seeking a loan to help her husband avoid dismissal. But Su Qiao had made an inappropriate proposition in return, offering to waive repayment in exchange for her body. Lin Xin had left in anger and shame, and Su Qiao was left uncertain whether she had managed to secure funds elsewhere. "You again, Su Qiao, you bastard. You're deliberately trying to make my life miserable, aren't you?" Ma Zhong, upon recognizing his nemesis as the one who had kicked his dog, was filled with rage that Su Qiao retorted with a smirk. "Oh, so your big dog tries to bite my little dog, and I can't defend my pet. He cast a mocking glance at Ma Zhong before shifting his gaze to Lin Qin, who was clad in a bright red down jacket, snugly wrapped against the cold. Despite the layers, her exquisite face remained flawless, and her height of 170 centimeters combined with her striking beauty left Su Qiao momentarily captivated. Noticing Su Qiao's lingering gaze, Lin Qin blushed and shot him a disapproving look, reflecting on how this man had brazenly proposed such an exchange when she had sought his help. Had she not been resolute, she might have fallen into his trap. Su Qiao, appearing to be a paragon of virtue, concealed his base desires beneath a facade of respectability. Lin Qin, feeling increasingly irked by Su Qiao's unabashed scrutiny, glared at him with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. "Hey, you little brat. Why you keep staring at my wife? Are you looking for trouble?" Ma Zhong, noticing Su Qiao's inappropriate demeanor, angrily pushed him. "Is it illegal to look at someone? Isn't beauty meant to be admired?" Su Qiao replied, deflecting Ma Zhong's aggression, that he had endured Ma Zhong's provocations for too long and would not yield, that Su Qiao's unwavering gaze at Lin Qin was partly due to her undeniable beauty, but also an intentional jab at Ma Zhong, a way to provoke his ire while rendering him powerless to retaliate. Realizing he could not confront Su Qiao physically, Ma Zhong resorted to verbal sparring. "What does it matter if a nouveau riche like you has money? If the disaster continues, your wealth will turn to waste paper, that you'll be burning your own cash soon enough." His spiteful words dripped with venom as he pointed an accusing finger at Su Qiao. "Ma Zhong, your malice is astonishing. Do you wish for this calamity to persist so that everyone starves?" Su Qiao's voice rang out, stirring the crowd around them. The onlookers, already anxious about the ongoing disaster, were incensed by Ma Zhong's comments, feeling as though he wished for the suffering to continue. Their anger boiled over, and they began to voice their outrage. "How did someone like you even get a government job? Did you slip in through the back door? Instead of aiding us, you hope for the disaster to drag on. Your character is appalling," shouted a neighbor who knew Ma Zhong worked at the Forestry Bureau. "With morals like yours, you don't deserve to be a civil servant." Another neighbor added vehemently, that a woman, whose household supplies were dwindling to a mere 2 days' worth, expressed her indignation. "I've recorded your words. Just wait to be dismissed from your position." The crowd's fury mounted as they condemned Ma Zhong, who realized he had stirred a hornet's nest and glared at Su Qiao with seething resentment. Noticing the escalating tension, Lin Qin anxiously apologized to the crowd while attempting to pull her husband away from further confrontation. She feared that Ma Zhong's stubbornness could provoke the ire of the neighbors, resulting in a violent altercation. In such frigid weather, a beating would be futile, and she certainly did not expect the police to intervene. Moreover, as a doctor, she would be unable to offer aid if he were severely injured. Fortunately, the neighbors, swayed by Lin Qin's charm and demeanor, chose to relent, dispersing without resorting to violence, that Ma Zhong, having suffered a significant loss that day, blamed Su Qiao for the humiliation he endured and thus harbored even greater animosity towards him. Lin Qin shot Su Qiao an exasperated glance, lamenting that it was he who had caused her so much trouble with the neighbors. Dr. Lin, as Ma Keqiang said, if this disaster continues and you find yourself without food or drink, feel free to seek me out for supplies for the terms of exchange. I've already made them clear to you." Su Qiao said, sporting an innocent smile while winking at the stunning doctor. "I would rather starve than barter with you," Lin Qin retorted, her cheeks flushed at the insinuation. She understood all too well that Su Qiao's so-called exchange merely entailed trading her body for resources. This lecherous man had his sights set on her, and she was determined to thwart his advances. "What terms are you speaking of?" Ma Zhong, weary from the earlier confrontation, glanced at Lin Qin with confusion. Su Qiao's unsolicited conversation with his wife, coupled with the mention of exchange conditions, piqued his suspicion. After all, his wife was a coveted beauty, and he knew Su Qiao harbored ulterior motives that don't listen to his nonsense. "We have enough food and drink for the next 2 or 3 days. That be why then, the disaster will surely end." Lin Qin gently nudged her husband, urging him to leave. "Come on, let's head home. It's far too cold out here." She was troubled by the thought of Su Qiao mentioning that night, when she had stealthily gone to his home to borrow money, that if Su Qiao spread rumors, she would truly find it difficult to explain herself. Ma Zhong furrowed his brows, scrutinizing his wife's face, noticing her flushed complexion and then glancing at Su Qiao's malevolent grin. Suspicion began to rise within him, that he angrily inquired, "Is there something inappropriate between the two of you?" Lin Qin was taken aback. Her husband was actually questioning her fidelity. Feeling deeply wronged, she trembled as she replied, "What are you imagining? What relationship could I possibly have with him? To think I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to you. And yet you doubt me, boo-hoo." Before she could finish, a few tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks that, "Oh, I was merely asking. Why take it so seriously? Come, let us return home." Upon seeing his wife in tears, Ma Zhong retracted his doubts and hurriedly spoke sweetly to console Lin Qin, helping her to walk back, disregarding Su Qiao entirely. Su Qiao watched the couple's retreating figures, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "I will plant a seed of suspicion in you first. Lin Qin is foolishly hoping that the calamity will end within 2 or 3 days. It won't be resolved in 12 or 13 days. By then, when you find yourselves without food or drink, suffering from hunger and thirst, I shall see whether you still possess the dignity to come to me for supplies. That it would be best if you brought Ma Zhong along, and we could exchange supplies face to face, with him watching. How thrilling that would be." Su Qiao then took his canine companion for another round before returning to the villa. After settling the dog, he decided to check the property management office. This afternoon, Zhuo Anbing had deceived the owners out of supplies under the guise of the government. He wondered how many they had managed to swindle. He felt compelled to lend a hand. Exiting the basement door and finding no one around, he activated his invisibility. The property management office was located in the same building as Zhuo Anbing, specifically in Unit 2, Room 101, that the lights were still on inside. Su Qiao stealthily entered the room and found 8 or 9 boxes of purified water and over 10 boxes of instant noodles. That it seemed that not many people were gullible enough to fall for Zhuo Anbing's tricks. In a community of thousands, only this little had been delivered. Perhaps it was true that people simply did not have that much stock. Nevertheless, with these supplies, Zhuo Anbing and his cohorts could certainly conserve enough to last them 10 days. Of course, he could not take all the supplies for himself, as this was a scheme he had colluded on with the property manager, Pu Qing, earlier that morning. They had tricked a portion of those seeking government benefits into surrendering their supplies for Zhuo Anbing's use. Thus, Zhuo Anbing would certainly have to allocate a portion to Pu Qing. "Director Pu, how about we split it 50-50? Zhuo Anbing suggested. "I created the group. Without me, you wouldn't have been able to add so many owners to it. How else could you have obtained so many supplies?" Pu Qing, wearing a fawning smile, replied, "Indeed, your efforts in creating the group are commendable, but without my authority, you wouldn't have been able to acquire those supplies either. Besides, I have 5 family members at home, while you only have 2. I believe an 80-20 split would be more reasonable, with me taking 80 to Zhuo Anbing, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Immediately dismissed her suggestion that he was certainly unwilling to allow someone else to share in the spoils of his hard-earned deception. Moreover, he was a deputy director, while Pu Qing was merely a small property manager. What right did she have to contest the supplies with him? He was doing her a favor just by involving her. One must know their place. Thus, he proposed an 80-20 split instead of a 60-40 or 70-30. This Director Zhuo seems a bit unfair. We don't know when this disaster will end, and 2 portions won't be enough. Pu Qing's voice, though respectful, turned cold. Zhuo Anbing, noticing the change in her demeanor, pondered briefly before responding in a deep voice. "All right, you have contributed labor, and since you just handled the registration and such, let us agree on 70-30. It cannot be more." He thought to himself that in the face of this calamity, for the sake of survival, Pu Qing might not care about his status as a leader, that if pushed too hard, she could very well act out of desperation. Therefore, even if he conceded 1 more point, he would still hold the majority. "Thank you very much, Director Zhuo. From now on, I shall follow you closely, and I am sure to enjoy the fruits of your labor." Pu Qing responded eagerly, her expression morphing into that of an obsequious sycophant. "No need for thanks. Let us cooperate more in the future. I will first take a box of water and instant noodles home, and for the rest I will call my family to come down." Zhuo Anbing waved his hand, stating this before taking 2 boxes of supplies and exiting the door. All right, Director, I will also store my supplies in the warehouse." Pu Qing nodded, bowing slightly. Afterward, she instructed a young woman in her 20s. "Xiao Tang, come over and help us that we will split this 3-7. Director's family has more members, so he should take 7, and we will take 3. Let's divide it properly first, and then one of us can carry a box of instant noodles inside." The young girl complied, hastily coming over to divide the supplies into 2 piles. Afterwards, she and Pu Qing each carried a box of instant noodles into the inner warehouse. with Zhuo Anbing gone. Pu Qing and Xiao Tang also brought supplies into the warehouse, leaving the office unoccupied. Su Qiao's mind stirred. He collected the remaining instant noodles and purified water into the alternate space. Chapter 48. Dog bites dog. A smile crept across Su Qiao's lips as he activated the alternate space. After securing the remaining supplies, he rendered himself invisible and sat on the sofa, ready to watch the drama unfold. A minute later, Manager Pu and Xiao Tang emerged from the warehouse, preparing to make another trip for the mineral water and instant noodles, only to find the ground completely bare. Both were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape. Where did the instant noodles and water go? Xiao Tang exclaimed, regaining her composure and shouting, "What is happening? We were only gone for a minute. How could such a large quantity of supplies just vanish?" Pu Qing, looking anxious and tense, urged Xiao Tang, "Quickly, we must search for them." What on earth is going on?" Xiao Tang scratched her head in confusion as they began rummaging around, checking under the counter and in corners piled with clutter, but found nothing. Unwilling to accept defeat, they checked the door and the corridor, yet there was no trace. Returning to the main hall, they stared at each other, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Where could all the supplies have gone? It was utterly baffling. If a person had stolen them, they would have had to make some noise, and there was no way they wouldn't have heard it from the adjacent warehouse. Moreover, moving a dozen or so boxes of supplies would require a certain amount of time. That moment, Pu Qing was like an ant on a hot pan, incessantly tapping the table, her face a mask of fear. Soon, directors would come down to collect his share of the supplies. Now that there was not a single box remaining, how could she explain this to him? There was simply no way to justify it. Could it be that amidst this disaster and freezing rain, a ghost had come to steal all their supplies? Manager Pu, what should we do? Directors does not seem like an easy person to deal with. Xiao Tang's voice trembled on such a cold day. She was sweating profusely from anxiety. It was all too strange, far too strange. These supplies had been hard-won, but now they had vanished without a trace. Directors would surely suspect that she and Manager Pu had stolen the supplies. They might not even be able to keep the portion they had just moved in. Su Qiao, invisibly lounging with his legs crossed on the sofa, watched the two of them in a state of distress, a broad smile on his face. Zhuo Anbing was no good man. Was Manager Pu and Xiao Tang any better? In the face of calamity, they resorted to deceit to secure supplies from others. What was the difference from robbing someone? Thus, Su Qiao felt justified in taking their supplies, eager to witness the ensuing spectacle of dogs biting dogs. After another 5 minutes, Zhuo Anbing entered the property management office, a smile plastered across his face, accompanied by Lu Yuzhen, Lu Yiwei, and Lu Hua. Lu Yiwei walked beside Zhuo Anbing, engaged in lively conversation. "Hey, Manager Pu, where are my instant noodles and water?" Upon entering, he noticed the previous pile of supplies had vanished, and he furrowed his brow in inquiry. Director Zhuo, I don't know where the supplies went," Pu Qing stammered, hurrying to meet Zhuo Anbing with a terrified expression. Xiao Tang quickly stepped forward, rubbing her hands nervously as she stuttered. "Yes, directors, we just moved our water and instant noodles inside, and when we came out, all the supplies were gone." Hearing Pu Qing and Xiao Tang's explanations, Zhuo Anbing's expression darkened. He squinted, sneering. Did the instant noodles and water grow legs and run away, or did they sprout wings and fly off? Are you trying to steal my supplies? Just say it plainly. Why resort to such a foolish lie? Are you insulting my intelligence? Would he believe Pu Qing's nonsense? Supplies don't just disappear. They must have hidden them. He thought to himself that while Pu Qing might seem honest, she was actually quite cunning. Really, Director Zhuo, how could I dare deceive you? They suddenly vanished without a trace. That if you don't believe me, just search. I had only just moved a box of instant noodles and a box of water into my warehouse. Pu Qing wore a look of helplessness on his face as he pointed towards his warehouse. At that moment, Lu Hua stepped forward, glaring at Pu Qing, and menacingly said, "If you dare to steal the supplies that my brother-in-law worked so hard to obtain, be wary, for I shall break your legs." Naturally, he was well aware of Zhuo Anbing's scheme. As he had collaborated on the plan while at home with the Lu family at that time, they discussed how to deceive others for supplies, with Zhuo Anbing taking the lead, presenting himself as the deputy director of the government office. The others were instructed to refrain from approaching the property management to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass. If those fools realized something was amiss, they would refuse to turn over the supplies. Once the materials were gathered, Zhuo Anbing would summon everyone to the property management to transport the remaining items. Thus, initially, Zhuo Anbing was the sole individual present in the property office. Just moments ago, he brought up a box of noodles and a box of water, vividly recounting to the Liu family how he had managed to procure over a dozen boxes of water and instant noodles. The Liu family was elated, praising Zhuo Anbing's extraordinary cleverness. Indeed, the title of Deputy Director of the Government Office proved advantageous. Fearing complications, they hurriedly followed Zhuo Anbing to the property management to collect the remaining supplies. However, upon arrival, they discovered not even a single packet of instant noodles or a bottle of mineral water remained. Lu Hua was understandably furious, suspecting that the property manager had embezzled their supplies. Zhuo Anbing was also incensed, having boasted grandly in front of the Liu family moments before. Lu Yue, his sister-in-law, had even changed her demeanor towards him, often leaning closer. Yet now, all the supplies had vanished. This was unacceptable. Search for them. Zhuo Anbing commanded with a sweeping gesture, prompting the three Lu sisters to begin rummaging through the premises. Lu Yuzhen and Lu Yue scoured 2 offices, but found nothing. Brother-in-law, I found a box of instant noodles and a box of water, along with a small bag of rice in their warehouse. Lu Hua exclaimed excitedly from the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Pu Qing rushed forward to obstruct him. Lu Hua set down the supplies and forcefully shoved Pu Qing aside, shouting, "Damn it! What do you mean it's yours? This is nothing but the supplies you embezzled from our family. Get the hell away from me." A mere property manager dares to pilfer our Lu family supplies. You must be tired of living. Pu Qing, pushed aside by Lu Hua, was infuriated and furrowed his brow, questioning Zhuo Anbing. "Director Zhuo, you must be reasonable. Didn't we agree on the distribution? Are you going to rob me of my share as well?" Seeing that the Lu sisters had found no additional supplies, Pu Qing audaciously blamed him. Zhuo Anbing was filled with fury. He had taken considerable risks to acquire these supplies only to end up with just a box of noodles and a box of water, while the rest had vanished. And yet Pu Qing, this scoundrel, refused to take responsibility and was now turning the tables. Unable to contain himself, he slapped Pu Qing hard across the face, shouting, "I see you've got the audacity to touch my supplies. You better confess where you've hidden them, and bring them back immediately, or I won't spare you." Stunned by the slap, Pu Qing was at a loss. His remaining supplies were also missing. And now the Lu family intended to take away his last box of noodles and box of water. Without food and water, his life was at stake. Enraged and humiliated, he seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at Zhuo Anbing's head. Shouting, You, as a government official, not only deceive the owners regarding the supplies, but also dare to strike me and steal my food and water. You're a disgrace to the government. I'll fight you to the end." Bang! Blood streamed from Zhuo Anbing's forehead. But he had never anticipated that Pu Qing, who had usurped the supplies, would dare to retaliate by hitting him. This was insurrection, truly outrageous. Wiping the blood from his forehead, he called out loudly to the Lu siblings, "You scoundrel Pu Qing! How dare you go to such extremes? Lu Hua, attack him!" At this moment, in Villa Number 2, the residence of Miao Shuiguang, Chairman Miao was seated on the sofa, puffing away at a cigarette, his brow furrowed in distress. Since morning, the household had been deprived of food and water, and now his entire family was left with empty stomachs that he was accustomed to a refined lifestyle. Insisting on fresh produce, which led him to instruct the servants to store only a minimal amount of supplies, sufficient for no more than 2 days. The Miao family mansion was bustling, comprising himself, his wife O Qianqian, his wife's niece Zhou Shuani, a cleaning lady, a kitchen aide, and 2 bodyguards, 7 mouths in total, all eagerly awaiting a solution to their hunger. Moments ago, he had offered an exorbitant reward in a group chat. Yet no one seemed willing to part with their supplies. Despite possessing nearly 10 billion in assets, in this apocalyptic scenario, money was merely a number, incapable of procuring any necessities that he had even reached out to leaders of government departments for assistance, only to find them equally ensnared in their own struggles, preoccupied with their own survival, leaving no room to attend to his plight as a district committee member. Before the calamity, they could have been brothers in arms, unified by their wealth. Now, however, his riches were rendered worthless, mere paper, and even less than that, as paper could at least be used for wiping. Thus, Miao Shuiguang felt a profound urgency. This was the gravest crisis he had encountered in decades. Old Miao, quickly check the group. Someone has posted numerous photos of food and water, exclaimed his wife, Qianqian, holding her phone. Su Qiao, why does that name sound so familiar? Zhou Shuani piped up that it's the young man who clashed with uncle the night before last. Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief that I at him. He has hoarded so many supplies. Miao Shuiguang, upon hearing this, hastily entered the group chat and scrolled through the messages, indeed discovering the images Su Qiao had shared. The coffee table in the living room was piled high with provisions. 10 boxes of mineral water, 5 boxes of bread, 10 boxes of instant noodles, and 5 bags of rice, along with an assortment of gourmet snacks. Even Su Qiao's dog and cat were feasting on steak and fish. This is utterly extravagant. Miao Shuiguang clapped his hands on the sofa, consumed with envy and resentment. His own family had subsisted on mere dry bread the night before, with no water to drink, leading to their current plight of starvation. How could this young man possibly have amassed such a bounty? It was utterly unreasonable. He needed to devise a plan to acquire Su Qiao's supplies. That much food and water could sustain them for at least a week or 10 days, by which time the disaster would hopefully conclude. Reflecting on the confrontation with Su Qiao from the night before, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Su Qiao possessed such resources, he would have refrained from provoking him. Yet this moment of regret was fleeting. After all, as a billionaire and a district committee member, a distinguished guest among high-ranking officials, what was Su Qiao? Merely a newly wealthy individual who had struck it rich with a 200 million yuan raw stone. He was hardly worthy of being considered. Therefore, offending him was of little consequence. What was the big deal? Initially, he had planned to confront Su Qiao after the disaster, as the young man had humiliated him in front of others. However, the current circumstances dictated otherwise. Su Qiao still held potential value. Since supplies were unavailable from others, he would have to seek out Su Qiao for a purchase. Thus, he messaged Su Qiao in the group chat. Su Qiao, I am Miao Shuiguang, chairman of Hongda Group and district committee member. Please leave your number. I need to discuss something with you. Su Qiao, glancing at his phone, chuckled to himself, thinking it was quite amusing to engage with him. Besides, he was accompanied by 2 beautiful women. Not wanting his phone to be inundated with messages, he replied privately instead. Miao Shuiguang, add me as a friend for a private chat. Seeing Su Qiao's response, Miao Shuiguang's spirits soared as he sent a friend request, exclaiming, Haha, it seems this young man is still wary of my status. He dares not ignore my message. Qianqian and Zhou Shuani, whose brows had previously been knitted in concern, now relaxed, realizing that hope had finally arrived. At that moment, Su Qiao accepted the friend request and sent his number to Miao Shuiguang. Miao Shuiguang slapped his thigh in delight, marveling at the privileges that came with his status, while others in the group had been ignored by Su Qiao. He received a prompt reply and the coveted phone number. It seemed that after their earlier altercation, Su Qiao had felt apprehensive and was eager to find a way out. This was fortuitous. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. After a significant pause, Su Qiao's languid voice came through. Mr. Miao, what can I do for you? Miao Shuiguang frowned. This did not sound like the voice of someone regretting or fearing him. Oh, regarding the previous incident where you injured my bodyguard, I have let it slide. You need not feel burdened about it, Miao Shuiguang stated, adopting a condescending tone as if to comfort Su Qiao. Well, if I hit someone, then I hit them. Just consider it as if I were dealing with 2 stray dogs. What burden could I possibly bear? Mr. Miao, you are overthinking it, Su Qiao chuckled on the other end. You. Miao Shuiguang seethed with anger at Su Qiao's nonchalant attitude. Typically, everyone spoke to him with utmost politeness. No one dared to confront him. Yet here was Su Qiao, who had physically assaulted his man, showing no remorse and dismissively referring to them as dogs. Initially, he had hoped to use this incident to pressure Su Qiao into compensating him, while he lacked for nothing in terms of money. Food and water were another matter entirely. You, Su Qiao, have harmed my people, and I expect you to compensate me with a significant portion of your supplies. Surely, that is not too much to ask. As a businessman, he was quite shrewd. If he could obtain something for free, why waste money on it? But it was becoming clear that his plan to procure supplies without cost was futile. He had no choice but to lower his tone, speaking calmly. Let us not dwell on that matter. I am reaching out to purchase some instant noodles and water from you. Rest assured, I will pay double the prices I posted in the group. 400,000 per box of instant noodles. 600,000 per box of purified water. What do you think? Miao Shuiguang believed Su Qiao would surely agree to such high prices. After all, items that typically cost only a few dozen yuan were now being offered at exorbitant rates. Only a fool would refuse to sell. The others in the community were not selling because they likely lack supplies themselves. How could they offer anything to Miao Shuiguang? Yet Su Qiao was different. He had posted images showcasing his ample stockpile, suggesting he might have additional reserves. Why else would he have shared those pictures? People were asking for 1 or 2,000 yuan per pack of noodles or per box of water. Su Qiao would surely be reluctant to sell at such low prices. Confidently, Miao Shuiguang awaited Su Qiao's response that in that moment. Su Qiao chuckled over the phone. Haha, Mr. Miao, I am more than willing to exchange supplies with you. But I do not require your money. All I need is Chapter 50. Humiliation of the billionaire upon hearing Su Qiao's willingness to sell him supplies. Miao Shuiguang let out a deep sigh of relief, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Feeling reassured that he would not have to endure hunger, but he activated the speakerphone function, eager to share the good news with his wife and niece, especially wanting Zhou Shuani to hear it. Casting a glance at her, he noted her captivating beauty, which made him swallow hard. Well then, young Su, please go ahead, that I assure you that whatever you require, as long as I am capable, I shall fulfill your request, he promised jovially, convinced that there was nothing in this world he could not accomplish. Even securing food and water was simply a matter of using his wealth. Ha! You will surely manage it, Su Qiao laughed heartily. Now please do not keep me in suspense. Seeing that Su Qiao had yet to disclose his terms, Miao Shuiguang grew impatient, scratching his ear and urging him to speak. I have no interest in money. Rather, I hold a great admiration for your wife that if you could arrange for an exchange involving her, I would be willing to offer you a box of instant noodles and a box of purified water. On the other end of the line, Su Qiao spoke languidly. Upon hearing such a proposition from Su Qiao, Miao Shuiguang's face flushed with rage as he realized the young man was suggesting he trade his wife for supplies. Enraged, he shouted, You scoundrel! How dare you set your sights on my wife? Su Qiao, you better be prepared. I will not let this go unpunished. With that, he abruptly ended the call and threw his phone aside, as if fearing Su Qiao might somehow come through the line and confront him directly. Damn it, he growled, slamming his hand against the sofa, his eyes ablaze with fury, that I will make you pay for this insolence. Oh Qianqian, having overheard Su Qiao's outrageous suggestion for Miao Shuiguang to barter her for supplies, felt a mix of humiliation and anger. She was not an object to be traded, and how could she possibly be deemed so worthless? Su Qiao unexpectedly agreed to exchange only a box of water and a box of noodles, which amounted to merely a little over 100 yuan. She observed Miao Shuiguang's fury, his countenance exceedingly grim, and could not help but gently pat his back, offering silent consolation to her man. What could she say? With food and water depleted, and no hope for government aid, it was impossible to procure supplies from others. Su Qiao, possessing such ample resources, refused to sell, and even sought to humiliate her own man, using herself as the instrument of that humiliation. Sighing softly, she expressed her frustration. Zhou Shuani, standing nearby, felt quite awkward, as Su Qiao had intended for her to accompany them. Addressing her uncle and aunt in such a manner. Aunt, uncle, I'll step outside for a moment, she declared hastily before exiting. Naturally, she wished to distance herself from Miao Shuiguang, who had harbored intentions towards her multiple times. Miao Shuiguang rose, his expression dark and his eyes glinting with cold resolve, pacing back and forth in the living room. Xiao O summoned Zhong Kuan and Chui out of the living room. He instructed his wife after a moment's contemplation. Zhong Kuan and Chui, how were the two bodyguards of Zuanbing? Oh Qianqian did not inquire further and merely nodded, exiting to call the two bodyguards into the living room. Upon returning, she took a seat on the sofa, her demeanor serious, as the two bodyguards entered. Miao Shuiguang gestured towards the opposite sofa, commanding, Sit. The two men complied respectfully. Boss, what is the matter? Please instruct us. Miao Shuiguang resumed his seat with a grave expression, stating, You are aware that this freezing rain has persisted for more than 2 days, and we have run out of food and water. I contemplated various solutions, but to no avail. If this continues, we may perish from hunger and thirst. Having gone the entire morning without water, his lips felt parched. He licked his lips and continued, "Currently, there is an individual within the community who possesses a substantial quantity of instant noodles and purified water. Even beef. You are familiar with him. He is Su Qiao, the owner of Villa Number 1, with whom we had a confrontation the night before last." Zhong Kun and Chui Hao exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement, listening intently as their boss continued. Miao Shuguang furrowed his brow and added, "I just contacted him, intending to offer several 100,000 to procure some supplies, yet he audaciously refused, since he is so unappreciative. For the sake of survival, we must resort to seizing his resources. That fellow is quite formidable, so we must prepare thoroughly. To prevent retaliation, we could directly—" He finished with a fierce glare and a gesture resembling a throat-cutting motion. Zhong Kun and Chui Hao felt a chill run down their spines, realizing their boss was suggesting the murder of Su Qiao. Did he not fear government retribution once the disaster subsided? "Old Miao, we cannot engage in illegal activities," one of them cautioned. Qianqian quickly grasped her husband's hand, voicing her opposition. Miao Shuiguang waved dismissively, chuckling, "It's of no concern. Do you see any signs of the freezing rain letting up? It may very well continue for another 10 days or 2 weeks, and many will starve before the calamity ends. That if we do not seize supplies now, others will, and we could be the ones to perish. Given that everyone will resort to robbery, even murder, do you think the government will execute us afterward? I believe not. After all, the law does not punish the masses. Furthermore, if we quietly eliminate Su Qiao, who would ever know? Perhaps he was killed by someone else, or perished from starvation." After saying this, he licked his cracked lips, his expression one of menace. Qianqian opened her mouth to dissuade him. But Miao Shuiguang's expression darkened, and he shot her a glare. She dared not speak further, her delicate brows knitted together, feeling weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Was it truly the case that a disaster lasting merely 3 days could escalate to murder and robbery? Overwhelmed, she pondered the futility of their situation. Without resources, what good was even a billionaire? They would have to abide by their boss's orders. Zhong Kun and Chui Hao, after a brief contemplation, quickly affirmed their willingness to follow their boss's directives without question. Moreover, having eaten only a meager portion that morning and lacking water, they were now both hungry and thirsty. Upon learning of a source for supplies, they felt compelled to act for their survival. They could not simply wait to die. Thus, the trio conspired to break into Villa Number 1 after 10 o'clock that night to seize all of Su Qiao's resources while silencing him. Unbeknownst to Su Qiao, he was already marked for death by Miao Shuiguang. However, even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. The door and walls of his safe house were constructed from 20-centimeter thick, super durable alloy materials, impervious to intrusion or fire, and equipped with an air filtration system, rendering him immune to toxic gas attacks. Additionally, he possessed a spatial anomaly capable of absorbing anyone within half a meter of him. It would not be easy for anyone to take his life. That he also had an invisibility skill. When attacked, he could become invisible, making it nearly impossible for his enemies to locate him. While he could not claim absolute invincibility, he was certainly formidable. Nonetheless, Su Qiao understood the adage that caution is the mother of safety. Should an adversary shoot at him from a distance or from the side, he would be vulnerable if caught unawares. Therefore, he would not expose his extraordinary abilities lightly, opting instead to bide his time and endure. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, he found himself quite bored. The cold outside deterred him from venturing out, and after playing video games for over 2 hours, he succumbed to an afternoon nap, awakening just after 4 o'clock. That he picked up his phone to check for any updates in the group chat, only to find it eerily silent, with no new messages. Presumably, many were already fretting over their lack of food and drink. Since his last encounter with Bai Chonming, over 10 days had passed. Bai Chonming remained in Songtao district, unable to come due to the incessant freezing rain. The distant waters could not quench his immediate thirst. Now, he had grown rather picky regarding women, only finding interest in those with a beauty score exceeding 90. Among the women he had encountered in the community, only 3 met that criterion: Miao Shuiguang's stunning wife, the beauty influencer Qianqian, and another enchanting young woman whose name he did not know but bore a striking resemblance to Qianqian, as well as the beautiful Dr. Lin Qin. That Qianqian rated a commendable 93, while Lin Qin could achieve a stunning 95. The young beauty, approximately 20 years old, could score a solid 96, just shy of his apprentice Jiang Yao. Since Miao Shuiguang was unwilling to exchange his beautiful wife for supplies, and he had no contact with the other captivating young woman, these two goddesses remained out of reach. However, he suspected Lin Qin might be in the group chat. So he decided to reach out to her. Su Qiao found Lin Qin's WeChat in the group and sent a friend request that he planned to check back show some fleeting impressions linger in his mind. Do you need something from me? Su Qiao's tone remained nonchalant. He did not feel compelled to exhibit excessive enthusiasm merely because the other party was a beauty. The two were not well acquainted. And since she had sought him out, it was evident that she must have some request of him. The calamity had persisted for 3 days, leaving many without food or water, and surely Zhou Xian was no exception. After all, her uncle had approached him that morning to purchase supplies. Could you possibly sell me some food and water? I have not eaten or drunk anything for nearly a day, and I assure you, I shall not forget your kindness. Zhou Xian implored, currently in her own room, as she called Su Qiao. She was the daughter of O Qian Qian and was attending university in Donghai City. Invited by O Qian Qian, she had visited her home last Friday, only to be caught in the disaster on Saturday, trapped in Miao Shuiguang's residence. The previous evening, she had consumed only half a dry piece of bread, and since then had endured a prolonged period of hunger and thirst, which was becoming unbearable. She had seen Su Qiao respond to Miao Shuiguang's message earlier that morning and had memorized his phone number. Naturally, she had overheard the conversation between Miao Shuiguang and Su Qiao. She believed that Su Qiao still harbored resentment towards Miao Shuiguang for his provocation the previous night, and thus deliberately sought to humiliate him over the phone. She did not consider that Su Qiao could genuinely be interested in her aunt. After all, who would so brazenly propose to exchange their wife for supplies? It was utterly outrageous. Having caught only a glimpse of Su Qiao that night, she found him handsome and presumed he was not a bad person. She thought that if she approached him with gentle entreaties, he might show some compassion and sell her some supplies. Therefore, despite their unfamiliarity, she took the risk to make this call, knowing her uncle Miao Shuiguang had a contentious relationship with Su Qiao. Fearing he might discover her actions. I am rather callous, never one to bestow kindness lightly, Su Qiao chuckled. After his rebirth, he was not inclined to sacrifice supplies for a beauty he barely knew. Based on an insubstantial promise, he continued, if you wish for food and water, you must demonstrate sincerity, rather than offering me empty assurances. You are aware that I am not in need of money. Mr. Su, whatever you desire, I am willing to offer, Zhou Xian replied, sensing Su Qiao's lack of financial need. She felt a surge of urgency. Her family was well off, boasting assets in the billions. Aside from money, she possessed talents in painting, dancing, and singing. However, she was at a loss regarding what Su Qiao might lack. Only he could disclose it for her to find a way to satisfy him, what she did not possess. She could easily purchase, but that would have to wait until the disaster concluded. Anything else does not pique my interest. However, you may offer yourself in exchange for supplies. Can you manage that? Su Qiao stated calmly, his voice unwavering. You are going too far, Zhou Xian exclaimed, taken aback by Su Qiao's outrageous demand, her indignation rising. She was astonished to find that he was proposing the same conditions he had discussed with her uncle earlier. Merely substituting her aunt with herself, that a chill swept through Zhou Xian's heart. How excessive. Are you unaware of the current value of food and water? They are vital for survival, Su Qiao retorted coldly. Mr. Su, I beseech you, could we perhaps negotiate different terms? Zhou Xian pleaded softly after a moment of silence. It is entirely your choice that my exchange of supplies is based on voluntary principles. I shall not coerce anyone. If you are unwilling, then feel free to hang up. Though Su Qiao had pressing needs, he was not in a rush. Please do not hang up, Mr. Su. This is my first time that I promise to comply. But could you perhaps provide me with more supplies? Say 5 boxes of water and 5 boxes of instant noodles? Zhou Xian, both thirsty and hungry, hastened to plead as Su Qiao threatened to end the call. Emphasizing her inexperience to survive, she felt compelled to offer her body, yet she did not wish to demean herself. She understood the preciousness of food and water, thus suggesting that Su Qiao might be inclined to grant her additional supplies. She could not solely think of herself. She also had to consider her aunt. I will give you 2 bottles of water and 2 packages of instant noodles. You are aware that the disaster's end is uncertain. And I must reserve some supplies for my own survival, Su Qiao replied, his tone indifferent. Zhou Xian, he felt another chill within her as she paused momentarily, her voice timid as she asked, "Could you possibly add a bit more?" She thought this was far too little. After all, she was an untouched maiden. Did her first experience in the face of disaster only warrant 2 packages of instant noodles and 2 bottles of purified water? Absolutely not. Su Qiao firmly rejected her request, stating coldly, "If you find it insufficient, you may hang up. There is a queue of women seeking to exchange supplies with me." "Very well. May I come over now?" Zhou Xian, feeling her empty stomach, made a concession. Though she wished to maintain some dignity, her body and voice betrayed her, compelling her to seek sustenance immediately. "Certainly." Su Qiao's voice regained some warmth, though it remained composed, and he promptly ended the call that he had amassed 8 billion in supplies, making him arguably the wealthiest person in the world. Thus, he had no need to beg anyone or lower himself before another. Why should he plead for an exchange of supplies? He was firmly in the position of power in this seller's market, and the sensation was delightful. After a brief period, a series of knocks echoed against the basement door. Su Qiao, residing on the 2nd floor, observed through the surveillance screen a young woman clad in a pink down jacket standing at the entrance. The girl had pulled the hood over her head, revealing only a fraction of her face. Yet even that glimpse was enough to convey her extraordinary beauty, scoring a remarkable 96 points in Su Qiao's estimation, merely 4 points shy of perfection in his eyes. No matter how beautiful a goddess may be, she must bow before the specter of hunger. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled how Lu Yuwei, with a mere 75 points in attractiveness, had left him in awe, causing him to obsessively seek her attention. Yet now, in the apocalypse, even a stunning woman like Zhou Xian, he was compelled to approach him for sustenance, for the supplies he offered could mean the difference between life and death. Su Qiao was confident that in the future, more goddesses would come seeking to barter for his provisions to at that moment. Zhou Xian, he stood apprehensively at the basement door, scanning her surroundings in fear of being discovered. Su Qiao, noticing that the area was clear, pressed the remote to open the basement door. As Zhou Xian, he stepped inside. The warmth enveloped her like spring air. She had not anticipated that Su Qiao's basement would be equipped with air conditioning. Was he more affluent than her uncle? Now in the basement, Su Qiao calmly regarded the young beauty before him, gesturing towards her clothing, saying, "Remove it." Chapter 52, the unexpected luxury of a hot shower. The outdoor temperature hovered around -30 degrees Celsius. Upon arrival, Zhou Xian had bundled herself in thick layers, resembling a large human dumpling, and trembled from the cold. The basement door swung open, and the warmth rushed out like a spring breeze. As Zhou Xian reveled in the heat from the air conditioning, she was taken aback when the tall man before her unexpectedly commanded her to undress. Did he truly desire such haste? Nevertheless, she complied, nodding as she began to shed her outer garments, stealing glances at the man from the corner of her eye. Su Qiao's gaze remained fixed on her face, unblinking, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Her complexion akin to blooming peach blossoms. It was the first time in 20 years that she found herself alone in a room with a man, and he was an unfamiliar one at that. She had always maintained her virtue, never even holding hands with a boy, let alone engaging in more intimate gestures such as kissing or embracing. Now, for a morsel of food, she was acquiescing to the demands of a stranger, entering his home, and even preparing to partake in actions that were utterly mortifying. She understood that since she had come, something was bound to happen. She longed to escape, yet could she truly flee? Faced with death, she had no choice but to sacrifice her dignity and body to reclaim her life. In a state of profound embarrassment, Zhou Xian reluctantly removed her outer layer, pausing momentarily. "Continue undressing," Su Qiao commanded, noticing that she had shed her pink down jacket, but still wore several layers beneath. He was wary of this seemingly harmless beauty, concerned that she might be concealing a weapon that could pose a threat to him. Caution was essential. He had no desire to forfeit his life for a fleeting taste of what was offered. Zhou Xuani furrowed her delicate brows, her complexion deepening in hue as she lowered her gaze. Since she was already here, she could only submit to the whims of the man before her. She began to peel away the layers of her clothing, ultimately left with only her pink lingerie. At which point Su Qiao gestured for her to cease. Without any weapons in sight, Su Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He marveled inwardly. This girl truly possesses an exquisite figure. Although Zhou Xuani was merely 20 years old, she had already developed splendidly. standing at 170 centimeters. Her waist was slender, easily grasped with a delicate hand, and her skin was as pale and smooth as fresh snow. "Put on some clothes that let's go upstairs for dinner," Su Qiao said, clearly pleased as he led the way up the stairs. Zhou Shuani hurriedly donned her outer garment, her heart settling slightly. It turned out it wasn't as he first implied. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she followed Su Qiao upstairs. Upon reaching the foot of the staircase, a delightful aroma wafted towards her. She quickly lifted her gaze, and there before her was a table laden with a sumptuous feast. Steam rising enticingly from the dishes. There was a plate of steak, a bowl of steamed eggs, a platter of crayfish, and a bowl of lion's head meatballs, accompanied by a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Zhou Shuani couldn't help but salivate, hastily licking her lips. Fortunately, Su Qiao was in front of her and did not notice her gluttonous reaction. To herself, she mused, who would have thought that Su Qiao not only had an abundance of instant noodles and water, but also cherished meat and shrimp? How rare! Su Qiao did not beckon her to the table, and she did not dare approach uninvited, yet her beautiful eyes were fixated on the delectable dishes. Unable to blink, "Go ahead and eat," Su Qiao said with a casual smile. Zhou Shuani was momentarily taken aback. Did he just invite me to eat? The happiness was overwhelming. Thank you. Zhou Shuani quickly stepped forward and sat at the dining table. She ladled a small bowl of tomato and egg soup and gulped it down eagerly. After more than a day without water, she was parched. Then, disregarding her manners, she reached for the steak and began to feast heartily, her cherry lips glistening with oil as she neglected to wipe them. Delicious, truly delightful, Zhou Shuani thought to herself, astonished by how well this man cooked. After finishing the steak, she moved on to the crayfish. The meal lasted over 20 minutes, during which she nearly obliterated all the food on the table, finally letting out a contented burp. Having enjoyed this meal, she would have willingly faced death, for at least she was not a starving ghost. Zhou Shuani wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with a napkin, shyly glancing at Su Qiao, her cheeks reddening once more as she softly exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I was just so hungry that I finished everything, leaving you with nothing to eat." "I have already eaten," Su Qiao replied, observing the enchanting beauty as she savored her meal. Zhou Shuani's face was as rosy as a peach blossom in March. Radiating vitality, she realized that having consumed his food, she ought to show her gratitude. Lowering her head, she stood up. "I'll go take a shower and brush my teeth." Su Qiao chuckled. "I suspect you haven't bathed in days." Zhou Shuani's eyes brightened. Could it be that there was a chance to bathe here? It had been freezing rain for several days, and the water source must have been contaminated. Would his water be safe? She hesitated, unsure. Su Qiao smiled, walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and touched the water with his hand, assuring her, "Don't worry, it's perfectly fine. I prepared clean water in advance," seeing Su Qiao handle the water without issue. Zhou Shuani finally mustered the courage to touch it herself. Indeed, it was safe, and she proceeded to undress and take a shower. She thought, even when we had no drinking water, Su Qiao was generous enough to let me use his water for bathing. A warm feeling blossomed in her heart as Su Qiao retrieved a set of brand-new lingerie from his otherworldly space and knocked on the bathroom door. "Here, change into this clean underwear." Oh, Zhou Shuani was quite puzzled. How did Su Qiao possess women's clean lingerie? Despite her confusion, she opened the door a crack and extended her delicate hand to receive the underwear. Upon closer inspection, she found it was indeed brand new, and her heart leapt with joy. The set she had been wearing was 3 days old and had begun to carry an odor. 20 minutes later, Zhou Shuani emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe. Before she left, Su Qiao handed her 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water, adding an extra 50 to their previously discussed price. Zhou Shuani couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This must be Su Qiao's way of acknowledging her. Su Qiao did not accompany her downstairs. As soon as she exited the door to the basement, he used a remote control to lock it behind her. Zhou Shuani, utilizing the light at the basement entrance, descended the stairs into the underground garage, tightly wrapping the water and instant noodles in her down jacket, fearful of being discovered. These supplies were more precious than life itself. Fortunately, the outdoor temperature was frigid, and the underground garage was empty. She hurriedly made her way back to Villa Number 2, stealthily slipping back into her room. She removed her outer coat, tucked the food and water away securely, and then took out her phone to call Qianqian. Aunt, could you come over here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. That a few minutes later, Qianqian arrived at Zhou Xuanyi's room. Looking somewhat haggard from a day of hunger, her beautiful features slightly wan. Xuanyi, what do you need me for? She asked lethargically as she sat on Zhou Xuanyi's bed. Zhou Xuanyi retrieved a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water from a cabinet, gently offering, "Aunt, I just managed to buy a packet of noodles and some water from a friend. Please eat here." Qianqian's eyes lit up, and her stomach betrayed her with a loud rumble. Yet, she quickly waved her hand. "Xuanyi, you keep it for yourself. That I'm not hungry." In these times when food was so precious, how could she eat it all herself while her niece went without? "Please keep it," Zhou Xuanyi insisted, pushing the noodles and water in her hands. "That I just ate at a friend's place, and am not hungry at all." Seeing her niece's concern for her, Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a deep sigh, she reluctantly accepted the food, standing up to leave. "Aunt, where are you going?" "Eat here. There are so many people outside," Zhou Xuanyi called out, not wanting her hard-earned supplies to be shared with others. After all, her aunt was family, and she could not bear to see Qianqian suffer from hunger and thirst. "Xuanyi, your uncle hasn't eaten for a day either. I'll take this out to share with him. I can't possibly eat all of it myself." That a hint of bitterness flashed in Qianqian's eyes. However, Zhou Xuanyi hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately holding her tongue. She thought to herself, how could Aunt not be able to finish a packet of noodles after a whole day of hunger? Yet, she hoped that her uncle Miao Shuiguang could bring hope to their family by securing more supplies. Qianqian understood her niece's concern, but also recognized that old Miao hadn't eaten either. He was the pillar of the family. She thought, if she took the noodles to share with old Miao, they could both hold out for a while longer. Miao Shuiguang tucked the food and water into his down jacket and made his way to the living room, where he found himself deep in discussion with two bodyguards about their final plans for the evening's operation. She shook her head and called out, "Old Miao, come to the room for a moment. I need to talk to you." Miao Shuiguang nodded, instructing the bodyguards to continue brainstorming, ensuring that no details were overlooked for a flawless operation. With that, he entered the bedroom. Chapter 53. Qianqian's utter disappointment upon entering the room. Miao Shuiguang saw Qianqian holding a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water. "Old Miao, here, I just got this that we can share." Before Qianqian could finish her sentence, Miao Shuiguang snatched the water from her hand, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down voraciously. He then ripped open the packet of noodles and began to munch on them hungrily. In no time, he had devoured everything. Qianqian stood there, mouth agape, stunned into silence, unable to articulate her thoughts. Her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow, and her stomach twisted painfully. This was the sustenance Zhou Xuanyi had procured for her. She had been reluctant to eat it, planning to share it with Miao. "Where did you get this, Xiao? Is there more?" Miao Shuiguang asked, looking up at her after finishing off the last morsels. His eyes gleaming with hunger. "No, there Xuanyi just got a packet and a bottle for us to share." Qianqian replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. She was entirely focused on this man. And yet he didn't even bother to ask if she had eaten or drunk anything. Quickly ask her to get more from her friend. "I need to fill my stomach first. We'll need our strength for the operation tonight to seize Su Qiao's supplies. She can't just eat and not contribute." Miao Shuiguang was still rummaging on the ground for remnants of food. Oblivious to the grievance etched upon Qianqian's face, Qianqian remained silent, valiantly holding back her tears. Noticing that she did not make a move, Miao Shuiguang's anger flared. He stood up and shoved her roughly, impatiently retorting, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Hurry up. If you're of no use in fighting and killing, can't you even handle this trivial matter?" Qianqian's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. She chose not to respond and quietly walked out. Upon reaching the door of Zhou Xuanyi's room, the floodgates opened, and her tears cascaded down. She regretted not heeding Xuanyi's advice to consume the flour and water in her room first. Instead, prioritizing Miao, in the end, that man offered not a single word of concern. He monopolized the food and water, yet blamed her for being unable to assist him. That a sense of despair washed over her. Had she not also endured hunger for a day and a night? If he was hungry, did she not share the same plight? She wiped her tears and, with her head bowed, entered Zhou Xuanyi's room. "Aunt, why are your eyes so red?" Zhou Xuanyi, reclining on her bed, glanced up at Qianqian. It was her first time, and her body still ached, necessitating some rest. Sitting up, she noticed Qianqian's swollen eyes, clearly indicative of recent tears that, oh, never mind. Qianqian shook her head and sat down at the edge of the bed. Who bullied you? Is there anything you cannot share with your niece? After all, it's just the two of us here, Zhou Shuani urged, grasping Qianqian's arm with urgency. Initially, Qianqian hesitated to speak, but Zhou Shuani's relentless questioning compelled her to recount the recent events. Upon hearing, Zhou Shuani's brows knitted in anger, and she sprang from the bed, gritting her teeth. That scoundrel Miao Shuguang is truly despicable. Such a man is utterly unreliable and selfish, and no wonder my mother tried to prevent you from marrying him in the first place. When difficulties arise, this self-serving man only cares for himself, disregarding the lives of others. Alas, it was too late for such reflections. Tears streamed down Qianqian's cheeks as she wiped them away 3 years ago. She had defied her parents' and sister's counsel, insisting on marrying Miao Shuiguang. That in the years since, she had endured countless grievances, known only to her. Miao Shuiguang maintained numerous extramarital affairs, and although she was ostensibly his wife, she enjoyed none of the benefits. To him, she was merely a decorative object. He would often berate her without a second thought, treating her as inconsequential. Just like tonight, he was fully aware that she was starving, yet feigned ignorance, consuming all the food and water without leaving a morsel for her. But what good was regret? This path was one she had chosen, and no matter how bitter, she must continue to tread it. "Aunt, I bought 3 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water, along with 2 portions. Please use them first." Zhou Shuani suddenly recalled that Qianqian must still be hungry. She hurriedly got out of bed, retrieved 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water from the cupboard, and handed them to Qianqian. She thought to herself, Aunt hasn't eaten for a day and a night. I had a feast at Su Qiao's place, so I should be able to last another day. If it becomes unbearable, I could always plead with Su Qiao again. After all, having already shared a moment of intimacy, what difference would it make to seek him out 10 more times? Seeing Zhou Shuani present her with food and water, Qianqian, though desperate with hunger and thirst, resolutely declined. Resources were scarce, and having already received a portion from Shuani, she felt it inappropriate to take more. Zhou Shuani, noticing her continued refusal, grew frustrated. "And if you keep being polite, I will leave your house. I'll just go outside," realizing her niece's anger. Qianqian relented and ate a pack of noodles, drinking the bottle of water, yet insisted on saving the remaining portion for Zhou Shuani, advising her to hide the food carefully to prevent anyone from discovering it. After they finished eating, the two sat on the edge of the bed, conversing. "Shuani, your uncle intends to take Zhong Kuan and Shui how to ambush Su Qiao tonight to seize his supplies that I fear they may cause a fatal incident. Yet he refuses to heed my warnings." Qianqian spoke softly, her brow furrowed in concern, genuinely afraid that the night would bring calamity. However, she felt powerless to stop Miao Shuiguang's reckless actions, and thus shared her worries with her niece. "What?" Zhou Shuani stood up in shock, unable to fathom that Miao Shuiguang, desperate for supplies, would resort to such extreme measures. She had not cared much for others, but Su Qiao had been kind to her, providing her with food and treating her gently. That a conflict brewed within her heart. On one hand, Miao Shuiguang was her uncle, the pillar of their family, while on the other, Su Qiao had shared a moment of intimacy with her. She furrowed her delicate brows, uncertain of where her loyalty should lie. She thought, if Miao Shuiguang were to kill Su Qiao and seize his supplies, given his selfish nature, he would likely not share any with her or her aunt. After all, the more people there were to feed, the less he would have for himself. Perhaps, to guard against their potential theft of supplies, Miao Shuiguang might even act unfavorably towards them. Conversely, Su Qiao had assured her that if she were ever hungry or thirsty, she could seek him out. That as long as she engaged in the exchange he had mentioned, he would ensure she would not starve. After some contemplation, she resolved to side with Su Qiao, at least this way. She and her aunt would have a glimmer of hope for survival. Is that true? She fixed her gaze on Qianqian, inquiring earnestly. Yes, they plan to strike around 10 tonight, taking advantage of Su Qiao's slumber to quietly pry open his door. Qianqian affirmed, nodding. Zhong Kuan can pick locks and will open the door without making a sound. Furthermore, they have prepared batons and knives. It seems Su Qiao is in grave danger tonight, with a shake of her head and a sigh. Qianqian expressed her reluctance to see lives lost over mere sustenance. Zhou Shuani replied absently, falling silent and collapsing on her bed. Noticing her niece's exhaustion, Qianqian said, "Xuanyi, I'll step out for a bit. You should rest early." "All right," and Zhou Xuanyi waved her hand as Qianqian exited. After a while, Zhou Xuanyi finally got out of bed and quietly approached the door, locking it behind her. She pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear the commotion outside. Did I in the living room? Miao Xueguang and his companions were still discussing their plans for the evening's endeavor. She tiptoed back to her bed, lightly picking up her phone from the pillow and dialing a number. Chapter 54. The two goddesses are coerced. Su Qiao was in his room engrossed in a game, while the dog, Xiao Tianquan, sat nearby, fixated on the computer screen. Suddenly, his phone rang unexpectedly. Su Qiao glanced at the screen and saw it was the lovely Zhou Xuanyi calling. He mused, could it be that the young lady has already begun to miss me just 2 hours after our first encounter? No wonder they say that women can never forget their first man. "Hello," Su Qiao answered, his tone remaining calm. Zhou Xuanyi was indeed beautiful, yet Su Qiao had no intention of acting like a sycophant, gushing over her voice to Su Qiao. Brother Qiao, please be careful tonight. My uncle, no Miao Xueguang, intends to harm you," Zhou Xuanyi warned, her voice low but urgent. She had initially wanted to call him Mr. Su, but after their intimate moment, it felt too distant, so she opted for a more familiar address. "Oh, do elaborate." Su Qiao feigned nonchalance, curiosity piqued. Why would Zhou Xuanyi, whose uncle was Miao Xueguang, come to warn him? Was there some hidden agenda? Zhou Xuanyi hurriedly detailed Miao Xueguang's scheme, explaining how they planned to unlock Su Qiao's basement door and the weapons they had prepared. Miao Xueguang is your uncle. Why would you disclose his plans to me?" Su Qiao inquired with a smile, unfazed. Because you're my first." Zhou Xuanyi hesitated, ultimately leaving her sentence unfinished. Was that the sole reason? Su Qiao understood that after her first experience, the young girl would still be shy, so he refrained from pressing her for the words left unsaid. "But there's another reason. Miao Xueguang treats my aunt poorly. I despise him." Zhou Xuanyi's voice carried a hint of indignation. "Oh," Su Qiao acknowledged, encouraging her to continue. Zhou Xuanyi then recounted how Miao Xueguang had monopolized Qianqian's food and water, along with a brief list of his misdeeds. "Excellent. Tomorrow, you can find an opportunity to come to my house and collect 2 portions of supplies. One can be for your aunt," Su Qiao suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Thank you, Brother Qiao. Please ensure you lock the door tightly," Zhou Xuanyi softly urged. "Worry not, they cannot do anything to me." Su Qiao replied with a calm smile. "That's good that I'll hang up now." Zhou Xuanyi spoke cautiously, her tone laced with a hint of reluctance. She was actually hesitant to end the call, yet her youth still held a touch of reserve. Su Qiao merely responded with a single word before hanging up. Not displaying any extraordinary enthusiasm towards the young beauty that in this apocalyptic world. He possessed a safe house, 2 extraordinary abilities, and an abundance of resources amounting to 8 billion. He was the true king and had no need to curry favor with anyone. After the call ended, he pondered that having slept excessively in the afternoon, he was now full of energy for the evening, eager to meet with Miao Xueguang and the others to see what splendid surprises they had prepared for him. Time flew by, and soon it was 9:30 in the evening that in the living room of Villa No. 2, Miao Xueguang summoned 2 bodyguards, Qianqian, Zhou Xuanyi, and 2 nannies to discuss further plans for a nighttime ambush on Su Qiao to seize his supplies. Originally, Miao Xueguang intended for himself and the 2 bodyguards to undertake the operation. However, bodyguard Zhong Kun suggested that having more people would increase their strength, making it easier to deal with Su Qiao. He advised the boss to include the nannies, his wife, and Miss Zhou in the plan, thus enhancing the probability of success. Additionally, Zhong Kun discreetly mentioned to Miao Xueguang that if things went awry, the 2 nannies could be sacrificed as scapegoats, that if they succeeded in killing Su Qiao, Qianqian and the others could assist in transporting the supplies. Miao Xueguang found this reasoning quite sound. Furthermore, he believed that since they were taking the risk to rob food, the spoil should be shared among all. No one should benefit without contributing. The 2 nannies, having gone a day and a night without food, were unfazed by the prospect of going out to steal, and they expressed their gratitude to the boss for including them. Although Qianqian had previously urged Miao Xueguang against robbery and murder, she had been harshly reprimanded and dared not speak again this time. Zhou Xuanyi was taken aback by Miao Xueguang's coercion to ambush Su Qiao, her heart heavy with concern as she worried about how to explain herself when faced with Su Qiao. Despite her apprehension, she did not dare to show any signs of distress on her face. Miao Shuiguang reiterated the division of labor as time swiftly passed. Looking at his watch, he noted it was already 9:50. Let's go. He waved his hand, leading the 6 individuals from Villa Number 2 through the underground garage towards Su Qiao's residence. The garage was dimly lit and dismal, the temperature chillingly low, despite being well-dressed. The group shivered from hunger and cold, their teeth chattering. Miao Shuiguang continually encouraged everyone in hushed tones, saying that if they could secure Su Qiao's food, they would be able to survive. Otherwise, they would starve. Qianqian was consumed by fear, preferring death to the act of killing. Zhou Xuanyi trailed at the back, deeply troubled, contemplating several times whether to send Su Qiao a warning via WeChat, but she refrained, fearing detection. Moreover, she was anxious about whether Miao Shuiguang would kill Su Qiao and, after obtaining the food, eliminate the others as well. Miao Shuiguang was ruthless, with a background in the underworld, viewing human life as trivial. Given the scarcity of food and the potential for this disaster to endure for an extended period, Miao Shuiguang would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures against those around him who wasted food, such as herself and her aunt. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards and the nannies exhibited predatory excitement. They soon arrived at the entrance of Su Qiao's basement. Xiao Zhong, you go unlock it first, Miao Shuiguang instructed, pointing to the door with his baton. Understood, boss, Zhong Kuan nodded in response. Once the door opens, Cui Hao and Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, you quietly head upstairs, locate Su Qiao's room, and eliminate him directly with your knives. Do not give him a chance to retaliate. He is quite skilled. He then turned to Cui Hao and the others, who eagerly nodded in agreement. Miao Shuiguang, gripping the baton, lightly tapped it against his palm while saying, Xiao Xuanyi, you two stay close. If Su Qiao is alerted, you must rush in with your. He was the first to brandish a machete and charge forward to AT this moment. Zhong Kuan also snapped out of his stupor, drawing his own machete from his waist, fiercely aiming a strike at Su Qiao's shoulder. Although the 2 maids were women, they were equally unyielding, wielding their kitchen knives like mother wolves, wildly swinging at Su Qiao. All of them aimed to overpower Su Qiao in one fell swoop, driven by insatiable hunger. Oh, the gnawing hunger! If they could eliminate this young man before them, they would be able to satiate their cravings. If not now, when would they fight with such desperation? They all thought to themselves, armed as they were, while Su Qiao merely held a small iron rod. Surely they could overpower him. Thus, with a command from Miao Shuiguang, they all surged forward with remarkable ferocity that if not now, when would they seize the opportunity to prove themselves? Whoever struck Su Qiao down first would surely receive a greater share of supplies from the boss. Yet, Miao Shuiguang himself did not charge into the fray. Instead, he maintained a distance, quietly observing, waiting for the most advantageous moment to deliver a decisive blow to Su Qiao, rendering him unconscious. But on the other hand, Qianqian and Zhou Xuanyi remained rooted in place. Even stepping back a few paces, their eyes filled with fear and concern. Was it truly the case that mere days into a calamity, humanity must resort to bloodshed? At this juncture, Cui Hao and his companions had already surrounded Su Qiao, so Miao Shuiguang did not compel Qianqian and Zhou Xuanyi to assist. Cui Hao was the first to leap forward, aiming his blade at Su Qiao's neck. However, he suddenly felt an immense force, and his knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Cui Hao was taken aback, thinking to himself, what is happening? Am I so famished that I cannot even hold onto a knife? Just as he bent to retrieve the machete, Su Qiao's iron rod came crashing down upon his shoulder, starved and dizzy. Cui Hao found his strength waning considerably, and the blow knocked him to the ground, leaving him unable to rise for some time. When Su Qiao descended the stairs, he had activated his alternate space. As Cui Hao's blade approached, with a mere thought, Su Qiao sent it flying into the alternate space. However, he did not wish to expose a secret. Thus, at the moment the knife was halfway into the alternate space, he allowed it to fall naturally. It was all a fleeting moment, but in that instant, Zhong Kuan's machete swung towards him, but Su Qiao swiftly retreated 2 steps, causing Zhong Kuan's strike to miss, the blade gliding harmlessly past his shoulder. Yet Zhong Kuan, having overexerted himself, stumbled and nearly fell, quickly bracing himself with his blade to regain balance. At that moment, Su Qiao swung the iron rod horizontally from his left side. Zhong Kuan, quick to react, dodged to the right, and the small iron rod merely grazed him, inflicting minimal harm. Maid Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lu approached Su Qiao from either side, their kitchen knives reflecting cold glimmers in the light. Xiao Zhang aimed for Su Qiao's waist, while Xiao Lu did likewise. As they neared their target, a flicker of triumph crossed their minds. They were about to succeed. Yet, suddenly, a mysterious force wrenched the knives from their hands. Clatter, clatter. The two knives fell to the ground in an instant. Both women were taken aback and hurried to reclaim their knives, but it was too late. Su Qiao struck Xiao Zhang's face with a powerful blow, then sent Xiao Lu sprawling to the ground with a kick. The two maids shrieked in agony, especially Xiao Zhang, whose face swelled rapidly, losing 2 teeth in the process. Cui Hao, retrieve your knife, press on. Today it's either you or Su Qiao, Miao Shuiguang shouted, noticing Cui Hao's dazed state after Su Qiao's earlier strike. This call roused Cui Hao from his stupor, seizing the moment as Zhong Kuan swung once more at Su Qiao. He picked up the fallen machete and rejoined the fray. With the alternate space activated, Su Qiao harbored no fear of the blades approaching him from the front. Even bullets, should they fly towards him, would be drawn into his alternate space. That in truth, with a mere thought, he could ensnare all 7 present into his alternate space, emerging with only lifeless bodies to engage in this struggle, perhaps for amusement. A means of physical exercise. Additionally, he was intrigued by the 2 goddesses, particularly after discovering that Qianqian was Zhou Xuani's aunt. His interest in her had notably intensified that he could easily eliminate Miao Shuiguang and the others. Yet he had no desire to harm Zhou Xuani and Qianqian, unless they posed a threat to his life. Zhou Xuani had previously informed him of impending danger, indicating her allegiance, while Qianqian's gaze suggested her unwillingness to partake in this conflict. Consequently, Su Qiao did not wish to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, but he had his principles. As long as one did not provoke him, he would not pursue their annihilation. Another reason for refraining from utilizing his alternate space for murder was his need to keep the existence of this secret hidden for the time being. Thus, he merely disarmed Cui Hao and the others, rather than eliminating them entirely, ensuring they could not inflict harm upon him. Previously, he had heard from Zhou Xuani that apart from her, only Qianqian and Miao Shuiguang had consumed a single pack of instant noodles, while the remaining 4 had gone without food for an entire day and night. How much longer could they endure? Su Qiao now possessed the mindset of a cat toying with a mouse. I have caught you. Yet I shall not consume you just yet. Rather, I will relish in your demise. He recognized that Cui Hao and the others had initially sought his life. Thus, each strike of his rod against them was heavy and deliberate. Before long, Zhong Kuan and the others bore wounds all over their bodies, cries of anguish escaping their lips. The 4 of them, armed with knives, could not subdue a single individual. That was exceedingly difficult. They discovered that every time they seemed poised to strike Su Qiao, their knives inexplicably fell from their hands. Whenever they bent to retrieve their weapons, they would receive 1 or 2 blows in return. Initially, they believed their hunger was to blame for their inability to grip the knives, but now they suspected Su Qiao possessed some form of supernatural power. The more they pondered this, the more fear enveloped them. Their gazes towards Su Qiao filled with terror. The Su Qiao was not human. He was a specter. Chapter 56. If one offends me, death shall ensue. It was all too bizarre. How could they fight? Maid Xiao Lu was the first to react. After receiving 3 more blows, she no longer dared to linger, clutching her knife as she dragged her injured body to flee, not daring to look back. However, Cui Hao and the other 3 were not so fortunate. Particularly, Maid Xiao Zhang, who had been struck on her face and head, now lay defeated on the ground, motionless. Zhong Kuan's face was a bloody mess, staggering a few steps before collapsing. Cui Hao, with a broken leg, attempted to flee but found himself unable to move. He discarded his machete, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication to Su Qiao. Miao Shuiguang witnessed this entire scene unfold. His subordinates, amidst the chaos, dropped their kitchen knives and machetes. Initially, he thought to himself that their hunger had rendered them incapable of holding onto their weapons. Yet as the seconds ticked by, his heart grew colder. He had contemplated joining the fray himself to deliver a few electric shocks to Su Qiao, but found no opportunity to do so. Each time he saw Su Qiao's iron rod land upon the heads, faces, and limbs of his bodyguards and maids, It felt as though it were striking him that it was not until Maid Xiao Lu fled that he finally realized they were outmatched against Su Qiao. With Cui Hao, Zhong Kuan, and Xiao Zhang all down, and Cui Hao now begging for mercy, Miao Shuiguang relinquished all hope that he turned and fled, disregarding Zhong Kuan and the others, even neglecting to call for his wife. Oh Qianqian, her face etched with fear, saw her husband escape and promptly discarded her kitchen knife, seizing Zhou Xuani's hand, hastening to follow Miao Shuiguang. With a clatter, Zhou Xuani discarded her knife, casting a complicated glance back at Su Qiao. Her expression more relieved than fearful. Su Qiao did not pursue them. Mr. Su, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Cui Hao, with a broken leg and blood streaming from his head, pleaded, bowing repeatedly to Mr. Su. It was all Miao boss. Miao Shuiguang who forced us into this. We had no choice. I beg you, spare us. Zhong Kuan chimed in, bowing his head in desperation. If it were I who had been captured by you, would you have spared me? Su Qiao fixed his gaze upon them, a cold smile gracing his lips. Cui Hao and Zhong Kuan hesitated briefly before stammering. Of course we would, we. Su Qiao stepped forward and delivered a kick. Sneering, do you truly believe what you say? If you possess such mercy, why would you come wielding knives to kill me? Perhaps not only would you not spare me, but you would also surely torment me. Cui Hao and Zhong Kuan hastily waved their hands, insisting, no, we would never. We only sought to subdue you and take your food. Indeed, who would dare harm your life? That would be unlawful. Su Qiao lifted a machete with his toes, grasping it in hand, and chuckled. Oh, so you are aware that murder is against the law. Cui Hao and Zhong Kuan quickly nodded, forcing smiles. Yes, we know. Su Qiao pressed the machete against Cui Hao's neck, coldly stating, how could I not know? Since you have arrived with the determination to take my life, you must also be prepared for the possibility of being killed in return. With a swift motion, Su Qiao severed Cui Hao's neck, causing blood to gush forth abundantly. Cui Hao, already weakened from hunger and further injured in the recent skirmish, fell as easily as a chicken slaughtered. No, please, someone help me, cried Zhong Kuan, whose leg was broken. Witnessing Su Qiao's instantaneous execution of Cui Hao had left him petrified, yet he could not flee, dragging himself along the ground, desperately calling for help. However, it was futile. Su Qiao, wielding the cleaver with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, followed closely behind him. With a sickening thud, the cleaver plunged deep into Zhong Kuan's back, piercing through to the front and emerging from his chest. Zhong Kuan let out a mournful wail, struggling on the ground as blood poured from his mouth, his eyes reflecting an abyss of despair as he gradually succumbed to death. Mr. Su, please don't kill me. I can serve you. I can, pleaded the maid Xiao Zhang. Yet in the next instant her voice was silenced. Su Qiao showed no mercy simply because she was a woman, regardless of who it was, be they young or old. If you seek to take my possessions or my life, you must be prepared for the consequences. Out of the 7 who had come today, 3 lay dead. Although Su Qiao had been forewarned by Zhou Xian about Miao Shuiguang's impending ambush that night, he could not excuse the actions of those who had been coerced. That Su Qiao thought to himself, though you were compelled, if you dare to strike at me, then you too would find yourselves on my kill list. I shall observe your future conduct. My principle is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. That if one offends me, then death awaits. Su Qiao gazed toward the underground parking garage. Though Miao Shuiguang and another maid had fled, with the freezing rain continuing unabated, could they truly escape this neighborhood? Perhaps they had returned to Villa Number 2, but that place lacked food and water. How long could they endure? If they remained hungry for a while longer, I shall pay them a visit to extinguish their lives. All potential threats must be eradicated. Su Qiao stored the 3 corpses in a spatial anomaly before entering the underground garage. Far from the basement, he retrieved the bodies from the anomaly and discarded them in a corner, wishing to avoid the sight of the corpses affecting his appetite. After a moment's thought, he snapped a photo of the bodies and sent it to Miao Shuiguang. Su Qiao mused, I wonder what Miao Shuiguang will think upon seeing these 3 corpses. Will he tremble in fear? Despite this being his first act of murder, Su Qiao felt no significant guilt nor discomfort. He found it strange. Wasn't killing supposed to evoke nausea and heightened anxiety? Yet, he felt none of that. Perhaps it was largely due to his previous life's experience of being dismembered. Having endured an apocalyptic scenario, where he was cruelly consumed, his heart had long since turned to ice. After completing his tasks, he returned home, took a shower, and lay in bed, reminiscing about the details of his previous life's apocalypse. He recalled that by the sixth day, there would be a complete blackout. At that point, more lives would be lost, as the absence of electricity would render air conditioning inoperative, leading many to perish from the cold. As food and water grew increasingly scarce, violent struggles for resources would ensue, ultimately culminating in a tragic tableau of murder, arson, and cannibalism. In his previous life, Su Qiao managed to survive until the 16th day before being consumed by the Liu family. Thanks to his ample stock of food and water, which allowed his family to endure for half a month. Admittedly, they had faced robbery attempts, but because Su Qiao had frequently lamented their poverty in the community, claiming to seek high-priced supplies, many were deceived into believing the Liu family had long since run out of provisions. In the end, Su Qiao's strategy ensured the Liu family could survive until the 16th day. However, when their food and water were completely depleted, the Liu family turned on the very benefactor who had protected them for so long, ambushing him and consuming him. Reflecting on this, Su Qiao's eyes gleamed with a cold light. The Liu family's vendetta must be resolved in due course. Though he instigated a conflict between Zhuo Anbing and the property manager earlier that afternoon, it was hardly satisfying. Chapter 57. He is a man. He should be magnanimous. Another night passed, and the apocalypse reached its fourth day. Su Qiao commenced a lavish breakfast routine, indulging in a generous serving of lamb noodles, complete with 2 large meatballs and a sprinkling of cilantro, too delightful to resist. Of course, he did not forget his loyal pets, his steadfast companions in this desolate world. Sated and feeling rather bored, Su Qiao turned on the television, only to find all channels had ceased broadcasting. The screen displayed a blue hue, suggesting that the state apparatus had ground to a halt, leaving no news to report. Fortunately, mobile phones still functioned, and most websites remained operational, though perhaps this was all on autopilot. As the entire world grappled with the dire scarcity of food and water, or more accurately, the anxiety of survival, Su Qiao pondered whether the higher-ups had foreseen the apocalypse and made preparations in advance. It was clear that if they were aware of such a catastrophic event, they would never disclose it beforehand. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Yet, Su Qiao could not concern himself with such matters, as long as the sun did not explode and the blue planet did not perish. His stockpiled food and water would suffice for a lifetime, or rather for thousands of lifetimes. After all, with an inventory meant for 8 billion people, could one individual truly exhaust it? Meanwhile, others were suffering greatly, like the Liu family. Though Zhuo Anbing had used his position as a government office director to procure some supplies yesterday, and had also raided the property office for a box of instant noodles and a case of water. The Liu family's reserves amounted to merely 2 or 3 boxes of noodles and a couple of cases of water. With 6 adults in the Liu household, even if they rationed their consumption, they would still require dozens of packets of noodles and bottles of water each day. The meager supplies they had managed to acquire would last only 2 or 3 days at most. What then? Would they resort to starving themselves? At that moment, as Su Qiao had surmised, the Liu family's sense of crisis was palpable. They sat in the living room, deliberating their next steps. Anbing, the food and water will likely run out by the day after tomorrow. And who knows how long this toxic rain will last? Cautioned Fan Zimei, cautiously eyeing Zhuo Anbing as she spoke. Zhuo Anbing, having just finished his last mouthful of noodles, drained the bowl completely before casting a glance at Fan Zimei and retorting coolly, "You can't expect me to do everything that if I hadn't procured these noodles and water. You might already be starving." Indeed, indeed. This time we owe it all to you." Fan Zimei nodded eagerly, her face alight with flattery. She then turned to Liu Yue, saying, "Xiao Wei, you can't just eat for free. You must also think of ways to bring back some food and water." "Mom, who says I'm eating for free?" Liu Yue replied. Slightly disgruntled, she murmured, "I put in a lot of effort when we were raiding supplies from Puqing. Look, I even have a scratch on my hand, and my neck got clawed to with that." She extended her hand, revealing a prominent scar inflicted by the property staff member. "Xiao Tang, that wasn't that your brother-in-law who brought home the supplies?" snarled old Liu, glaring at Liu Yue. He then coldly added, "Now that you're living in my house and consuming my food, if you can't bring back some provisions, you might as well get out." Upon hearing this, Liu Yue pouted, hesitating to respond. Ever since her lover Yang Hong had lost his position, her parents and brother Liu Hua had treated her with disdain, in their attempts to secure Su Qiao's fortune. They had repeatedly pressured her to remarry him, threatening that she and her 2 children would be barred from the Lu household otherwise. With no choice but to comply, Lu Yue resorted to the desperate measure of drowning Lu Yong and Lu Hong in the Maldives. This was also due to Su Qiao's insistence that if she wished to remarry, she could not have any baggage, with the children unable to be sent away and no job to sustain herself. While coveting Su Qiao's immense wealth, she had no alternative but to resort to such drastic measures. The baggage had been dealt with, yet when she returned to seek Su Qiao, he showed no willingness to accept her. Lu Yue's resentment towards Su Qiao deepened, just as she was preparing to carve out a new path for herself. The apocalypse struck. Reluctantly, Lu Yue moved back in with her parents, yet she found herself at the bottom of the familial hierarchy, without a job, despite having over $1 million in funeral expenses for her 2 sons. She dared not disclose this to her parents, fearing they would seize it for Lu Hua, the spendthrift. She knew her parents were targeting her alone, as Lu Hua, being a son, was favored by the Lu family for the continuation of their lineage. Hence, they were willing to sacrifice everything for Lu Hua. How could they allow him to take risks in searching for supplies? Zhuo Anbing, as a leader of the government, is someone they cannot afford to offend. Moreover, the apocalypse has provided them with some resources, which naturally must be catered to. Although Lu Yuzhen is also a daughter, she is, after all, the wife of Zhuo Anbing. They dare not cross her, without Lu Yuzhen as a bridge. Zhuo Anbing would have no ties to the Lu family. Thus, it is impossible for Lu Yuzhen to venture out in search of supplies. What if she encounters danger? Would Zhuo Anbing still concern himself with the Lu family? Consequently, Old Lu and Old Lu Tai unanimously targeted Lu Yue, coercing her to seek out resources. However, where could Lu Yue possibly find supplies? She tugged at her scalp, discovering it greasy, since the freezing rain began. The water has been contaminated, and she hasn't washed her hair or bathed for several days. That can't you beg that useless ex-husband of yours? Lu Hua interjected, his gaze filled with disdain towards Lu Yue. Continuing, he has so much food and water that if you offer your body, he might just be willing to share. How could Su Qiao possibly give me supplies? He might still harbor resentment towards me. Lu Yue shook her head and retorted, if he truly cared for me, wouldn't he have sent help long ago? She had some self-awareness. After all, prior to the apocalypse, she had numerous encounters with Su Qiao and was well aware of his feelings towards her. How would you know unless you try? Old Lu slammed the table heavily, frowning in contempt. Who told you to stray from your marital duties and cavort with wild men, forcing Su Qiao to divorce you? Now he has all those resources and doesn't he care about us at all? Lu Yue felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. Before Su Qiao bought the villa, the Lu family had been so eager to be associated with Yang Hong, practically elevating her to the heavens. Yet when Yang Hong fell from grace and she lost her job, their attitudes shifted instantly, leaving her feeling unwelcome. Such is the nature of the Lu family. She now regretted her entanglement with Yang Hong and the 2 children she bore him, which led to her divorce from Su Qiao, leaving her adrift and homeless. Finding a place to sleep had become a luxury, reliant on the charity of others, specifically her own parents and brother. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. Where could a weak woman seek out supplies? If she knew, she would not hesitate to barter her body for some. But now, she didn't even know who had resources to offer. How could she sell herself? She couldn't just shout in a crowd. Whoever gives me food and drink, I will sleep with them. After much contemplation, Su Qiao came to mind. She recalled the posts he shared, where even his dog was feasting on steak during the apocalypse. Not to mention the mountain of instant noodles and water along with those extravagant snacks. Lu Yue could not help but salivate. She thought to herself, cornered and with no options left, she had no choice but to seek him out. Appealing to the bond they shared over 6 years of marriage, hoping he would show her some compassion, that if that failed, she would kneel before him, imploring him with sincerity to meet his every condition. In her heart, she wished that after all this time, Su Qiao had forgotten the grievances between them. After all, he is a man and should be magnanimous. These thoughts coursed through her mind. A flicker of determination ignited within her. She resolved that once she moved Su Qiao, she would be with him forever, never returning to the Lu family. In due time, she would possess his villa and resources, and not a single noodle or bottle of water would be given to the Lu family. Chapter 58. What actions will you take? Words. With her heart filled with hopeful aspirations, a barely perceptible smirk crossed Lu Yue's lips as she addressed the others. Very well, I shall go seek out Su Qiao and see if I can succeed. Upon hearing Lu Yue's willingness to approach Su Qiao for supplies, Lu Tianhai's expression softened somewhat, but he nodded approvingly, saying, "That's the spirit. Charm that scoundrel with a few sweet words." Lu Yue said nothing further, donned a down jacket, wrapped herself in 2 scarves, and stepped outside. Taking the elevator down, she proceeded directly into the basement and then into the underground garage. The garage was deserted, the temperature plummeting to -30 degrees as Lu Yue walked through. The dim lights flickered like ghostly flames. Her footsteps echoed ominously in the vast garage, yet she felt no fear. A fire ignited within her, or perhaps it was hope, the hope of swiftly locating Su Qiao and pleading for his refuge. Under the immense psychological pressure from the Lu family, she began to entertain a delusion. Once she found Su Qiao, she could surely escape the Lu family's grasp that Su Qiao would undoubtedly love her as he once did. She could still be the princess cherished in his heart. Throughout her journey, a peculiar smile lingered on her lips, her eyes gleaming with fervor. After a considerable time, Lu Yue finally arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 1. She activated the front-facing camera on her phone, adjusting her hairstyle and smoothing her outfit. Feeling as beautiful as she once was, satisfied with her appearance, she pressed the doorbell. She knew Su Qiao would be home. The freezing rain outside made it impossible for him to venture out, and he would be indoors enjoying his food. Thus, she did not bother to call him first. She had devised a plan to perform a tragic act for Su Qiao, making him believe she had always loved him and cared deeply for him. Despite knowing this was not entirely true, all that mattered was that he believed it. After pressing the doorbell a few times, she waited a moment before ringing again. The cold was unbearable, her toes nearly numb. After the final ring, she paced back and forth, hoping to warm herself, that moment. Su Qiao was on the second floor, reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a science fiction blockbuster he had downloaded earlier. As all television stations had ceased broadcasting, the white cat curled up obediently in his lap, playfully swatting at his arm with its tail, while the hound sat upright on the floor, also watching the screen. Barking excitedly at thrilling moments, that Su Qiao cast a disdainful glance at the dog, as if to say, "As if you could comprehend this." The parrot perched on Su Qiao's shoulder, one foot tucked beneath itself, dozing off. The warmth of the room felt like spring. Su Qiao had lit the fireplace, not relying on the air conditioning. The temperature was set to a comfortable 26 degrees, and he had no concerns about fuel, having ample reserves. Though he had only 10,000 tons of gasoline and diesel, enough for a lifetime, he also stocked up on coal and firewood. The alternate space was vast. Why not stockpile more? If necessary, he could always visit the gas station for a refill once the freezing rain subsided. Just as the film reached a thrilling climax, the doorbell rang. That Su Qiao glanced at the large screen on the wall, which was connected to every camera on the screen. He saw a woman standing at the entrance of the basement, clad in a thick down jacket. After pressing the doorbell several times, she stomped her feet and began ringing again. Su Qiao instantly recognized her as his ex-wife. "Lu Yue de Ha, can't last 4 days without help, can you?" Su Qiao scoffed.